The doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, and on the amendment of Mr. McColman.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I will share my time with the honourable member from St. Boniface St. Vital. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today in support of Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, or as I prefer to call it, an act to finally give a helping hand to middle-class families and those hoping to join them. Our government believes in listening to the people, and for years, Canadians have been telling us one thing loud and clear. They need a hand. Middle-class families have increasingly been struggling to make ends meet. Too many families are having to make difficult choices. Madam Speaker, should they pay the rent or put food on the table? Should they save money for their children's education or save for a secure and comfortable retirement? Do they buy a new suit for their job interview or a birthday present for their son? These are not easy choices, and they are causing stress and hardship for so many families. I have the privilege of representing the riding of Scarborough Centre, and we are a community of middle-class families. Scarborough families are exactly the sort of families that we need to be helping. We need to help families like the one I met knocking on doors in Scarborough last summer. I spoke with a mother outside her door in an apartment tower who told me how her husband was working full-time at a warehouse and she worked nights in the service industry. They hardly got to see each other, and still each check did not go quite far enough. She was trying to find a second job so they could keep up with the bills, but she was worried about who would take care of her two young daughters while she was away. Like so many families I met, they are struggling with bills that are always going up and income that isn't keeping pace. Middle-class families are the backbone of our country. Madam Speaker, these are hard-working families that are willing to put in the long hours and make the sacrifices necessary to build a better life for their children. They value hard work, and they are instilling those values in the next generation. But middle-class families have gone without a raise for too long. Madam Speaker, it is time we take action to help them. Madam Speaker, I was honored to stand with the Prime Minister at a grocery store in the Leaside neighborhood of Toronto last fall, when he promised the first act of a Liberal government would be to lower taxes for middle-class families. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that promise made is a promise kept, and that's Bill C-2. As of January 1st, 9 million Canadians are receiving tax relief. Bill C-2 amends the Income Tax Act to reduce the second personal income tax rate from 22% to 20.5%. It also creates a new personal marginal tax rate of 33% for taxable income in excess of $200,000. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that in order to help those that need help the most, we are asking the wealthiest to give just a little more. We are also reversing the previous government's costly and misguided plan to nearly double the annual contribution limit for tax-free saving accounts. Raising the limit would only help the wealthiest Canadians at a cost of several hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 5 years, while doing nothing to help middle-class families. Madam Speaker, there are not many families in my riding that could afford to make the maximum $10,000 annual contribution to the TFSA, not when many are more concerned with paying the rent. In fact, In 2013, just 6.7% of eligible Canadians made the maximum TFSA contribution. This government was elected to help those that need help the most, Madam Speaker, and that is exactly what we are going to do. Our tax changes will benefit over 9 million Canadians in 2016. A single person will save an average annual tax savings of $330, and the average couple will save $540 every year. That's money, Madam Speaker, that will help families pay the rent, buy groceries, and make it just little easier to put some money away for the future. It is a helping hand for those that need it the most. Over the holidays, I had the opportunity to visit the Scarborough branch of the Salvation Army and the Dorset Park Community Hub in my great riding of Scarborough Centre. I saw so many young families visiting their food banks, mothers pushing their children with strollers that needed help to put food on the table, workers and volunteers struggling to keep up with the demand. Madam Speaker, it makes the heart break to think those young children would be going hungry. This is Canada. We can do better. We must do better. And, Madam Speaker, we will do better. Bill C-2 and our middle-class tax cuts are just the beginning. There will be much more to come when the Minister of Finance brings the next budget to this House. A key element will be the new Canada Child Benefit, which will deliver targeted help to those families that need it the most. When fully implemented, Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit will help 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Canada needs a healthy and prosperous middle class. Mr. Speaker, when the middle class succeeds, we all succeed. We are blessed to live in one of the greatest countries in the world, and we are blessed with a population that is educated, hardworking, and industrious. If we give them the opportunity to succeed, there is nothing they can't do. Madam Speaker, this government was elected on a plan to grow the economy, and we have already started. With the changes in Bill C-2, a fairer tax system is being delivered that asks the wealthiest among us to pay just a little more while giving help to families that need it the most. With the coming Canada Child Benefit and our historic investments in transportation and social infrastructure, we are laying the foundation for economic growth and a stronger economy that will allow every Canadian to reach their potential and build an even stronger, more prosperous country. I encourage all honourable members to join me in supporting this important legislation and in supporting middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, let's make sure Canada's middle class gets the help it deserves. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Sorry, I didn't see you there. The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, with the so-called middle-class tax cut, the extra tax on the wealthiest does not begin to cover what it's going to cost the nation as a whole. In fact, in the hole is where we're going to be. That means the government will have to take money from the rest of us, including the middle class, in order to make up the difference. So my question is, and my colleague is from Ontario, and she knows the $6.34 that it amounts to an increase of won't even begin to cover the increase in hydro tax. Would she explain that how $6.34 after it's taxed back is going to really make a difference when we're going to have to pay more because of it?
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
I would like to thank the honourable member for her great question. In Bill C2, the tax cuts which we have proposed have started already helping 9 million Canadians. And together with the Canada Child Benefit, will help 9 out of 10 Canadian families. And I'm proud to stand with the government that is there to help the middle class families. We are just asking the wealthiest people, who are 1% of Canadians, to pay a little more. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate what my colleague has said when she talks about people in her community who have needs. But she won't stop saying that the richest people won't be paying more. Just because despite the commitments the Liberals have made, the people who need it most, that is those earning less than $45,000, won't receive a penny. And throughout the last campaign, the Liberal Party accused us of being dishonest, saying that minimum federal wage would not help many people, but it's the same Liberal Party that campaigned saying we're going to reduce taxes for the middle class and people will have more money in their pockets. And yet a lot of people identify themselves as being part of the middle class, and those people earn less than $45,000. We know that $33,000 a year is something like the median salary in this country per year. So the people and the government keeps saying that everyone's going to have more money in their pockets, but it's people from $150,000 to $200,000 earners.
Member for his question. I would advise the honourable member that it is important to look at our government's agenda to support middle-class families and grow Canada's economy in its totality. These tax changes and the coming Canada Child Benefit will benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, more than 315,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. Then there are coming historic infrastructure benefits. Madam Speaker, by investing in transit, we will make it easier for the families without a car to get to work. And then there are coming investments in social infrastructure. New senior centres, community centres, and the childcare facilities will help ensure families can go to work knowing their children and the elderly parents are cared for. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's very clear. Never before, at least from my perspective, have I ever seen a Prime Minister so committed to assisting the middle class. And contrary to what the Conservatives and the Democrats might want to talk about, the reality is that the middle class in Canada is a focus of this Liberal government. And my question to the member is that she's already talked about the Child Benefit program, which is going to enhance the wealth of the middle class, and the tax cut within this legislation, which is going to enhance the wealth of the middle class. Would she not agree that the government of Canada, more so than the last 2 decades plus, is actually seeing the middle class as a strong component of enhancing, and by enhancing the middle class, we're going to have a healthier economy in the long run?
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Yes, I agree. Middle class in this country has been ignored for a very long time. And we all have to recognize that middle class is the backbone of any economy. And when the people in the middle class have more money in their pockets, they will spend that money to invest and grow the economy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to add my voice to today's discussion on the government's middle income tax cut, which we introduced in 2015, December of 2015. However, before I touch on the legislation, let me begin by taking a few moments to extend my congratulations to the Minister of Finance and his Parliamentary Secretary for pursuing one of the most comprehensive pre-budget consultations in recent history. The 16 pre-budget consultations began when the Minister of Finance, Honourable Bill Morneau, held a Google Hangout with 8 Canadian universities on January 6th to get the views of students and faculty on how to best grow the economy. On the 11th of January, the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary struck out on a 6-day tour in an effort to speak to as many Canadians as possible. They hosted upwards of 26 separate meetings and roundtables with stakeholders and Canadians across Canada, beginning in Halifax. In addition to these meetings, the Minister spoke to full-capacity crowds at the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, Montreal's Council on Foreign Relations, and the Surrey Board of Trade, with a total attendance of well over 1,500 people. And for those Canadians who haven't been able to make it out to meet with the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary personally, they can continue to share their ideas and comments through various online channels like the Your Money Matters Facebook page and by using hashtag PCB16. Through our pre-budget consultations, we are engaging with Canadians looking for input on how the federal government can best support the middle class and those working hard to join it, meet infrastructure needs that help grow the economy, protect environment and meet local needs, as well as ensure that the most vulnerable do not get left behind. It's an ambitious list, Madam Speaker, to say the least, but one that respects Canadian values of honesty, hard work, and fiscal prudence. I'd like to thank all those who have and who will contribute to the pre-budget consultations, whether in person or online. This input will be vital to ensuring that Canadians can direct and focus the decisions that our federal government can make. More importantly, Canadians will be able to see their contributions when the 2016 budget is tabled. I want to ensure Canadians that we are listening, and we hope that this renewed interest by Canadians will make a better country for all of us, for our families, and for our communities. We are hearing that Canadians want to push forward with our plan to grow the economy, strengthen the middle class, and help with the vulnerable. We have a clear mandate, Madam Speaker, and expectations are high. First and foremost, we are here to serve Canadians. They expect us to implement our ambitious economic agenda. They want a government that is open to the world. They want a more transparent government. No one will be surprised to hear me say that the economy is going through a very, very difficult period. But in the face of this real challenge, there's also real opportunity to put in place the conditions to create long-term growth that will create good jobs and help our middle class prosper, the lifeblood of our economy. The plan for growth is more important now than ever. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that we have a plan to grow the economy, and we have already begun to implement the plan when we introduced the middle class tax cut in December and tabled Bill C2. And as of January 1st, the middle class tax cut is putting more money in the pockets of 9 million Canadians each year. We are focused on smart investments that promote economic growth while maintaining a commitment to fiscal responsibility. We will improve economic prospects for our middle class, the backbone of our economy. We simply can't call ourselves prosperous as a country if our middle class is struggling. That is why, Madam Speaker, Bill C2 is so important to Canadians. Now let me touch on the specifics. Our middle class tax cut and accompanying proposals will help make the tax system fairer by reducing the second personal income tax rate to 20.5% from 22%, introducing a 33% personal income tax rate on individual taxable income in excess of $200,000, returning the tax-free savings account, TFSA, annual contribution to $5,500 from $10,000, and reinstating indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit. Madam Speaker, we expect 9 million Canadians will benefit from the reduction of the personal income tax rates, which took effect January 1st of this year. Single individuals will see an annual tax reduction of $330 per year, and couples will see an average tax reduction of $540 every year. This measure will put more money in the pockets of Canadians to save, to invest, and to grow the economy. In addition, the government is introducing a new personal income tax rate of 33% that will apply to individual taxable income in excess of $200,000. This means that only Canada's top income earners are expected to pay more tax, as a result of the government's proposed changes to personal income tax. As with other bracket threshold, the $200,000 threshold would be indexed to inflation. And finally, the government is returning the tax-free savings account annual contribution limit to $5,500 from the $10,000 effective January 1 of this year. Returning the TFSA annual contribution to $5,500 is consistent with the government's objective of making the tax system fairer and helping those who need it most. When combined with other registered saving plans, a $5,500 TFSA annual contribution limit will permit most individuals to meet their ongoing savings needs in a tax-effective manner. Indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit will be reinstated so that the annual limit maintains real value over time. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me quickly review some of the other measures that are included in today's legislation. It proposes to change the current flat top taxation rules applicable to trust to use the new 33% tax rate. It proposes to set the tax on split income to the new rate of 33%. It would amend the charitable donation tax credit to allow higher income donors to claim a 33% tax credit on the portion of donations made from income that is subject to the new 33% marginal tax rate. And finally, it would increase the special refundable tax and the related refund rate imposed on the investment income of private corporations to reflect the proposed new 33% personal income tax rate. Mr. Speaker, or excuse me, Madam Speaker, there has never been a better time to make targeted investments to support economic growth in this country. We are confident that our plan will accomplish this, and that is one reason why I am optimistic about our prospects going forward. Given that, I encourage all members to support this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Liberals ran on a promise that there was going to be a revenue-neutral change. They were going to take from the rich and give to the middle class. It has become clear that this revenue-neutral change is anything but. It shows the poor math, but we're looking at a $1.4 billion, give or take, quite a few hundred million. This is not temporary stimulus. This is not something that's going to happen one time. This is adding to the structural deficit of the government. And so I would like to ask this member, does he believe that it's fair that his grandchildren are going to have to be paying the debt that they are accumulating for a tax cut that was given based on very, very poor math?
L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is actually quite interesting from a government that has ran 7 consecutive operating deficits in a row, Madam Speaker.
150 billion.
The Liberal government ran on a plan to help our middle class. This is the first step of that plan, a middle income tax cut. The plan will include an enhanced, more generous and tax-free Canada Child Benefit, which is going to raise 300,000 children out of poverty, which is excellent. The plan includes a 10% increase to the guaranteed income supplement. This will give 1 million of our most vulnerable seniors, Madam Speaker, up to $1,000 more each year. I am very proud of this initiative.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Courtenay, Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing up the middle class. You know, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, it's estimated that 17.9 million Canadians who will file income tax returns in 2016 fall within the first tax bracket of $45,282 or less. They're going to get nothing out of this tax break. What do the Liberals define as the average medium income or the average income for the middle class, and what do you classify those earning less than $45,000? I'd like to hear from the honourable member.
The honourable member from Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly not up to me as an individual to define who is middle class and who is not. However, Madam Speaker, I can give you some facts that if you make between $45,000 and $90,000 in 2016 and if you are a Canadian, you are going to receive a 7% reduction on the taxes you pay. Your tax rate will fall from 22.5% to 20.5%, a 7% reduction, Madam Speaker. That will put $350 in the pockets of 9 million Canadians in Canada in 2016. In addition to that, we are going to roll out a more generous, a targeted, and a tax-free Canada Child Benefit that's going to raise 300,000 children out of poverty, Madam Speaker, an initiative which the NDP did not support. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from, is it Winnipeg? No, sorry, Oakville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to congratulate the honourable member on his address. The previous government's plan to nearly double the contribution limit to the tax-free savings account would have helped Canadians wealthiest save more, while costing the federal treasury several hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 5 years, tens of billions of dollars over the longer term. While only 6.7% of eligible Canadians were able to make the maximum contribution in 2013. Can the member share with us the fairness of the Liberal plan with the tax-free savings account?
The honourable member from St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is absolutely right. The doubling of the TFSA is simply the people who would benefit from that income was simply not from that benefit was simply not wide enough. We proposed a plan based on a middle-income tax cut. We proposed a plan based on a generous, enhanced, and tax-free Canada Child Benefit. And we proposed a plan that included a 10% increase to the guaranteed income supplement, which would benefit a million older Canadians, Madam Speaker. And on October 19th of 2015, Canadians endorsed that plan.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to rise in this House and speak on behalf of my constituents in Battle River Crowfoot. Battle River Crowfoot is a kind of a new constituency. The boundaries changed in the last election, and I am fortunate enough to represent a new northern part, and I want to thank them for their support in the last election, and I pledge to them to work very hard representing them here in Ottawa. I also want to thank my election campaign team and long-term supporters. 6 elections, and each time they come out and they're ready to campaign and to help out, not just in our riding, but around the country. And obviously, I want to thank my family. I want to thank my wife, Darlene, and our children, Kristen and Ryan and Matthew, for their love and their support over the many years of doing this. Certainly, I know all members know that without the support of your family and those you love most, that you would not be able to do this. And so whether it's my immediate family, my parents, others, I want to thank them. Now, we're here this morning debating the Liberal government's destructive tax plan for all Canadians, including the middle class. It tears down many of the efforts that were developed, efforts that were there to help families, to help workers, to make sure that taxes remained low for all Canadians, to ensure that there were balanced budgets, to create jobs for Canadians. These are the measures that are affected by part of this Bill C2. The former government made sure that economic growth for Canada's economy was a priority. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I'll be splitting my time with a member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Since this bill was tabled in December last year, we're very aware that the Liberals' numbers simply do not add up. The Liberals' assault on the higher income earners will not work. This is a tax hike on those who traditionally create jobs and grow our overall economy. It's a tax increase on professionals, on the educated. It's a tax increase on those who are working hard and succeeding. By increasing taxes on job creators, we're discouraging their success and jobs for Canadians with the passage of this bill. Madam Speaker, Canada's higher income earners will immediately launch many measures to protect themselves from paying such high taxes. The Liberals will not realize the rise in tax revenue that they are counting on to finance their small increase in benefits to the middle class that they say this bill is supposed to deliver on. Not only are the high-income earners going to task their accountants with pursuing and implementing measures that will ultimately prevent them from paying higher tax increases, but some of them will abandon their lucrative endeavors in Canada to reduce their incomes, so they don't have to pay the increase. They'll move their projects, in some cases, offshore. Canadians will lose jobs, investors will follow, and they'll follow these business leaders to their new location, and Canada will lose investments. Now, Madam Speaker, we have seen this under former Liberal governance. When I ran in the election in 2000 and 2004, as a new young MP coming in, like many are here today, the top issue of the day was what we called the brain drain. What are we going to do to bring back Canada's young, to bring back those who have moved to the States or moved to Europe or moved with their potential future? And what are we going to do to solve the brain drain? Madam Speaker, economists are again predicting significant brain drain from Canada as the result of Bill C-2. And still, the federal government will not have the money, the tax revenues, to fund the schemes put forward by Bill C-2. The worst part of Bill C-2 for my constituents is the reduction of the annual contribution limit for the tax-free savings account from $10,000 in its previous level to $5,500 starting January 1st this year. Many families right now are experiencing the pain of unemployment. Many of my constituents work in the oil patch for companies that service in the oil patch. And lives right now are being disrupted. Households are being disrupted. Savings are being used in an attempt, in some cases, to save the family home, to make the next payment. TFSAs have been a very effective tool for all Canadians, young and old. Tax-free savings accounts are being cashed in by many constituents of mine in Alberta right now. Families are using their tax-free savings accounts right now to try to reduce their economic vulnerability to the oil price and also to the pending unemployment in some cases. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is refusing to help get our petroleum products to seawater ports so that we can export our products to our customers who are waiting and wanting to buy our products. And Madam Speaker, when that happens, unemployment raises, unemployment climbs, and we're seeing that right now. Any family that is not suffering significant loss of jobs is looking to save whatever amount of money that they can. And they are saving now for the coming hard times they know will come under the Liberal government. The Liberals have promised numerous budgetary deficits that will expand our nation's debt and ultimately lead to higher taxes. In other parts of Canada, places not yet suffering from the downturn in the oil patch, some Canadians are still managing to put money away into their retirement funds. Many Canadians are saving as much as they can. Many Canadians are simply trying to park their savings because they know that the downstream effects of the current downturn in Canada's energy sector will soon hit them, and it'll hit them in their pocketbooks. We found out just a couple of days ago that Japan adopted a negative interest rate policy. So now where money is being held in the bank, they are now looking at ways of taxing them, because in an uncertain climate there, people are sitting on their savings. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the loss in federal revenue from the oil patch in the coming years is going to affect Canada. And make no mistake, it will affect how this government, how the Liberal government will operate. It will affect how the Governor of the Bank of Canada sets rates. And it will affect all Canadians. In the rural parts of Canada, in big cities, in the remote areas of Canada. Madam Speaker, already after 3 or 4 months, Canadians have no faith that this government will be helping the people in business in Canada's once prosperous sector. They know about the coming hard times their families will suffer during the failure of the Liberal plans. They know that they will see massive amounts of tax dollars that the federal government does not have being spent on misguided efforts, job creation efforts, token attempts at diversifying local economies. The way that the Liberals deliver on those is yet to be seen. We still wait for a budget. Madam Speaker, all I know is that Canadians are disappointed with a lack of action from this government. Many Canadians know that this Liberal government is in serious trouble. Based on Finance Canada's estimates, the new Liberal tax plan amounts to an average, get it, an extra $6.34 per week for those individuals who qualify. Madam Speaker, Canadians feel betrayed. $6.34 to the middle class, and yet taxing those who are job creators. We know this small tax break is not enough to stimulate our economy, nor does throwing money at the middle class stimulate growth and innovation. It doesn't help create jobs. We have not seen anything from this government that is going to help with innovation, with investing back in their companies, anything that's going to help create jobs. Our Conservative government reduced taxes more than 140 times. This modification to the income tax rate is not significant tax relief that the Liberals are bringing forward and comes with a high price tag in deficit financing. The policies of this government will be economically destructive, and we know it will be for many decades down the road. The Finance Minister has already conceded that this tax plan is not revenue neutral. In Bill C-2, it will plunge the Government of Canada further into deficits and debt, and that, I guess, is what Liberals deliver on. This is debt that will eventually put our social services, our social programs at risk, a debt that our children and our grandchildren will have to pay off. Madam Speaker, this bill fails. And so consequently, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is just up. I will, representing my constituents, vote against Bill C-2. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from, is it Miramichi? No. Laval des Îles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. But I am wondered and puzzled. How can he dare to say that this government is attacking those who have a higher revenue and that will disrupt creation of jobs? The opposite is true, Madam Speaker. He knows very well our massive investment in green infrastructure, in technology, in social housing. That's what is going to stimulate the economy and create jobs, and that's exactly what this government is going to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we have an oil sector that is reeling under added environmental red tape, when we have an oil sector, one of the largest contributors to our economy that is struggling under a new Democratic Party in Alberta, when we have a sector that is the job creators, and the honourable member says, don't worry about it, don't worry to the oil sector, we're going to invest in green energy. Mr. Speaker, that's not much solace to the people that are left with house payments and are now on the unemployment line. That's wonderful. The former government invested in that as well. But, Mr. Speaker, when you turn your back on the gas and oil sector, the energy sector, and say, but we will, as the member said, we will invest in green energy and social housing to help you when you're unemployed, I guess that would be the Liberal way.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend. I welcome him back. I very much echo his sentiments and words to our families and supporters who enable us to be in this place and speak on behalf of the good people in our constituencies. I'd want to ask him this, though. I think it is somewhat ironic to hear Conservatives, criticize and lecture Liberals about running big deficits and debts as they left this government having run more than $150 billion into the hole, and all we got for it was the loss of 500,000 manufacturing jobs in Canada. That's a bill that Canadians will continue to pay for a while. But my question is this. he's got some notion or obsession, as the Conservatives did, around the doubling of the TFSA. And it was commented by Joe Oliver, the former finance minister, because we know that doubling balloons the cost to government to multiple billions of dollars within 15 years. And when asked, the former finance minister said, that's not for us to worry about. That's for the Prime Minister's granddaughter to concern herself with, somebody who doesn't exist. The finance minister's former sometimes struggled with metaphor, but the point is that if to suggest simply that we throw the cost down to future generations is a responsible thing for government to do seems the very opposite of the definition of conservative, that they should only pay as they go, and this is coming from a government that broke with its own traditions and ballooned, or maybe their tradition is to balloon the debt under Mulroney and others. So my question is this: how can they possibly attempt to make this the point of the dagger when arguing against the Liberals? Is the debt not high enough that's projected that the Liberals are going to run, or is it that he just...
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, from 2006 to 2008, the Conservative Government of Canada paid down the national debt, paid down just under $40 billion. We lowered the GST, we lowered taxes so that investors knew that Canada was the place to do business. In 2008, the world went into the largest recession since the Great Depression. And around the world, governments were investing in infrastructure and stimulus. And our government did the same. With great pride, we invested in infrastructure in our cities and in our rural areas. And although the member talks about unemployment, 1.1 million net new jobs created from 2009 to 2015. Madam Speaker, it was a massive recession worldwide. Didn't start here in Canada, didn't begin because of what happened here, but the government responded. And Madam Speaker, on the other, in regards to the tax-free savings account, we all know, including the finance minister, if you read his book, we all know that the third pillar of pension funds and personal investments for their pension is what needed to be improved. That's why we brought forward the tax-free savings account. That's why we brought forward the pool registered pension plan. That's why we brought all these measures forward. Government, through CPP and OAS and GIS, that pillar is strong. We want to make sure that their own...
So I just want to remind members that if you want to participate, you're to stand up to ask the questions. And be respectful when someone else is speaking. And I understand that I could see that there was a lot of people that wanted to ask questions, so what I would remind people is that to try to keep your questions brief and as well as the answers brief. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise on this occasion as a Member of Parliament in the 42nd Parliament of Canada. The people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke have my sincere gratitude for giving me the honour and the privilege of being their representative in this 6th consecutive election. Now that the election is over, I renew my pledge that I never forget the people who made this possible, the good people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. They can be assured that I will continue to fight for the issues they tell me are important. As always, I am their servant. There are many individuals to whom I owe a great debt of gratitude for the confidence they have placed in me, for their hard work, the long, selfless hours they put in to build a winning streak that has become our standard for successful campaigns. For the many newly elected MPs who are not aware of the history, the Ottawa Valley became the eastern beachhead of democracy in the year 2000. That marked the beginning of meaningful change as Canadians entered the 21st century, and from the period 2006 and on, a period that will be fondly remembered as the good old days of responsible leadership, while today's Conservatives take a short break from government. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our entire campaign team, my spouse Jamie, and to the many hundreds of volunteers who demonstrated what a truly grassroots campaign, Ottawa Valley style, is really all about. Now, before I begin my comments regarding C2, I want to make it fundamentally clear the Conservative Party, I am proudly a member of, stands for lower taxes, less government interference in the daily lives of Canadians. The best anti-poverty program is a job. You do not create employment by taxing, borrowing, and spending more than you can afford. My constituents support lower taxation. They sent me to Ottawa to reduce government and to fight for lower taxes. Bill C2 is about a misleading campaign promise that was presented to a distracted public as reducing taxes at the expense of raising taxes for others, when in fact, all it does is raise taxes for everyone. In the case of this so-called middle-class tax cut, it was claimed that during the last election, taxes would be reduced on the middle class by asking the wealthiest of Canadians to pay more. Canadians have since learned that higher taxes from the wealthiest Canadians won't begin to pay for this campaign promise that is the basis of the legislation before us today. The promise was made without even the most superficial analysis. It was made to get elected. More from the wealthiest does not go far among the rest of the population. The middle class will end up paying for its own tax cut, plus the interest on billions borrowed to cover the tax change and to cover successive deficits that were promised by the Liberals, a promise they intend to keep, and more, and should be meant to be broken. The mark of Liberal generosity is with other people's money. Deficits are just deferred taxes, which is your children's financial inheritance. The irony is that ample evidence shows government loses revenue when it targets individuals who can afford to pay for the avoidance, including moving their financial affairs to places like Bermuda, which was the tax haven of choice of the last Liberal Prime Minister before the current occupant. This legislation before us today, being introduced as the first finance bill in the opening session of a new parliament and before the federal budget, when these tax measures could easily have been waited to be included in the next federal budget, is intended to fulfill a signature campaign promise. I get that. It was former Ontario Conservative Premier Mike Harris who set the bar when it comes to keeping one's election promises. So I understand that a political party does not want to be accused of lying to get elected, which is what a government is doing when it breaks its promises. For the Liberal Party, it would seem then there are two types of campaign promises: those made to get elected and those meant to be broken. I actually had an individual who works for a major Canadian chartered bank tell my office he believed that once elected, the Liberal Party would do what it had always done and break election promises that had been made to appeal to those confused between election promises made to get elected and election promises made to be broken. He could not believe the Liberals would attack the middle class by tampering with TFSAs, which in his professional estimation were better than RRSPs as a savings instrument, particularly for seniors and certainly for young families aspiring to be middle class, saving for their first home. In the debate about, if the debate about C2 is actually about helping the middle class, there are many other campaign promises that should be broken. A measurement of a vibrant middle class in a society is home ownership. A recent study by the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis has identified those under the age of 45 families with 2 income earners who cannot find affordable housing without a long commute as being those most under pressure. I know a dual income family in Toronto where both spouses are lawyers and they're shut out of the housing market where a starter fixer-upper home costs $1 million in the neighborhood where they rent. TFSAs are being used by young families to save for their first home. Housing is a need, just like food or water, and if you need it, there's a greater and greater pressure on you to get it regardless of the cost. What's occurring at the moment in places like Toronto and Vancouver is not sustainable. The fear in places like my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in Eastern Ontario is that eventually the dream of home ownership that has died in the big cities will start to die in areas like ours, smaller local areas, and that the rising taxes, the electricity costs, transportation, and other big city problems will also contribute to barriers to home ownership locally. Take away the dream of a home ownership in Canada, and you take away the middle class. It's no secret in Ontario, this province is struggling because of a misguided energy policy that has caused the exodus of jobs fleeing some of the highest electricity prices in North America to U.S. border states. Lower electricity prices will spur economic activity. Lower energy costs are good for consumers and manufacturers. Where there was once a burgeoning middle class based on blue-collar manufacturing jobs, the decision, in the words of PMO Principal Secretary Gerald Butts, put in the mouth of the Prime Minister to transition away from manufacturing jobs has cost the middle class dearly in Ontario. I urge members of the Liberal caucus from the rest of Canada to pay attention to Ontario's problems. The same people who ran the corrupt McGuinty provincial government have fled the sinking provincial ship and are now backroom operators in Ottawa. And they promise to take the entire country down the same deficit spending, the tax the rich, let them eat cake attitude that is so toxic in Ontario today. Focus on the one thing that would really improve the economy and help the middle class. Create employment. Avoid the incessant talk about the environment. The Green Energy Act in Ontario, which was brought in under the guise of helping the environment, caused the loss of tens of thousands of jobs, of good-paying tax jobs in Ontario's manufacturing sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Niagara Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for a speech that I'm sure we're all going to remember. Madam Speaker, this current government will strengthen the middle class. We've made ourselves very clear during the campaign and throughout the past comments that were made just today. And with that said, it will benefit 9 million more Canadians, 9 million more Canadians that were abandoned by the previous government. The current government will, in tandem with these investments, invest in infrastructure and economy. The current government will therefore create jobs, create new economies, sustain this and future generational assets, contributing to municipality the needed funds that, in fact, will offset property taxes to the middle class, will offset water and sewer rates to the middle class. So, Madam Speaker, in tandem with the cuts that we're speaking of within this bill, we're also contributing to economy and, of course, residual benefits for other levels of government to offer those savings for the middle class. So my question, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite is how would the member, Madam Speaker, come up with 9 million Canadians to benefit throughout the middle class that was abandoned by her government? How would she come up with the ideas of contributing to overall middle class savings and, of course, more prosperous times for these very same people?
Honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Conservative government left a surplus, and in less than a month, on his very first road trip to the UN, he spent more than double that surplus. What Canadians have seen is a spend-crazy Prime Minister who has spent through the first surplus in his first days of government. And the contortions we hear from the government benches about the deteriorating condition of finance in Canada makes them worthy of a circus this Parliament will become if we do not start having an adult conversation about the economy minus the selfies.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. Across my riding, people are really struggling. Patchwork employment, families with multiple part-time jobs, seniors living off small part-time jobs to supplement their tiny pensions. In fact, many seniors facing challenges of homelessness that we've never seen before in our area. The TFSA at $10,000 was not helping these members of my communities. In fact, the increase in the maximum would have deprived the Treasury of billions of dollars in the coming years. Do the Conservatives still believe that our grandchildren should pay for their bad decisions?
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the fact is that by putting the government, the people of Canada into successive deficits that lead to structural debt will indeed, as the Liberals have put into or are trying to put into law, drive our youth, our future generations into irreparable debt. Lower taxes, less government interference in the lives of daily people, and encouraging economic development is how we'll lift everyone out of poverty.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from, just a second, St. John Rothesay.
St. John Rothesay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech. It was certainly full of a lot of passion and certainly a lot of partisan rhetoric, Madam Speaker, but let's state for the record, Madam Speaker, 8 straight deficits, 2 recessions, an economy that is absolutely in a tank. And, Madam Speaker, I wonder out loud if the member would probably blame the snowstorms in Atlantic Canada this weekend on the Liberals also?
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And reference to the cold and what the increase in costs due to such related weather in the future is what's going to drive Canadians even further into the hole. We haven't even had the budget yet, and already they're increasing taxes. And what we know is with the architect of the Green Energy Act from Ontario now calling the shots here in Ottawa, that every last Canadian is going to have to pay more down the green energy alley and be at an even higher deficit.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to mention that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Edmonton Centre. It's my honour to rise in the House today and debate in this House for the first time as the Member of Parliament for York Centre. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the residents of my riding for entrusting me with such an important responsibility to speak and vote on their behalf in this chamber. I would also like to take a moment to thank all the volunteers and supporters, and especially my family, who have been so supportive, for sharing the vision that all of us here share for a better, fairer, more prosperous Canada. I have walked through every neighbourhood and talked to tens of thousands of residents of York Centre. People from all over Canada and around the world call my riding home. What I heard from so many people of all backgrounds was that making ends meet is becoming increasingly difficult. The cost of living is rising faster than incomes. Indeed, middle-class income growth has been and is still stagnant. These are families that drive our economy, and right now they're stuck in neutral. That is why I would like to take this time to express my support for the government's middle-class tax cut introduced in December and explain why it will help grow the economy. As we embark on an agenda of economic growth and long-term prosperity, there is no doubt we are facing considerable headwinds. Globally, we continue to experience what Christine Lagarde, the International Monetary Fund Managing Director, famously called the new mediocre. In its latest economic outlook in January, the IMF expects global growth to pick up modestly to 3.4% in 2016 and 3.6% in 2017. This is down 0.2 percentage points from both 2016 and 17 compared to their October 2015 World Economic Outlook. Although the recent performance of the U.S. economy is encouraging, the European and Chinese economies are still facing challenges. Global crude oil prices remain at levels less than half of what they were in mid-2014, reflecting softening demand and a global oil surplus. What is happening beyond our borders has real and tangible consequences for all of us. In Canada, our economic performance in the first half of 2015 was poor, mainly due to the collapse in oil prices in 2014. Consider this. Last April, the government projected the price of oil per barrel to reach $71 US by the end of this year. As I speak, oil is trading around half that amount. We now know that growth will be lower than was expected in the last budget projections. This, of course, has important implications for our currency and our fiscal situation. The good news is the IMF, in its latest economic outlook released on January 19th, expects growth in Canada to pick up over the next 2 years relative to 2015. We also maintain an enviable position with a low debt-to-GDP ratio, abundant natural resources, and one of the world's most educated workforces. And keeping our debt-to-GDP ratio on a downward path throughout this government's mandate remains fundamental to our economic vision for Canada, alongside balancing the budget. To achieve this, our policies will strike a balance between fiscal responsibility and controlled investments that result in a smaller debt-to-GDP ratio, which promotes economic growth. And one of the most important components is restoring middle-class economic progress, the backbone of our economy. That is why one of the government's first orders of business was to table a Ways and Means motion to cut taxes for the middle class. That was the right thing to do and the smart thing to do for our economy. The proposed middle class tax cut and accompanying proposals will help make the tax system fairer so that all Canadians have the opportunity to succeed and prosper. Specifically, the bill proposes to reduce the second personal income tax rate to 20.5% from 22%, introduce a 33% personal income tax rate on individual taxable income above $200,000, and return the tax-free savings account annual contribution limit to $5,500 and reinstate indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit. Let me very quickly expand on these 3 points. First, the personal income tax rate changes. These changes took place on January 1st, and it is expected that about 9 million Canadians will benefit from this measure in 2016. Individuals will see an average tax reduction of $330 each year, and couples will see an average tax reduction of $540 each year. Second, the government is introducing a new personal income tax rate of 33% that will apply to individual taxable income above $200,000. This means that only Canada's very top income earners are expected to pay more taxes as a result of the proposed changes. And as with other thresholds, the $200,000 tax threshold will be indexed to inflation. Finally, the government is returning the tax-free saving account annual contribution limit to $5,500, also effective January 1st of this year. But let me reassure all members of this House that that change is not retroactive. The TFSA annual contribution limit for 2015 will remain at $10,000. Returning the TFSA annual contribution limit to $5,500 is consistent with making the tax system fairer and helping those who need it the most. When combined with other registered savings plans, a $5,500 TFSA annual contribution limit gives most individuals the opportunity to meet their ongoing savings needs in a tax-efficient manner. Indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit will also be reinstated so that annual limit remains its real value over time. Finally, before I conclude, I would like to highlight some of the other measures that are included in today's legislation. Today's bill proposes to change the current flat top rate taxation rules applicable to trusts to use the new rate of 33%. The bill proposes to set the tax on split income to the new rate of 33%. It would amend the charitable donation tax credit to allow higher income donors to claim a 33% tax credit on the portion of donations made from income that is subject to the new 33% marginal tax rate. And it would increase the special refundable tax and the related refund rate imposed on investment income of private corporations to reflect the new proposed 33% personal income tax rate. Going forward, the government will introduce proposals in the budget to create a new Canada Child Benefit payment, which would begin in July of this year. In addition to replacing the universal child care benefit, which is not tied to income, the proposed Canada Child Benefit would simplify and consolidate existing child benefits. It's also targeted to those who need it most. And what does simplifying and consolidating actually mean, Madam Speaker? It will mean that people understand how to access these benefits and how to take advantage of them. That's why the tax credit was introduced initially, was it not? Mr. Speaker, all of these initiatives demonstrate that our sights are clearly set on the future. The legislation will strengthen the middle class by putting more money in the pockets of Canadians to save, invest, and grow our economy. More broadly, they will help grow our economy in the context of a difficult global climate so that all Canadians can benefit. Therefore, I encourage all members of this House to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from North Okanagan, Shuswap.
The increased TFSA amounts that our government introduced encouraged people to save and prepare for their own future and their own retirement. The limits were realistic. The amount for people that could save was there. Not everyone is able to save through workplace agreements. Will this member and his government not realize that they can reduce the burden of future governments by providing a means and encouragement through the increased TFSAs for those that are not able to prepare for their prepare for their own retirement? Or will they choose to discourage personal savings and make far more people reliant on government of the future?
The honourable member from York Centre.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Our government is reducing the TFSA annual contribution limit because we want to make these types of programs more accessible to all Canadians. We believe that as of 2013, only 6.7% of eligible Canadians maximized their TFSA, and that was at the $5,500 level. Clearly, increasing the limit to $10,000 is not going to increase the number contributing. We want to make sure that more Canadians are being given the advantage of having tax-efficient savings for the future, and we believe this is the best way to achieve that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
In my riding, many of my constituents are increasingly frustrated watching logs be barged away from our communities. Forestry, a backbone of our riding, has been hit again and again with no commitment to secondary manufacturing. Those good-paying jobs float away, and many of my constituents are working more and making less. This Liberal plan will assure that those making between $89,000 to $200,000 will receive the maximum tax reduction. That won't help most of my constituents. Is this the Liberals' definition of middle class?
Honourable member from York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. We have been very clear that this is the first phase in a number of actions that are going to help those striving to reach the middle class. Our Canada Child benefit is going to help numerous Canadians when it's introduced in July, and that will certainly be bringing over 315,000 children out of poverty. In addition, the comment made with regards to jobs, part of our plan, a huge part of our plan, is infrastructure spending, which is going to be happening across Canada, and I am certain will benefit many of those in the honourable member's riding as we seek to bring Canada back into economic stability. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from, is it Kitchener Centre?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to commend the honourable member on an excellent and very thorough analysis of the current economic situation, and I wanted to ask him, could he enlighten the House as to why he believes the reduction in the TFSA contribution limit is important? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from York Centre.
Yes, again, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. When we look at the numbers of Canadians that are investing in the TFSA and we reflect back to 2013, we see that only 6.7% of eligible Canadians maximized their TFSA. We want to ensure that that tax-efficient savings programs are available to benefit all Canadians. And clearly, raising the limit to $10,000 is not making it more accessible for Canadians that are not currently participating when the maximum is only $5,500. This is something our government's going to work on and make sure that, again, all Canadians are getting the benefits of these type of programs.
We have time for a very brief question with a very brief answer. The honourable member from Lakeland, is it? Martin Unionville.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Simple, short question. I hear about 100,000 times a day, middle class, middle class, middle class. How do they define middle class? Is it 40,000 a year? Is it 50,000 a year? Or is it 60,000 a year? Would you tell all Canadians, how do you define middle class? Who is considered as the middle class?
Very, very brief answer. York Centre.
I thank the honourable member, Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I have to tell you that both during the campaign and even just this past weekend when I was back in my riding, Canadians and the residents of York Centre are coming to me and expressing that they need help, hope and leadership from this government to help them be able to get back on a sound financial footing, a footing that was not left so sound by the previous Conservative government. That's what our government is committed to. That's what we're doing for Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to be able to rise to speak to the tax cut for the middle class offered by this government that will provide tax relief to millions of Canadians. We're determined to support a strong and growing middle class because this is at the heart of a sound economy and will ensure that all Canadians have a real and fair chance of succeeding. That's what Bill C2, which is before us today, will do. This bill reduces the income tax rate on earned income of between $45,282 and $90,563 in 2016 to 20.5% from 22%, and brings in a new tax bracket of 33% on income earned that is higher than $200,000 in Canada. As of January 1st, the government is allowing some 9 million Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money. This is the smart thing to do, and it is also a fair thing to do. Madam Speaker, the members of Parliament will have the opportunity to hear more about this during committee hearings. However, we already know that the response to the measures announced in December has been favorable. We are aware that the reduction of the second tax bracket rate will not solve all the problems Canadians have to deal with today. That is why the government's commitment to transparency and dialogue with Canadians will become more and more important. This approach recognizes that the government is aware of the fact that there is no monopoly on good ideas. The Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary have traveled across the country to ask Canadians directly to tell them what measures the government can take to support the middle class. They met with Indigenous leaders, heads of business, and people who work in the cultural sector in order to listen to Canadians and to spark discussions to find solutions to the problems they're dealing with. Madam Speaker, we held nine meetings with people in Edmonton, and these national consultations continued online, and people thanked the government for its efforts. Since the online consultations have begun, there have been 20,000 hits on the webpage and over 2,500 different comments that have been presented by Canadian individuals and groups. The government has also held discussions with young Canadians by holding 3 live chat sessions with university students. These activities have allowed the government to gain an unparalleled perspective on the concerns of young Canadians. Some 8,000 people participated in the live activity on Facebook at Dalhousie University, and 1,000 people participated online. This is a good way for Canadians to get involved with their government. Over 80,000 people participated live with us in various activities. That represents the entire population of Prince George. Throughout these consultations, Canadians confirmed that they want a government that is strengthening the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Now, I have told you about the favorable things we heard, but I need to tell you about the other side in order to be fair. For example, the Canadian Taxpayer Federation has said that moving the cap on the TFSA back down to $5,500 might have an impact on the savings of individuals. It does not like the instatement of the new tax bracket. The government respects the opinion of the CTF, but does not share its position, according to which 18% of the nearly 11 million people who contribute to TFSAs had maxed out on their TFSA at the end of 2013. Furthermore, the government has reestablished the indexation of the cap on annual contributions in order to ensure the real value of this cap over time. The measures in C2 will contribute to strengthening the middle class, and this is a priority for the Canadian government. It became more and more clear during the pre-budget consultations that Canada's economic outlook has changed since the elections. This has allowed the government to reaffirm its commitment to the goal that we were elected to achieve. Even more important, by reaching out to Canadians, we have been able to consider new perspectives and to tweak our plans that will be included in the future federal budget. The government's plan will be realistic, sustainable, prudent, and transparent. It will also include other information on measures seeking to move Canada forward along a path to a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable economic future. The government plan will include proposals with regard to the new Canada Child Benefit. The goal is to start payments under this benefit in July 2016. The Canada Child Benefit would have the effect of simplifying and consolidating the benefits for children that already exist. It would replace the UCCB, which is not based on income. The new Canada Child Benefit will be better targeted towards those who truly need it. The government's approach in terms of consultation recognizes that collaboration is essential if we want to effect true change. The government has pledged to listen to members of all parties, to discuss and cooperate with them, to find solutions, and to avoid conflict. And it has already shown its will in this regard. Given that we have already heard from Canadians and from numerous members of other parties, I am eager to discuss and to debate on the best way of serving Canadians. Before my time runs out, Madam Speaker, I would simply like to reach out to the members present in this House and to Canadians listening today. The tax relief proposed in this bill will help millions of Canadians. It will allow middle-class Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money, to invest, and to help grow the economy. I'm eager to discuss with my colleagues of all parties to find solutions to the problems Canadians are facing. And I'm eager for them to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon. Oh, sorry.
Stormont Dundas.
Stormont Dundas, South Glen Green.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the very interesting speech. However, my colleague asked the previous speaker a very, very simple question. He termed it a simple question, and I'd like to repeat that question because, to the best of my knowledge, that question wasn't answered, not even in simple terms. He asked the question of your colleague, or of the previous speaker was asked, what amount of salary does the average middle-class family earn? And the current member spoke quite eloquently, referring to the middle class many times. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that he probably has some figure in his mind that he could impart on us here on this side of the House to tell us exactly what range of numbers. I'll even give him the break of giving us a range of numbers that would fit the middle class salaries. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
I would like to thank the honourable member for his intervention and question. What we are most proud of as a government as it comes to C2, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we are making a middle-class break across the country, and we are going to help 9 million Canadians have more money in their pockets at the end of the day. If I may just be more precise, Madam Speaker, we are taking the tax rate for those Canadians making between $45,282 and $90,563 from 22,000 to 20.5, from 22% to 20.5%, and we're simply asking those Canadians who make more than $200,000 to pay slightly more in tax. Madam Speaker, that is a progressive way to make sure that all Canadians can make ends meet.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we seem to have picked up on a bit of a theme here today when time and time again my friends across the way are asked for a simple definition, because I don't know if they're handing out cookies in the Liberal lobby for who mentions the middle class more than anyone else, but they like to mention it quite a bit, but seem to have some strange difficulty in defining it. Now, I remember the Prime Minister was asked this question just outside here by the press at one point, and he gave a bit of a ham-fisted answer. He said those that are able to live on their investments. It was then pointed out to him that people who are retired live on their investments, and that might not make them wealthy, and so he struggled to find a term and a definition for middle class. Now, if the entire Liberal budget and this entire bill is somewhat predicated and focused on serving the middle class, I think in the spirit of openness and transparency, it would do us well for my colleague across the way to simply define it. And I'll ask him this in subsequent. Once he's defined what the middle class actually is, can you tell us why that people earning between, say, $48,000 a year and $62,000 a year are going to receive $50 in benefit from this Liberal tax scheme, while those earning as much as $211,000 a year will earn 16 times more from this Liberal tax plan? Is that the middle class that they are aiming at, folks earning north of $200,000 a year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I would like to thank the honourable member opposite for his intervention, and I'm also glad that he likes cookies, as do I, though in moderation, so that I can continue to fit in my suits, Madam Speaker. What is important for the debate today is to know that 9 million Canadians will benefit more from a Liberal government in office, making sure that we are helping the middle class make ends meet. And when it comes to our work this summer, Madam Speaker, when we come to the Canada Child Benefit, we will help 315,000 children out of poverty through our new child care tax benefit, and that is the kind of numbers and the kind of analysis that warrants the attention of this chamber, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Argenteuil, la Petite Nation. Excuse.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
colleagues, for your speech. J'aurais une petite question. Vous avez...
I do have a question. You mentioned, when tabling the bill, that it was clear that the middle class was between $45,000 and $90,000 in income per year, and that seemed to truly impress our colleagues on the other side of the House. Now, could my colleague tell us what we are doing for the underprivileged and what plan of action we're going to take and what we have already done for those in need? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague for his question, and it is clear there is a whole slew of projects that we're going to be tabling with this House and presenting to Canadians across the country concerning the underprivileged. And I'd like to point out that we're going to increase the GIS for seniors. That's one example.
The honourable member.
Resuming debate.
Clay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And at the outset of my speech, I'd like to suggest that I split my time with the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I even know how to pronounce that and still manage to mess it up. I joined this debate with some enthusiasm because I think we've struck upon something here today on the Liberals' centerpiece in their tax promises to Canadians, which essentially in this Bill C2 attempts to do two things. One is to address the TFSAs, tax-free savings accounts, and bring the limit back down to $5,500. And the second piece is what now appear to be somewhat regressive changes to the tax code that the Liberals are bringing in after so much talk and time spent on their efforts to help the middle class. The single best answer we've had from a Liberal today in an attempt to define the middle class is he said it isn't up to me to define it. And then he went on to repeat how much help the Liberals were giving for this class of Canadians that Liberals refused to define. Now, if anybody else finds that odd and somewhat worrisome, that's because if you actually look through the tax plan that the Liberals have put forward, the middle class, by most people's vague definitions, or even let's go precise for a moment, that the Revenue Canada breaks down those filing taxes into 5 groups, 5 quintiles, bottom 20, second 20, third tier, fourth tier, and up to the very top tier of 20% income earners. So let's just take the middle group. That's an odd way to define middle class, by using the middle group. And that group under this Liberal tax plan gets very little. And perhaps that's why Liberals don't want to actually define the middle class, because if they just keep referring to it and referring to it over and over again, Canadians who are in the middle class, in fact, might think that the Liberals are talking about them when looking at this tax plan. But for those Canadians who are earning what might seem as middle class money, let's take one group that can be defined, and let's get specific. Those earning between $48,000 a year and $62,000 a year. Perhaps Liberals don't think those are middle-class Canadians, but I'm going to walk out on a limb and say they are. Well, they get $50 under this Liberal tax plan. Well, they might think that's nice, but one increase in energy bills in northern British Columbia will take care of that $50. Now, those, say, earning quite a bit more, up in the top 20%, let's say, between $166,000 and $211,000, those folks will get more than $800 back, not $50, $800 back. Now, Liberals can stand in the House today and argue that somebody making $200,000 a year needs the $800. And I know some of my Conservative colleagues used to make the same arguments. At least they had the effrontery to do it. What worries me about where the Liberals are headed on this thing is that they continue to reference a group of Canadians without ever defining it, hoping that Canadians might be tricked or guiled into thinking that they might be talking about them. And then when they get their tax returns back, we'll look at a $50 extra bit at the end and say, well, what happened to that big middle-class tax help that was meant to come? What happened to that election that we watched week after week where the Prime Minister, and is now being echoed by his MPs here in the House, talking incessantly about the middle class, and yet unwilling, unable to define it. And then when the proof comes to pudding, when it's time to actually see, all right, for those that are in the middle income earning brackets, what do they get out of this? It's little or nothing. In fact, for 18 million Canadian filers, 18 million Canadians who will file taxes next year, you know what they get out of this Liberal tax plan? Nothing. Shame. Not a thing. And Liberals say, oh, we're helping out so many people. And this is actually a trick. We have to give credit where credit is due. This is something Conservatives used to do. They'd throw out a big number. We're helping 8 million, 9 million people. Aren't we wonderful? And they'd pull a muscle patting themselves on the back so often. And you'd say, well, let's see how that actually proportions out. Is it an equal amount of help across those 8 or 9 million people? Well, no, of course not. The help kind of sloshes up towards the upper end. It sort of gets better and better the more and more that you make, because that's the way the Canadian tax system works. If the Liberals make the cut that they're proposing to do in C2, for those earning north of $200,000 a year, see a benefit of close to $815. Now, those that are not fortunate, not able to earn that kind of money, will see something in the order of $50, or, if they're really unfortunate, nothing. Now, we have to place this into some context, as some of my Liberal colleagues speaking today have. The economy is in significant and serious trouble. I would argue, as many have, in part due to previous policies by Conservative and Liberal governments, that over the past decade, we've lost 500,000 value-added jobs. 500,000 jobs in those factories and plants that were good family-supporting jobs. 500,000 of those jobs disappeared over that time, and not a whisper of worry, not from the previous government, and not much from the Liberals when they sat in opposition. They said, well, this is transition. And I suppose it looked like a cute turn of phrase for the Prime Minister's speechwriters when he was off in Davos, suggesting that, you know, we're known for our resources, but we'll leave that behind and we'll be known for our resourcefulness, as if somehow those two things don't go together. That being resourceful with our resources should be the primary role and governing directive of any government in a country as wealthy as Canada, with our endowment of such natural resources. But somehow the Prime Minister and his speechwriters wanted to contradict those two concepts of our economy. That it is no good to be known for your resources. Tut, tut. That's where you get your hands dirty. But we'll be known for our resourcefulness and our creativity. That's something counterposed. Well, I live in a resource-dependent part of this country. And I would suggest that the Canadian economy, as is being borne witness every day on the stock exchange, is still somewhat reliant on the natural resource sector. So I hope that the Prime Minister has walked some of this stuff back. Sometimes these little cute phrases work so well in the drafting room until you put them out and real people actually hear them and say, wait a second, is he talking about me? Is he talking about my job in the forestry sector, in the mining sector, in the petroleum and the gas sector, in the green energy sector? I'm being resourceful with our resources, and I'd like to continue to be. Not a lot of help. Now let's talk about something that is good here, because it's important to be hopeful and optimistic and a little hard work and see where it gets you. And notice that the rolling back of the TFSA limit from 10,000 to 5,500 is important, simply because the cost of this exercise that the Conservatives undertook was incredibly expensive to the Treasury in a very short period of time. And we also know that the people who were able to max out at $5,500 a year, and certainly people who had $10,000 extra money at the end of the year burning a hole in their pocket, were not the middle class, were not certainly the lower end of the economy. They were folks of means. And we also know from the Finance Department's own research on this that the introduction of the TFSA, I believe it was my friend from Alberta will know, 2008, nine, that there was simply another retirement and savings vehicle, that retirement rates didn't actually increase with the advent of the TFSA. So if you bring in a new policy and it doesn't actually do what the policy is meant to do, then it is worth reconsidering. And the government should be credited for at least doing that. Because a price tag of $13 billion to the Treasury in 15 short years is expensive. And if it isn't helping on the retirement that so many of my Conservative colleagues said it would, well then, bearing in mind that this is a problem is something to take a look at. So now, the context of picking up from a government, as the Liberals are now doing, that blew $150 billion on top of the national debt, lost 500,000 manufacturing jobs in the process, and left a very fragile and weakened economy, seems to me that it is very important not only to be able to define the middle class, if you're going to help it out, tell us who they are first, and you know, if a doctor can't actually name what the problem is, I'd be pretty suspicious of any prescription that I got from that doctor. But here we are, with Liberal after Liberal, getting the term middle class in as often as they can, peppering it through their speeches, and yet in very simple, direct questioning, one after another, the very best answer we've gotten from a Liberal so far is that it is not my job to define it. Fascinating. I guess it's just a Liberal job to talk about it. And if you're unwilling to define it, that causes a lot of people consternation. And here's why, Madam Speaker, and I'll end here, that when you break down and get into the actual details of what the Liberals are proposing, that the vast majority of benefit is going to those who lead it the least, and the vast majority of Canadians, the millions upon millions, 18 million tax filers this year that will get nothing from this Liberal government are only going to be disappointed. And expectations are high, my friends. The Red Team across the way made a lot of promises, cited time and time again how help was on its way. After the many dark years under the previous government, here was a new government coming in that understood the middle class. While the leader didn't come from the middle class, he understood what it was to pay those electricity bills and pick up the kids from school. Bad example. That they were going to go ahead and bring something in that would actually help Canadians struggling to make ends meet. And when you look at the actual numbers, we realize that those at the very top end will make 16 times more benefit out of this Liberal plan than those in the middle, and which is an infinite amount more than those at the very bottom. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always appreciate the comments from my colleague and from the New Democratic Party. Having said that, I think that there's a bit of a stretch in terms of what it is he's trying to portray here. Madam Speaker, what you'll find is that within the throne speech and this legislation, that the Government of Canada is setting the stage that will, in fact, see the middle class do quite well. He seems to be wanting to focus on one aspect of the plan, Madam Speaker, and then embellishes on it, much like he talks about the manufacturing industry. Truth be known, it was in the last 10 years where we have seen in excess of 300,000 jobs that were lost in that industry. And when we were in opposition, we fought very hard for those positions. My question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge that this is just one part of the overall plan that is in fact going to see the middle class in Canada supported by this government?
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I don't know if by fighting hard my friend from Winnipeg means when the Prime Minister, then in opposition, went down to, I think it was southwestern Ontario, and said, these manufacturing jobs are gone and they're not coming back. Is that what he meant by fighting hard? And it was closer to 500,000 jobs. Math is important when it comes to those value-added sectors that have been so devastated by government policy or by a simple lack of enthusiasm. And my friend says I am overstretching or over-focusing on the centerpiece of their bill. Well, if the Liberals didn't want a lot of attention on this aspect, this so-called tax cut to the middle class, then they shouldn't have talked about it so much. If they really were going to come out with a plan that was going to give $800 in tax relief to those earning $200,000 a year, and they believe those are the middle class, then say so. And if they were going to give $50 to those earning $50,000 a year, then say so. I'm only reading what's in his bill. If he doesn't like the comments in respect to what's in his bill, then they shouldn't have written this piece of legislation. They should have brought us a better one, a progressive piece of tax legislation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's not very often that I do agree with a member from Skeena-Buckley Valley, but I think he did raise some very important points in this debate today. And I think, first of all, we've talked clearly about how the Liberals promised that this would be a revenue neutral. The rich pay more, the middle class pay less. I'm going to use an example. If you had a husband-wife, which we have had in the past, as members of Parliament, they would be, I think using his numbers, getting a $1,600 tax break. But not only would they be getting a tax break, it is going to be going to the debt of our children and grandchildren. So again, I'd like to ask the member if he's got some ideas in terms of how inappropriate or who's going to actually ultimately pay this debt that they're going to create.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It's the scenario which my friend suggested, a member of Parliament and their spouse, husband and wife, a husband and a husband, a wife and a wife, whatever the scenario might be. It's 2016. The concept of how it would greatly benefit those earning quite a bit more is of concern. It's one of our concerns that we raised around income splitting, that when you started to look through the analysis of who was more to benefit from this, that from the parliamentary budget officer on down, there was basic flaws within the policy design. Now, if you're looking to, we've actually made a proposal to what the Liberals have brought forward here. So instead of doing nothing for 18 million people, the NDP is moving a proposal, and if the Liberals are truly open to helping out Canadians, our single amendment would now allow 80% of all Canadians to access some benefit from what the Liberals are proposing. We'll see how it works out at committee. But Jack Layton used to tell us in this place, it's not just good enough to oppose, we have to propose. And the proposal New Democrats are making is to make what is a bit of a ham-fisted approach to trying to help out the middle and lower income Canadians into something that would actually be a lot more equitable in helping out 80% of all tax filers, and particularly those at the lower and middle ends. We'll see what we get when we get to committee. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. He's done an amazing job in this House since the year 2004 on behalf of his constituents, and I will certainly do my best to follow such an amazing performance. It's an honour to rise again in this House to speak on behalf of my wonderful constituents from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and to take part in the debate on Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. As we all know, this bill makes various changes to the Income Tax Act, but today I'm going to concentrate on two of them, the changes to the income tax brackets and the contribution limit to the tax-free savings account. Now, the Liberals were elected on the promise of bringing tax relief to the quote-unquote middle class, and indeed the words from their campaign website paint a rosy picture for the average middle-class Canadian. Let me just read you some of the words. We will give middle-class Canadians a tax break by making taxes more fair. When middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets to save, invest, and grow the economy, we all benefit. Yeah, it sounds pretty rosy. It sounds pretty rosy. Now, before I get to the crux of the matter with the tax changes, I want to speak first about the tax-free savings account, because this is on something that the NDP can agree with on the Liberals. Now, when the Conservatives were in power, we heard time and time again that the TFSA was an excellent tool for helping seniors. And I know very well from hearing from seniors across my riding that the TFSA contribution limit would be of little help compared to many of the NDP's proposals. It was a step in the right direction to lower the TFSA limit placed on by the Conservatives because the higher limit yields disproportionate benefits to the richest Canadians. The TFSA increase would have cost the Treasury billions of dollars in the decades to come. In fact, it's estimated that the combined federal-provincial cost would have been $132 billion by the year 2080. $132 billion. Where is that money going to be made up from? Now, we know that all the Conservative responses it weren't a problem for the Prime Minister's grandchildren. We heard that mentioned in the last speech by Joe Oliver. But however, we in the NDP, we believe in creating a sustainable future where no one is left behind. And the problem lies in what we have seen through many Liberal governments in the past. They act in some small measure, but do nothing really to deal with the issues that middle and working class Canadians are facing. Presently, we are dealing with a very difficult economy. There are layoffs, and the power of our dollar has been shrinking by the week. This is making our already precarious seniors living in food insecurity even more insecure. Now to the matter which I am looking forward to address, the so-called middle-class tax cut. The Liberals have decided to use their first piece of legislation, Bill C-2, not to deal with our ruined economy, but with a bill that will not lower taxes for 60% of Canadians. In my riding, if you make the average income of $37,000 a year, you will receive precisely zero in benefits. We know that the price of vegetables has gone up by 10% in the last year, and we've seen a report from the University of Guelph that predicts that food prices will again rise higher than inflation. This price of food disproportionately affects the most vulnerable Canadians, and this is something that really hurts the real middle class in this country. The seniors and Indigenous people in my riding are some of the most adversely affected by this drastic price increase. Now, if we get to the people who are actually lucky enough to get into the middle-class tax bracket range, the maximum that many of these people will see, as was alluded to earlier, is precisely $50, a figure that is just negated when you take into effect the costs of inflation. In fact, that $50 is basically going to be eaten up by 5 stalks of cauliflower over the year at the supermarket with the way food prices are going. It's important for us to point out the contrast here today. And I want to show you, Madam Speaker, some of the figures that we've gotten from Statistics Canada. The average office worker making $39,000 a year, $0. Hairstylist making an average of $27,000 a year, $0. Even the fish plant worker making $26,000 a year, $0. However, I do want every Liberal member of Parliament to understand they are giving themselves a tax break of $679. Every parliamentary secretary on the government side is giving themselves a tax break of $679. They're doing it for lawyers, for well-paid bankers, and so on. But for the average middle-class Canadian, they are getting precisely $0 under this bill. Now, we have a constituency week coming up next week where we all get to travel back to our ridings and meet with our communities, and I very much am looking forward to that. I would, however, love to see how Liberal members of Parliament are going to explain to the so-called common folk in their riding, the middle-class Canadians, what the real deal is with their tax break, how they are giving themselves $679 in tax breaks, but for the rest of the people in the riding, precisely $0 or $50. This middle-class tax cut is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. The Liberals have never been able to define precisely what the middle class is, and they've never answered the question. The median income, defined as the halfway point between a higher half of a data sample and the lower half, and probably a good place to actually define the middle class, the median income is $31,000 a year, but this group is going to receive precisely $0. Now, the proposal for middle-class tax cuts, this legislation is actually going to be working for families that make between $166,000 a year and $200,000 a year. This falls among the richest 90 to 95% of Canadians. And I believe this action seems to suggest that either the Liberals are not here to help the real middle class, or that they believe the middle class are actually people earning the 90th percentile of income. The cost of helping such a small portion of the richest Canadians will exert an incredible amount of pressure on the government books. In fact, this tax cut overall is estimated to cost our revenue stream $8.9 billion over the next 6 years. This plan was a piece of election hyperbole that was meant to seem progressive, but is actually detrimental to our middle and working classes. Liberal governments of the past have been able to flash left and then turn right while they're in power, and we in the NDP do not intend to let them get by without a struggle on that front. This change is not the way we take care of our most vulnerable population like seniors, let alone the actual middle class. This is not the change our most vulnerable citizens were looking for. Now, the NDP is here not just to point out the inconsistencies in the Liberal plan, but to propose alternatives. We will be doing so here and in committee. A progressive opposition will stand for the values of fairness for all instead of an economy rigged for the highest earners. We believe in helping the real middle class and not just the high-income earners that the Liberals have labelled as the middle class. We have developed proposals that will fix the Liberal plan and make it actually correspond to their campaign promise to Canadians. And we believe that we've lowered the first income tax bracket by 1 percentage point, then 83% of taxpayers would benefit from this proposal. This solution would benefit many more Canadians, and the cost to difference would be minimal. And furthermore, we could actually make it further minimize the cost to the Treasury if Liberals would just agree with the NDP to increase corporate tax rates by just a smidgen more, to ask corporations to pay a little bit more of their fair share instead of downloading costs onto Canadians. Now, I want to just end my speech, Madam Speaker, by quoting a few people, a few validators who have studied this bill. So according to the research chair in taxation and public finance at the University of Sherbrooke, couples with a combined income of $250,000 a year would gain about $1,100 in tax cuts, while couples with a combined income of $75,000 a year would get an average of $0 to $4. Finally, Gordon Pape, certainly no friend of the NDP, he wrote in the Globe and Mail, "Finally, let's consider low-income earners. There are a lot more of them than those who fall into the middle-income category. The Liberals didn't offer them any relief, so the only break they get is from the indexing of tax brackets. They are the ones who could have really used a tax cut, but somehow they got lost in the election hyperbole. Too bad." Anyways, I will conclude my speech there, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to address this Parliament.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his speech, which he delivered this afternoon, this Monday.
Agree with the idea of delivering upwards of hundreds of dollars to, on average, to 9 million Canadians, but was pleased to hear that he agreed with our rolling back of the TFSA. Wonder if he agrees as well, as part of our plan to deliver real change to Canadians, that he likes the idea of lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit, which will come before this House, the idea of investing at a historic rate in infrastructure, social, green, and public transit infrastructure that we know lifts that the health of people in communities, increases the quality of life and well-being. If he agrees with the leadership in health and helping to lower drug costs for Canadians, and leadership in home care delivery, and resetting the relationship with Indigenous Canadians, does he see those as valuable plans that this government and this Parliament can move forward on? Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Of course, we in the Progressive Opposition are always going to stand forward and agree on conclusive measures to help those most vulnerable, whether it's children, the elderly, poverty overall. However, we are debating Bill C-2 today, and that is why I'm not talking about future plans in the budget. You know, with all of the problems that Canada is facing, you know, Bill C-2 could have been an opportunity to introduce some very worthwhile legislation to tackle problems. Why didn't we introduce legislation to tackle the Employment Insurance Act? Why didn't we use it to reverse some of the harmful legislation of the previous Conservative government? We could have done something to lift seniors out of poverty. Instead, we're introducing a tax bill to help wealthy Canadians, not middle-class Canadians. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was great to hear
that the member is quite concerned about families and seniors, and this is something that I have also heard much from at the doors. I met with both seniors groups. I spend time in senior care facilities and that kind of thing. And so I got to hear a lot of what they had to say. And one of the big things that they talk about a lot is availability of doctors. They say generally that, especially in northern Alberta, where I'm from, it's difficult to get a family doctor. Now, the Liberal government has proposed a new tax bracket for the 1%, and many of our doctors end up in this 1%. So we are concerned about brain drain, and is the member not also share my concern that the cost of this new tax bracket might cost us, these resourceful professionals, and times like with this new tax bracket? Is he not concerned about brain drain as I am? Thank you.
Honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat and Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I do know a little bit about doctors, being the son of one, and I know from speaking to my father and many of his colleagues, yes, they do earn quite a bit of money and they have an important skill set. But you know what? Every single one of them that I talk to would be happy to pay a little bit more in taxes if they knew that we had a progressive taxation system that was going to help the most vulnerable. So that's what I would say in my answer to you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
I want to thank my colleague for his most incredible speech. And what I really want to know about is in my riding, we have a lot of issues with families struggling with daycare costs and not having the spaces that they need. With this tax break, will there be any support for those families?
The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from North Island, Powell River, for the question. And she, like I, we heard that on the doorstep with families that were looking for childcare spots. And this tax break does nothing for that. You know, for a family that's earning in the neighborhood of $75,000 a year, that's a combined income. So that means you have two individuals who are earning $35,000 to $38,000 a year. So they are not getting anything back. And to touch on the child care issue, you know, we of course are going to welcome any kind of a benefit that comes for the nation's children. I'm a father of 3.5-year-old twins myself. I understand what it's like to raise kids in this environment. But the issue is the lack of child care spaces and affordable ones at that. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
I start this debate and this presentation focused on exactly what the bill is. I've been listening to opposition members talk about what isn't in the bill, and quite often what isn't in the bill because that's not what the bill is about. So you can talk about daycare, you can talk about pipelines, you can talk about the need for doctors in remote communities. We will get to those issues in time, but we are dealing with a very specific bill that deals with some specific issues for a couple of reasons. First, this is an amendment to the Income Tax Act, and in order to have it apply to the year in which we want the tax cut to occur, it required us to come back before the new year to get those measures in place ahead of the calendar year. It's a technicality, and it's one of the reasons why it was such a critical priority and why there was speed involved in getting this to the floor of Parliament and off to committee, so it could take place in the calendar year where the relief is expected. So what is the proposal? Well, the proposal really focuses on two critical issues. One is a tax cut to a very specific set of incomes between $45,000 approximately and $91,000 approximately to reduce taxes for income earners that pass through that category or situated in that category. And the other thing is to roll back a boutique tax cut that was presented to us last year in the previous government, which doesn't deliver significant relief to a broad band of Canadians, but rather privileges a very specific few in a very specific situation. And in order to give us the resources to try and balance the budget and deliver more general and more targeted tax relief to very specific groups that we think need it, again, a very specific measure is needed. So the tax cut is very simple. It is relief for middle-income earners who are quite clearly, in volatile economic times, experiencing extraordinary stress on the incomes that they earn. Does it provide income support for all Canadians, and in particular, as we've heard, from the lowest income Canadians? No. Other measures are on their way to deliver that sort of tax relief, but this one was one that we committed to in the campaign, and in order to get it in place in this calendar year, in preparation for this year's budget, it needed to be introduced in a timely way. It's an important measure, though. It starts to make the tax system fairer. And one of the complaints we heard about the previous layer upon layer of tax reliefs that were presented to us by the previous government was they skewed towards the more affluent and quite frankly, Canadians who are doing well. And what we heard was that in order to give people a confidence that the taxes they're paying were fairer, that needed to be changed. And so we started to change the tone of the conversation about tax relief and targeted at areas and at groups of people that didn't feel the previous government's tax relief measures were fair. And the income splitting, the TFSA dynamic, I think, is the most obvious one. Yes, there are lots of people that participate in the program. We're not eliminating the program. We're simply not expanding it. But we know is that the bulk of the people who participate, in particular lower income Canadians, what we know is that they don't max out those the tax-free savings accounts. The folks that are maxing out the tax-free saving accounts, the folks that have, after all of the years bills have been paid and all of the taxes and all of the expenses being addressed, the ones that have $10,000 lying around to invest into one of these tax-free saving accounts, those folks tend to already be doing well. That's why they have the $10,000 in their accounts to manage as the previous provision allowed. What we're simply saying is that rather than benefit those that are doing well, let's drive the support into those that are struggling to deliver services to their families and support their communities and aim those tax breaks at middle-income earners. That being said, quite clearly, this is not the last thing we're going to do. If the proposal was to do this and nothing else, and then simply just manage the government's finances and programs as they are currently configured, and do nothing for the next 3.5 years, much of the criticisms I've heard in this debate so far and have read in the newspapers would be justified. But you know that we've also committed to sustaining some of the other components of our campaign platform. For example, you've heard the Minister in the House already commit to a review of EI eligibility and processing times. You've also heard us talk about the need to reevaluate that program to make sure that people that pay into the system get the support they need, especially in times when economic volatility creates surges in unemployment, as we're seeing in the province of Alberta right now, tied to the resource sector. You're also hearing us talk about the need to make sure that CPP is reformed, in particular for single seniors who suddenly find themselves in a situation as life rolls through and the demographic changes happen to their families, where suddenly you had 2 pensioners in a single house with rent. Suddenly you find yourself with 1 pensioner with the same rent. We've decided, and we think it's an appropriate reform, to start targeting support for single seniors who face particular problems as a way of alleviating poverty in a very defined group of people in this country, people who would not benefit from this tax cut, but will benefit from other measures that I think we'll start to see defined in the budget that's going to be presented. Most importantly, for the family that was previously described in a speech, a family that earns $75,000 collectively within their household with children, yes, this tax measure doesn't specifically target relief for that particular circumstance, but we have promised to double the child tax benefit, not get rid of it, double it, and instead of taxing it, as the previous government has done, we will make it tax-free. That's a commitment we made in the campaign. That specific initiative benefits that particular group of individuals in a very targeted way and provides the kind of support for lower-income Canadians, especially those with children, in a way that will alleviate poverty, in particular for children, the most vulnerable group in that population, perhaps. And that is one of the ways in which the targeted approach by this government, which will be unveiled in the budget, is going to be rolled out. We are also talking about a whole series of other measures which don't necessarily put more dollars into the pocket directly of families in this country, but start to alleviate some of the significant pressures that low-income Canadians are under. For example, housing costs and transportation costs, when taken as a bundle, in the region of the country where I come from, for low-income Canadians and the income group that has been described in the previous speech, constitutes about 71% of household costs for a typical working family. Think of that. When you add housing to transportation, close to 71% of the disposable income for a family is sucked into those two categories. If we don't move the yardsticks on those two particular issues, if we don't deliver better transit and better housing supports right across the full spectrum of housing needs, we are not addressing the issue that is the call, that is motivating the call for income support. In other words, if we can get housing costs down and transit costs down, we actually do support low-income Canadians in a comprehensive, across-the-board way that's direct and meaningful. But we do something else with that program. We also put people back to work to earn the incomes they need to pay those bills. It's not enough just simply to cut taxes for people if you're not also providing jobs to earn the income to pay the taxes. And so you've got to look at these things in a holistic manner, and we have in our program. However, you can't start building housing in the first week of a new government. There are agreements to be struck and negotiated with provinces, with housing providers. There are programs that need to be rekindled because, unfortunately, the previous government put all of the eggs in one basket. And this time I'm not talking about the petroleum industry. I'm talking about the housing industry. The focus on Chez Noir, on Housing First, which simply prioritize rent supplements over a housing construction program, meant that we're not starting with a robust housing market that allows us to house lower-income Canadians effectively. We have to rekindle that program and get it moving forward again. That takes a bit more time than simply introducing a tax measure. And so those provisions are going to come out. They'll be seen as part of our infrastructure program, but make no mistake about it, our commitment to infrastructure is not just about building stronger communities and better cities and helping provinces get people back to work. It's also about reconstructing the fabric of this country to provide support for low-income Canadians who need housing support and transit support in order to access education, access work, access services, and move forward with a higher quality of life. So income support is part of it. Direct support through a rethinking of some of the current programs that support low-income Canadians, in particular CPP and EI, but as well employment programs that deliver the infrastructure to create much stronger fabrics, urban fabric and infrastructure fabric is part of it, but as well it also delivers the work we need to see Canadians getting back to supporting themselves and moving the whole agenda forward as a complete comprehensive package. That is the campaign platform, but it's also our government's agenda. And as I said, you're not going to see all of it in the first 10 weeks of a new government because it takes time to bring partnerships together to make those things a reality, in particular in housing and transit. It's not a question of just simply cutting a check and seeing a transit program get built overnight. Programs take time. And unfortunately, in many of these instances, we're starting from a standstill. Nowhere do you see it more obvious than in the resettlement of refugees from Syria. I heard a question last week from across the way from a member that said, why isn't there housing available for all these refugees? Well, the reason there's no housing available is because the previous government had virtually no housing program. And as a result of that, you can't house 25,000 people overnight. It takes time to build the housing, to fund the housing, to approve the housing, and then make sure you built the housing in the right places where people are going to be able to use it. And so we're moving forward on those programs in a comprehensive, steady way, but it's not the thing you do first. It's one of the things you do as part of a comprehensive package that will be contained in a budget. And while members of this House may be frustrated that we're saying many of the answers to their questions lie in the budget, which we presented in weeks, not months, it will be presented to this House as part of a comprehensive strategy towards those issues which aren't addressed directly by the current bill in front of us. That's the reality. You know, we've only been governing for about 10 or 11 weeks. That's just short of the length of the campaign. I mean, think about it. The entire election campaign was 78 days. We've only been in power for close to 100 days. So a bit of patience as we move towards our first budget, I think, is in order. But as I said, this particular bill requires being introduced ahead of the calendar year to make sure it's in place to accommodate the changes to the tax code that are required. And the changes are very, very specific. The changes here are designed to support middle-income earners that earn in the category between $45,000 and $91,000 approximately, to reduce their tax rate by about 7%, and in doing so, to give some relief to a very critical part of our population that is struggling right now with inflation and increased housing costs and other dynamics that are causing pressure on the household budgets. But to suggest or to criticize this bill for what's not in it misses the point. Many of the questions and many of the debates and many of the speeches will be more finely attuned to the budget debate than to this particular one. And I think that needs to be said. Because as I sit here and listen to everything that's being thrown as criticism at this bill, it's not actually about the substance of the bill. And so it's hard to answer it and say that, that this bill should do X, Y, and Z when this bill is quite clearly designed to do one very specific thing. I want to say something else. I've heard criticism that the amount of money that's being provided as support is not enough from some people who favor much deeper tax cuts. And from another portion of the opposition, I've heard that the support isn't deep enough. Finding a balance in troubled and volatile economic times is something that we're all going to have to work very hard to articulate and achieve. You can't solve the complexity of the problems that have been presented to us with one-size-fits-all magic bullet solutions. And so the complete list of programs which I just described is forthcoming. You can see them in our campaign platform. You can see our ministers talking in the House as they answer questions of the opposition. That is the totality of our approach. That is the holistic way in which we're hoping to not only grow the middle class, but create a stronger economic platform for this country to thrive, and with the investments that we're talking about, build not just back the capacity of the middle class to thrive and move forward in this country, but also to see our partners in municipal governments and provincial governments have the capacity to also make investments to do the other things that are required to strengthen the Canadian economy and diversify it so that it doesn't enter these periods of volatility quite as vulnerably as it has in the past year. So things like the investments in housing, and the investments in the environment, and the investments in social infrastructure, and of course the investments as well in transportation and transit are again part of that larger agenda to strengthen the middle class with job creation, to sustain the middle class's capacity with tax cuts and reforms to programs which sustain their ability to participate in a strong and a valued way. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that we keep an eye on poverty. And I appreciate the comments and the concerns and the issues that have been raised around poverty. Poverty within the Aboriginal, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, both on and off reserve, in particular in urban settings where concerns the riding that I represent. I appreciate the focus on seniors who are struggling as private pensions sometimes become fragile and public pensions don't keep pace with some of the cost pressures that are arriving. As we move towards demographic changes will show that we'll have many more seniors in vulnerable situations moving forward. I understand that there's a need to act there, and in particular on child poverty. Child poverty is something which this House is committed to eliminate, but we haven't. It's something which you look at the riding that I represent, there are more poor children within an hour of the downtown core of Toronto than there are all of Atlantic Canada combined. These are serious issues that we have got to solve in this House. Will this bill in of itself solve those issues specifically, immediately? Of course not. You'd be crazy to think so. We have to get on to those issues as part of the larger budget process and throughout the mandate of this government. But this is the first step. And the first step that we're taking provides very specific, very targeted tax relief to a very defined group of people in this country. But rest assured, there is more to come. There is more to come as we start the project of building back both the size and the capacity and the health of the middle class in this country. And I want to end by talking about how housing fits into this, because I think it's critical. This debate cannot begin and end with just a simple tax cut. We need to start delivering across the full spectrum of housing needs in this country. And this is an issue which I think will actually define whether or not we succeed in rebuilding the middle class and giving it the strength it needs. It's not just about affordable housing, it's about housing affordability. There are markets of housing in this country that if you saw a sudden correction, if you saw a sudden spike in mortgage payments or a sudden drop in equity in people's households, you would create poverty the likes of which this country hasn't seen for decades. We need to manage the full spectrum of housing needs in this country. We need to make sure, yes, there's a way to get from the street into a shelter, from the shelter into affordable housing, from affordable housing into home ownership, and from home ownership there to a path to the middle class. The housing strategies that we're going to see in this House, to me, are fundamentally the most important conversation we're going to have about alleviating poverty and strengthening the middle class. If we don't get to that conversation, if we get hung up on simply measuring the percentages of tax cuts and the size of the deficit and the size of the debt as it moves forward, if all we do is focus on the numbers and don't focus on the actual living conditions of Canadians right across the housing spectrum of this country, we will never solve these issues. And so in the weeks and months ahead, what we need to focus on is as we build capacity in the middle class, we create the housing required to accommodate middle class aspirations in this country. We have got to do that. And if we fail to do that, this Parliament and this debate will have been for nothing. Because you can cut taxes and cut taxes and cut taxes and cut taxes all you want. But if the quality of life doesn't change, and the capacity to move forward as an individual or as a community doesn't get shifted, nothing will be achieved. And housing lies at the heart of it. Housing is no longer simply a wealth transfer, and it can't be. It's also it has to be about protecting middle-class investments. It has to be about making sure low-income Canadians have a place to thrive and that vulnerable Canadians are sheltered and protected properly. But we also have to look at it as a tool that solves most of our other challenges that we face in this country. It's the tool that we need to use to solve some of our energy crisis and climate change dynamics. It's the tool we need to use to deal with child poverty. It's an important tool in making sure Aboriginal, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis Canadians have access to stable and thriving life opportunities. Housing is the solution. And that's where I think we're going to have the most complex debate, and where many of the issues that are defined are going to have the most impact, is if we can get that piece right, the tax cuts we talk about, the changes to unemployment insurance, the changes to CPP, the changes to the way in which we support vulnerable Canadians, if we have the platform for their lives solidified and protected and move forward as a federal agenda, I think we're going to achieve great things in this Parliament. It starts with this tax cut for technical reasons, perhaps symbolic reasons, but the entire program is what's about to be presented to you in the next budget. The entire program is what we'll be debating over the next 3 to 4 years, and many of the questions you raise, which are important questions, will be directly addressed in those days to come. But for the meantime, this is the first step. I look forward to your support and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member said let's focus on the bill. So I'm going to do just that. I want to focus specifically in terms of what this bill is going to do. It is going to take him as a member of Parliament and probably give him a so-called middle-class tax break in the range of $600 to $800 that he is going to receive. This is going to add to the debt of our country because their math was wrong. They said that the rich paying more, which is over $200,000, would result in a revenue-neutral middle-class tax cut. But that's wrong. It's wrong by $1.24 billion. So he is going to accept another $600 to $800 in his pocket at the expense of the future generations and his grandchildren. As someone who regularly stands up in this House and speaks about affordable housing and poverty, how can he stand up and vote for this particular bill?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, the bill also proposes a significant increase to people earning over $200,000 a year, and that's part of the way it's paid for. All tax cuts benefit some to the advantage and disadvantage of others. That's the way taxes are built. We're trying to shift the tax system back into a fairer structure. People who earn whose income passes through the bracket of $45,000 to $91,000 benefit. All of us who are in that situation benefit. And the hope is that through that we invest back into the economy by spending, that we generate economic activity, and in doing so we start to lift up the economy, providing jobs and opportunities for others. But as I said, if this was the only measure we took and the only focus that we provided in the next 4 years, your criticism would be legitimate. But this is the first initiative of a basket of initiatives to try and make the tax system fairer, and in making it fairer, deliver a confidence to the Canadian people that the middle class is both being rebuilt and that our other pressing needs, those who are lower income Canadians, are now in a position to be addressed specifically. Do some of us benefit? Of course. It's an easy criticism to make. But at the end of the day, when the totality of all of the measures are put in place, what you're going to see is equity return to the tax system, and that is what the bill seeks to do. Although as a first step, it does expose it to that criticism.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
These tax cuts over the campaign, I think it's a pretty bad sell when you have to pitch a budget that hasn't even been presented yet to justify your tax cuts, because that's what this member's just been doing for the past nearly 20 minutes. The fact is, he's asked about the substance of the bill. He wants to hear criticisms of the substance of the bill. That's what New Democrats have been doing all morning since this debate started, is we've been asking this government why they won't make a simple modification to this change to the tax code to make sure that people earning less than $45,000, and that includes medium income earners of $31,000, actually get something, because right now they're getting nothing at all. Is this member perhaps embarrassed by that, and that's why he spent all his time talking about a budget that hasn't even been tabled?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
The question that's presented by that inquiry is quite a simple one. What's the best way to provide support for the lowest of income earners in this country? Is it tax relief, or is it other programs that deliver resources straight to their pocket? I think we believe the changes that we're bringing to the child tax credit, the changes that we're bringing to EI eligibility, the changes that we're talking about around CPP, the changes that we're talking about in totality are our best approach, and I think the best approach, and the approach supported by the majority of Canadian voters, the approach to deliver relief to poverty in this country. I don't disagree with the goal that's just been stated through that question. What we disagree with is the strategy, and I don't believe that cutting taxes for low-income earners is the quickest or best or most sustainable way to prevent poverty and to build opportunities for people in low incomes to move into stable middle-class earning capacities. And so it's a difference in strategy, but it's not a different in terms of goals.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Very well, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be putting a question to my colleague on his speech today. I was extremely impressed by all the detail he went into concerning our platform, which over the next 4 years is certainly going to help Canadians to benefit tremendously from these changes that will have been implemented over these next 4 years. So one thing I would like to hear the member speak on is that the opposition has said on a number of occasions that we should raise taxes for small businesses. And my colleague explained during his speech that this government wants to invest in Canada and Canadians and not raise taxes to go backwards and to slow down the economy. And the other thing I'd like to hear him expand on is the importance of the 1% increase, or rather the 5% increase on taxes on the wealthiest people in Canada. Why, in his opinion, are we the only party that is asking the wealthiest to do their part to help Canadians who are more underprivileged?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. In future, I might answer in French. I'm still studying French, but I'm not ready.
Specifically in English, and I apologize. I think that the move we've made to double the summer employment program is a very interesting one. We could have perhaps chosen to raise minimum wage for a very small percentage of federal workers and try to pretend that we're helping young people get work by paying them better, even though it's not as broad-based an approach as possible. But in doubling the summer employment program and making sure that small businesses are eligible, by not raising their taxes, they have the capacity to hire. By assisting in the hiring, by doubling the grants and putting more money into the system so more students can be hired, we see it as a comprehensive way to get at one of the hardest groups to get employment, one of the groups suffering from low employment wages and opportunities, youth. And so there are other ways to approach these programs that are contained within our platform, and they're part and parcel with a holistic approach to alleviating poverty, to building a strong middle class, and delivering a different approach than perhaps enunciated by some of our members opposite. It's not that raising minimum wages is a bad idea, and I don't think we criticize the idea. The question is, when you have limited resources and you're in volatile economic times, what's the way you can have the biggest impact, the most direct impact, and work with the partners in the economy to deliver results? And so we're not raising taxes on small businesses or large corporations. We're leaving those dollars in the economy, but then we're directing their activity towards full employment, in particular for young people in this country, as a way of moving this country forward together. It's a different approach, but I think it's the right approach, and the electors certainly supported it.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank my honourable colleague, the parliamentary secretary. I wish we could reframe this debate, Madam Speaker, and I think that when we talk about middle class, I hope, and certainly during the election campaign, both the New Democrats and the Liberals were in a stampede to embrace the middle class. I'm hoping that this is really coded language for addressing inequity. I hope that it's really about the inequality where the wealthiest 0.002% of Canadians have more wealth than the bottom 34% of Canadians. I hope that we are really talking about, as the parliamentary secretary suggests, a suite of measures, but I don't think we can measure it against how well does the middle class work. I don't think any economist has a definition of what middle class means. We do know what inequality means, and it means the poorest fall behind and the billionaires make more, and that's going to take a whole lot more than what we see before us in C2.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I share the analysis. Quite frankly, our language may differ, but I think, again, as I said in the speech, our goals are the same. It is about inequality. It's why there is a proposal for a tax increase on the top 1% of wage earners contained in this bill. It's why it shifts the TFSA, instead of maximizing the capacity of it in terms of your donation to it, it sustains it at its current level because we see it as an effective tool, but we don't see it as a one-size-fits-all cure-all for some of the challenges. Alleviating poverty. Getting people in low-income situations on a path to middle-class existence, growing the capacity, the size of the middle class, creating fairness in our society is the goal of our government. This particular bill addresses one particular strategy: income tax for a very specific group of people who have, quite frankly, income. But when you're dealing with lower-income Canadians or Canadians on social assistance, a whole different approach is required. Cutting taxes for a single senior on CPP doesn't deliver opportunities or support. Boosting CPP does, and you will see measures addressed specifically at that group as part of a larger equity agenda as our budget unfolds in the weeks and days ahead.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to advise you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate him on his election to this House. Madam Speaker, this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to rise to speak in the 42nd Parliament. So first, I'd like to thank the constituents of my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, for electing me for my 5th term and for trusting me once again to represent them here in Ottawa. I'd also like to acknowledge the team of volunteers in my community who worked so very hard each and every day over that 11-week period. Without them, I know that I would not be here today. I'd also like to congratulate my colleagues on all sides of the House for their election, and I look forward to working with them over the coming years. I'm incredibly proud to call the riding of Haldimand, Norfolk my home, and I continue to work hard to be the strong Conservative voice that my constituents have asked for in Ottawa, and I'll fight to make our riding an even more wonderful place in which to live, to work, and to raise a family. Haldimand, Norfolk is full of hard-working individuals who know the value of a dollar. Our Conservative government always believed that Canadians' money belongs to them and that they know what is best for themselves and their families. Canadians in all income groups have seen their incomes rise since 2006, that is, their take-home incomes. The federal tax burden is at its lowest in over 50 years, thanks to our then Conservative government and the more than 180 tax cuts that we made. Madam Speaker, these tax reductions gave Canadians the flexibility to make choices that were right for them, to help build a solid foundation for their future economic growth and higher standards of living for themselves and for their children. Canadians at all levels are benefiting from that tax relief, with low and middle-class Canadian families receiving proportionately greater benefits. More than 1 million low-income Canadians were removed from the federal tax rolls altogether due to our Conservative government's tax policies. We significantly improved the lives of Canadians, while at the same time keeping our promise to balance the budget and stay fiscally responsible. As we all know, Madam Speaker, the current Liberal government made it clear in its platform that it will be taking the surplus that the previous government left it, and it will be entering into multi-year deficits. Now, one of the problems with that is that was once a promise to keep the deficit to $10 billion has now ballooned to $20 billion, or possibly even $30 billion. Every week, we hear more holes in the Liberal costing of their platform. More recently, the Parliamentary Budget Officer contradicted the Liberals' claim of a cost-neutral tax increase to Canadians. Now, it's clear to Canadians that there's one party that will always look out for our hardworking taxpayers, and that, of course, is the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, among the multitude of tax relief measures that our government introduced, perhaps the most popular is the Tax-Free Savings Account, or TFSA. The TFSA is the most important new savings vehicle introduced in Canada since the RRSP was introduced more than 50 years ago. Available since its introduction by our Conservative government in 2009, the TFSA is a flexible, registered, general-purpose savings vehicle that allows Canadians age 18 or older to earn tax-free investment income. And I should point out that this is a voluntary procedure. Millions of Canadians have taken advantage of the very popular TFSA. They are an excellent way for Canadians to save tax-free and to have the money available for their own personal needs. As a matter of fact, according to Revenue Canada, as of the end of 2013, nearly 11 million individuals, that's roughly 1 in 3 Canadians, had opened a TFSA, and the value of the total assets held in those TFSAs was nearly $120 billion. The TFSA gives Canadians the flexibility to save for purchases like a new home or car, to save to start a business, or to save for their retirement. Many Canadians have maxed out the old $5,500 limit, and many would contribute more if allowed. Our Conservative government made that possible when we raised the maximum contribution limit to $10,000 effective 2015 and for subsequent years. The opposition claims that the TFSAs only benefit the rich. This, Madam Speaker, is blatantly false. In fact, at the end of 2013, individuals with annual incomes of less than $80,000 accounted for more than 80% of all TFSA holders, and about half of TFSA holders had annual incomes of less than $42,000. About 1.9 million individuals have contributed the maximum amount to their TFSAs. About 46% of these individuals were seniors, and over 70% were aged 55 and older. Roughly 60% of the individuals contributing the maximum amount to their TFSAs had incomes of less than $60,000. Many seniors in my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, have shared their concerns with me over the changes proposed by the new Liberal government. Some retirees on fixed incomes struggle to save for their future, and the TFSA, with its limit increase, was one way to make that easier. The fact is that Canadians are living longer than ever, which is great news for all of us. Since 2006, seniors have been benefiting from important money-saving measures such as pension income splitting and taking advantage of their tax-free savings accounts. As of the end of 2013, close to 2.7 million seniors had TFSAs. And the previous government understood that Canadian society thrives in a low-tax environment. It's a shame that the Liberal government is opposed to the enhancements made to the tax-free savings account. They don't realize the benefits that would bring to Canadians across the country. Unlike the prudent fiscal approach that Conservatives took, The Liberals fundamentally believe in irresponsibly high taxes, recklessly high spending, and what seems to be an aspiration towards structural deficits. Madam Speaker, through Bill C-2, the government would significantly cut back on the amount that individuals can contribute to their TFSAs, in spite of the fact that all data shows that those in the middle and low income class are far more likely to use their TFSAs. Meanwhile, the new tax changes that the government has brought in, or is trying to bring in, will provide absolutely no tax relief to those earning less than $45,000 a year. Instead, many low-income people who are using TFSAs will now be worse under this new Liberal government's proposed plan. Our government fulfilled its commitment of doubling the TFSA contribution limits to $10,000, something that was helpful to all Canadians, young and old. This government should be encouraging responsibility and saving, regardless of how irresponsibly they choose to run the nation's finances. They promised Canadians that their plan was revenue neutral. Since then, the Revenue Minister has conceded that the plan is not revenue neutral, but in fact will leave a $1 billion hole. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer has released a report estimating that the cost will be closer to $1.7 billion. This, Madam Speaker, is a broken promise that proves that the Liberal plan has been grossly miscalculated. Canadians know that the Liberal tax plan will end up costing them, so they deserve to know where the money will come from. It's my hope that the Liberal government will see the impact that these changes will have on Canadians and will change direction so that all Canadians may benefit from TFSAs to the max. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the colleague for her comments. I agree with the comments she made about the Liberal plan, the tax plan, providing maximum benefits to wealthy Canadians while nearly 60% of the population will receive nothing. In my riding of Saskatoon West, the largest occupational group is people that work in the retail and service sector, and we know that that group of occupations will be the group that will receive little to no tax benefit from this plan. But I'd like to ask the honourable member if she would join with me and with the NDP in order to propose a different amendment to this bill in order to see the tax benefit actually benefit more lower income Canadians, because during the Conservative government, many in my riding didn't benefit at all. Thank you.
The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, Madam Speaker, we believe it's important that there be equity, that everyone be allowed to continue to benefit from TFSAs. As I mentioned in my remarks, 60% of those with TFSAs earn less than $60,000 a year. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has said that TFSAs disproportionately benefit the wealthy. $60,000 a year is not a wealthy income. 60% of people who have TFSAs, that's what their income is, or less. We believe that the Liberals should repeal this, pull back this legislation so that everyone continues to benefit regardless of their income, because that's good for Canadians and for their families.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from St. John, Rothsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Member Opposite on her passionate speech about TFSAs. And let me quote, "Doubling the annual maximum does nothing for 93.3% of Canadians who cannot max out their TFA's contributions at the existing limit of $5,500 per year. Following a detailed review of this program last winter, the PBO himself said TFSA benefits currently balanced across wealth groups will become increasingly skewed towards high-wealth households. After the recent budget, will the member not agree that the TFSA and especially the increase of TFAs was to pander to the Conservative base?" Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, in fact, Madam Speaker, TFSAs were introduced to benefit all Canadians. Right now, 11 million Canadians have open TFSA accounts. Now, if you think that our population is around 33 to 35 million, that's 1/3 of all Canadians. 1/3 of Canadians, and they must be 18 years of age or over. So this is a very popular program right across the financial spectrum. The wealthy are included in that, but Madam Speaker, 2/3 or 1/3 of the population is not in that bracket. This is a program that appeals to all Canadians. Over 60% of those who have opened them have incomes of less than $60,000 a year. We believe that they should continue to benefit from this program. If they do not contribute to it, to the max, then it shouldn't affect the finances, but they should be given the opportunity.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. And I note that the member talks about the TFSAs, and I think there's different circumstances in people's lives, and it's not about the rich. You can have a 30-some-year-old who's been barely making things meet, has not started to save for his retirement, who has a bit of a windfall gain in terms of an inheritance. You have seniors who are converting their income retirement plans. So I wish my colleague could talk a little bit further about the enormous opportunities that TFSAs had for Canadians and how it really was not just a tool. I know it seems like a lot of money every year, but that balance carried forward for years when people had extraordinary circumstances.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
My colleague raises a very good point. At different points in our lives, different circumstances exist. And often someone receives an inheritance or a windfall perhaps makes a bit of money on the lottery, any other number of circumstances, perhaps separation, which is an unfortunate circumstance, but if they find a job quickly thereafter, they have extra funding to which they need to invest and invest wisely. I think it behooves the Canadian government to support those individuals and to help them protect their earnings going forward so that they can save for a stronger future, which makes a stronger future for us all.
Thank you very much. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Mendonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. The proposed changes to the Act, as the House knows, are the following. Number one, the reduction of room in the tax-free savings account for for hardworking Canadians. And number two, a reduction in taxes that was marketed to Canadians to help the middle class. To preface any comments regarding these changes, I would like to first begin by stating on the record that prior to my election as the representative for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Mendonte, my career was in finance. From personal to small business to commercial finance, I've had experience in planning finances, investment portfolios with the exception of securities, and reviewing financial statements to understand the solvency of both individuals and businesses. My remarks today are focused on 4 clear results of this tax and spend liberal ideology that we're seeing. Number one, the reduction of the tax-free savings account hurts seniors and young people more than anyone else. Number two, it discourages Canadians from saving their money for the future. Number three, the apparent liberal tax reduction to the middle class benefits the top 10% of income earners in this country more than anyone else, while doing absolutely nothing to benefit those earning $45,000 per year or less. Number four, a proposal that this Prime Minister, this Finance Minister, and Liberal government have touted as revenue neutral is single-handedly responsible for $8.9 billion worth of deficit over the next 6 years. Madam Speaker, one of the most innovative tools ever delivered to Canadians, specifically seniors, is the tax-free savings account. While I understand the government is looking at these changes from a theoretical perspective, my goal is to properly communicate what the practical advantages of these changes are. In my opinion, the Liberal government is reducing benefits to seniors and to all Canadians, which had been introduced and changed by our previous Conservative government. For example, A widowed senior is required by Canadian tax code to transition their life savings from a registered retirement savings plan, known as an RRSP, to a registered retirement income fund, known as a RIF. Upon transition to the retirement income fund, this senior must start withdrawing a minimum amount which they are then taxed on. A withholding tax of up to 30% is then levied against withdrawals exceeding the withdrawal limits. Since retirement savings plans and retirement income funds are not truly liquid assets, a person may want to transition their savings into a more liquid vehicle, which is where the tax-free savings account comes in. The hitch is that, as stated, this person is being taxed as much as 30%. The idea that his or her life savings can be placed into a vehicle that can grow without tax in the future is ideal in most situations. However, this government has reduced the annual amount a person can place in the tax-free savings account, which results in one of two things happening for seniors. Firstly, the person is not able to remove as much of their life savings from their registered income fund in any given year. And secondly, the person is taxed based on a higher amount and then taxed again on the growth they attain in their senior years. I do not support separating seniors from their hard-earned money, which is likely being used to secure independent living, a healthy lifestyle, and to live out the remainder of their days as they see fit. I do not support, under any circumstances, raising taxes on seniors in our society. Likewise, I don't support tax increases on young people looking to make the most incredible investment of their lifetime, their first home. CBC has stated the following, quote, with the TFSA, tax-free savings account, young people and home buyers have another option. By contrast to the home buyers plan under the registered retirement savings plan, withdrawals to the tax-free savings account can be repaid to the plan at any time following the year of withdrawal. And unlike the home buyers plan, repayments, failure to repay, amounts withdrawn from the tax-free savings account never result in taxes on funds not repaid. The Liberal government has made it more difficult for young people to save for their first home. These young people in the GTA, Vancouver, and other hot markets throughout the country are being mandated now to save up to 10% for the down payment. At the same time, this Liberal government is clawing back one of the most effective tools to save that 10%. This government action forces young people either to be taxed on the growth of their savings or use the home buyers plan and pay back the money to the home buyers plan over the ensuing 10 years. Repayment in these circumstances can be difficult, as it's a changing life situation moving into home ownership, and new homeowners often find these times challenging. What this Liberal government has done, therefore, is make it more difficult for young people to save and more difficult to purchase their first home. While the Liberal finance minister travels around talking about shrinking household debt and increasing down payments on homes valued over $500,000, their policies are actually discouraging Canadians from saving for that same home. So why does this Liberal government say one thing and do another? This government believes that these tax hikes for seniors and young people trying to save for their first home are necessary. They're necessary in order to pay for their apparent middle-class tax cut. Following the introduction of this apparent middle-class tax cut, economists stated that it actually helped those earning $190,000 a year more than anyone else. In other words, no one will receive more help than those sitting in the top 10% of income earners in this country.
Shame.
How could this Liberal government, Liberal Prime Minister, Liberal Finance Minister, and the Liberal MPs promote cutting taxes for those earning $190,000 a year on the backs of seniors in retirement and young people starting out their lives? Or, like families like the one I grew up in, where we fought and fought for years upon years, like many Canadian families, to get and gain in home ownership. Madam Speaker, I wish that I could stop here. I wish this was where To quote the member from Papineau, the nonsensical behavior of this government ended, but it's not. Not only did this government raise taxes on seniors and young people, reduce incentives for saving, provide lower taxes to the top 10% of society, but when they did it, they threw the government into deficit. It was reported last week that the former Conservative government had left a $400 million surplus in November. In December, the finance minister announced that the Liberals would run a $3.5 billion deficit this year. This means the government has projected to spend $4.1 billion between November and March, more than they take in. How might you ask? Well, the revenue-neutral, quote, middle-class tax cut is not revenue neutral and results in the 2016 fiscal year coming with a $1.7 billion shortfall, according to the Parliamentary Budgetary Office. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it will result in a total $8.9 billion shortfall over the next 6 years. When Canadians elected this government, they did so believing that the middle class would be the great benefactor, that young people would be given greater opportunity, and that seniors would be given a new way to live out the remainder of their days. Based on the promises this government has made, they have shown that we'll say just about anything to anyone to get elected. Canadians will hold them to account for the actions they take, for the actions they fail to take, and in what order they do so. This government's priorities are transparent as a result of the actions they have taken first. As it stands today, Madam Speaker, this government has not prioritized seniors, has not prioritized young people, has not prioritized lower and middle-class Canadians, and has not prioritized our children by leaving a greater deficit year after year. This government has prioritized tax cuts for the top 10% of income earners in Canada. And this is what this government will be judged on. This is what this government will be known for, and this is why, as a Conservative, I cannot support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question before member statements. The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley, a very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome my friend to the House. A brief question for him. Perhaps all day now we've been asking my Liberal friends across the way for a simple or working definition of what the middle class is. They like to use the term ad nauseum, but when asked what the term actually means in the real world, they spin back to the spin. And the reason we ask this question is that when we look at their tax scheme, for those Canadians earning between $48,000 and $62,000 a year, they'll be getting a grand total of $50 in tax cuts from this plan. Well, meanwhile, people earning north of $200,000 a year will get 16 times more in tax cuts from the Liberals. Now, perhaps they'd like to define the middle class as $200,000 and above. I would like my friend to perhaps illuminate myself and the House, and maybe some Liberals as well, as what the middle class might actually mean.
A very brief answer from the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Mendonte, and then you'll have time to respond to further questions after question period. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question from my honourable colleague. Certainly, we heard this narrative through the election talking about the middle class, and you're right. We weren't told by the Liberals what the middle class was defined at. They have defined it, though, through the tax measure they've brought in, because they said they were going to concentrate on middle-class Canadians. Well, they've concentrated on delivering tax relief to the top 10% of income earners in this country. By definition, by priority, what I see and what I think Canadians see is that this Liberal government and my Liberal colleagues across believe that the Canadian middle class is those earning $190,000 and more. Thank you.
Statements by members. The honourable member from Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise before this House to recognize a high school in my riding of Brampton North and the great social activism undertaken by its grade 10 students. Louise Arbour Secondary School is named after a distinguished Canadian who is recognized for her contributions to the Canadian justice system and for her dedication to advancing human rights throughout the world. For this reason, all grade 10 students at Louise Arbor Secondary School are tasked with completing a social action project. I had the great privilege to meet and hear from the following dynamic students: Arman Bangu, Arshdeep Benepal, Gravir Gill, and Jaspreet Heer. These students have begun to take action on issues that they have found to be of vital concern to Brampton and Canada as a whole. Issues such as domestic violence, air pollution, gun crime, animal abuse, and school violence, just to name a few. As their representative in this House, I want to recognize them for their dedication and passion and encourage them to stay engaged in their community.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all the residents of my beautiful riding of Haldimand Norfolk who came out to vote on October 19th, with a particular thanks to those who voted to allow me to serve for a 5th term as their Member of Parliament. It's a real privilege and a pleasure to be able to serve such a remarkable riding and its people for a further 4 years. I'll continue to work hard to be the strong Conservative voice that my constituents have asked for in Ottawa, and I'll continue to fight to make our riding an even more wonderful place to live, to work, and to raise a family. From Long Point to Lowbanks, from Caledonia to Calvin and Cortland, once again, I'd like to thank folks for their support.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the wonderful people of Hamilton West and Castor Dundas who put their trust and confidence in me. I will work every day tirelessly for Hamilton. Today, I wish to speak briefly about my father, Phil Tassi. He was a proud steelworker. He believed in people and worked hard to have people believe in themselves. His example inspires and guides me every day. His approach to life represents Hamilton to me. We are a city of achievement and hard work. We are Canada's biggest steel manufacturer. Now we are innovators in health, advanced manufacturing, and the creative industries. Hamilton was recently named Canada's top-ranked investment city. People have called Hamilton many things: the hammer, the steel city. We are these things, but we're much more. Through our care and support for each other, we chase our dreams with compassion and stubborn belief. I am proud to represent Hamilton, the ambitious city.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Black History Month, and I'm honoured to rise in this House to celebrate the many contributions that Canadians of African and Caribbean descent have made to our great country. In my hometown of Hamilton, the history of these distinguished Canadians runs deep. The Reverend John C. Holland, the son of runaway slaves, was one of Hamilton's most important leaders and the pastor of Stewart Memorial Church, which has its own significant history as part of the Underground Railway. The Honourable Lincoln Alexander was Canada's first black Member of Parliament, first black cabinet minister, and first black lieutenant governor of Ontario. The legacy of these two outstanding Hamiltonians continues today through the work of people like Evelyn Myrie, a driving force in building inclusivity in Hamilton, and Matthew Green, who became Hamilton's first black city councillor in 2014. I encourage everyone to take the time to learn the stories of the many people in Hamilton and all across Canada who played an important role in our history and continue to work to create a more inclusive and a more equal Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
I'm sure it's an unchallenged truth that the Yukon is the most beautiful riding in the country, with the tallest mountains in Canada, the biggest ice fields outside the polar caps, the largest gold rush, World Heritage National Parks, and a 1,000-mile sled dog race. There are tremendous mining, tourism, IT, and arts and culture industries, and very successful Yukon First Nation development corporations. The most important resource, however, of the Yukon is its wonderful people. There are 14 distinct First Nations and large Francophone and Filipino communities. And you get a chance to meet them all today, not only here, but at the Premier's reception for Yukon Days. You can meet the presidents of the Chambers of Commerce, of the mining executives, the Grand Chief, 5 chiefs and deputy chiefs, the Mayor of Whitehorse, the Premier and his ministers, and a delegation of over 50, all working together for the best future of Yukon people. It happens all this evening from 5 to 7 at the Chateau Laurier. Come one, come all, and enjoy true Yukon hospitality.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, it cost Ontario electricity users almost $1.8 billion to send 22.6 million megawatts of electricity south to light the skyscrapers of New York, rather than keep that power to save taxpayers' dollars and give a break to 2.4 million average Ontario households that consume that amount of power. Electricity bills have increased over 68% since the Green Energy Act was inflicted on Ontarians. The Green Energy Act is making a lot of Liberals and their multinational friends wealthy at the expense of seniors and others on fixed incomes who are forced to sit in their winter coats in the dark as they cannot afford to turn on the heat and lights. Energy policy madness has returned to Ottawa with Liberal policy that prefers Canadians buy foreign oil shipped by tanker from Venezuela over environmentally safer methods like Canadian-controlled pipelines. Well, it's 2016, and thanks to Liberal energy policy, for 570,000 households in Ontario.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon, Madame Baptiste Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the outstanding contribution of a dedicated journalist from my riding, Mr. Pierre Morel, who worked to inform the people at home throughout an almost 40-year career. Pierre, like other journalists of the region, was a stalwart for regional information. Unfortunately, regional issues are the poor cousin of media coverage, and according to Influence Communications' most recent report, regional news in the Gaspésie is now at 0.1%. This is a direct result of the media presence in our region. Our region is bursting with talent, dedicated entrepreneurs, visionaries, and creators, and we have the luck to have amongst our citizens people who produce documentaries, animated films, video games, and other creations that promote our culture across the country. We promised during the campaign to reinvest in the CBC, and that is what we will do. Mr. Speaker, if our regions, our people, and our culture shine across Quebec and the rest of Canada, we'll be able to attract new investments and promote new economic development and sustainable jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to recognize the week of February 1st to 5th as Canadian School Counselling Week. School counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential. We all know school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to their career awareness and development. Mr. Speaker, school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. School counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all of our dedicated counselors for all they do for our children and communities and wish them all a happy Canadian School Counseling Week.
The honourable member for Montmagny. The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to highlight today the phenomenal work done by an entrepreneur sharing his expertise well beyond the boundaries of my riding. He employs more than 3,500 people around the world and humbly contributes to improving the services offered to our community. Mr. Bernard Bélanger, who is the president of the board of Premier Tech, whose global headquarters are located in Rivière-du-Loup, trumps the old adage that no man is a prophet in his own land. After having received the National Order of the Legion of Honor from French President François Hollande, it was his country's turn to highlight his outstanding career by making him a member of the Order of Canada. This is the most prestigious civilian honor in our country. Mr. Bélanger is an example of tenacity, professionalism, and humanism. All of his accomplishments, and particularly those in the area of horticultural farming of peat, are in line with the recognition that reflects on our beautiful region and the rest of Canada. Congratulations, Mr. Bélanger. The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate the 96th anniversary of the founding of the RCMP. Since the term of Commissioner Aylesworth Bowen Perry and the first crossing of the Saint-Roch schooner by constables of the Maritime Section in 1932, the RCMP has evolved along with the country. Under Commissioner Maurice Jean Nadon, the first class of female officers graduated from Depot in Regina in 1975, and in 1990, Baltaj Singh Dhillon, a Sikh officer, gained the right to wear the turban in RCMP colors. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege of working with the RCMP Integrated Market Enforcement Team. Since February the 1st, 1920, Maintien le droit has been the motto of those who risk their lives to ensure our safety and protect our values. Let us wish them a happy anniversary.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, almost half of Canadians over the age of 15 perform volunteer work, a collective contribution of over 2 billion hours. Today, I would like to recognize one individual specifically, Olive Dodds. Olive is 105 years old and still makes time to volunteer at Toronto East General, now known as Michael Garron Hospital. She credits the hospital for having saved her life, and amazingly, she's volunteered for the hospital for the last 30 years. A former nurse, Olive is particularly known for her knitting, as she continues to knit dolls for sale to raise funds for the hospital, as well as hats and clothes for newborns. As the Member of Parliament for Beaches East York, I thank Olive Dodds for her service, for her kindness, and for her commitment to volunteerism.
Wonderful. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, generally a member of Parliament is pleased to stand in his or her place in this House and say positive things about his or her riding, but unfortunately today is not that day. In the past year, more than 100,000 Albertans have lost their jobs, and much of their pride with it, many in my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, many more job losses are expected in 2016. Now, we all recognize that many of these job losses are due to the significant drop in world oil prices, but there are things this government could do to mitigate some of these job losses. And, Mr. Speaker, government infrastructure money or a $250 million special equalization payment will not put these folks back to work. What is really needed is for this government to show some leadership and come out publicly in support of pipeline construction projects. And members of the government could do that tonight, Mr. Speaker, by voting for our motion, which was debated last Thursday. Several pipeline proposals that would move more than 1 million barrels of oil safely to market are in the hearing process. But instead of showing support, Mr. Speaker, this government has introduced more red tape and extended the timeline for making decisions. I challenge at least...
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to call your attention to Black History Month. It was 20 years ago that this House unanimously adopted a motion introduced by the Honourable Jean Augustine to recognize the month of February as Black History Month. Elected in 1993, Jean Augustine was the first Black female Member of Parliament. And I want to emphasize that in 2015, it produced a historic number of Black parliamentarians. 20 years later, Black History Month continues to be an important opportunity for Canadians to learn about the long history of Black people in this country, starting with Mathieu de Costa, who in 1603 acted as a translator between the Mi'kmaq and the French with Champlain. I encourage all Canadians to take advantage of the events organized throughout the country to learn more about the historical and current contributions of Black Canadians to our country.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the signing of the final agreement of the Great Bear Rainforest contract. After 20 years of struggle and conflict, First Nations leaders, environmental advocates, businesses, labor and municipalities have crafted an agreement that not only protects forever 85% of British Columbia's central and north coast, they have also shown Canada and the world the way forward towards true resolution and true reconciliation. For those unfamiliar with this stunning part of the world, the Great Bear covers almost 6.5 million hectares of coastline, from the north coast of Vancouver Island to the Alaskan Panhandle. The agreement is a testament to the power of people overcoming historical differences, and it is a model upon which to build trust between people long divided, protect what must be protected. Today, we all honor them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, remember the 1993 film Free Willy? The movie begins with a pod of orcas swimming near the coastline of the Pacific Northwest. The pod is tracked by a group of whalers, and one of the whales, Willie, is snared in their nets and taken away to a local amusement park to perform tricks. Is that what happened, Mr. Speaker, to Saskatchewan's only representative in the Liberal cabinet, the Minister of Public Safety? The trappings of power snared him, and he's unwilling to stand up for the people of Saskatchewan. Now, Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberals promised free votes, so Saskatchewan residents will be watching closely tonight to see if the minister votes in favour of tonight's opposition motion calling on the government to stand up and support Energy East, or will he still be shackled by a Prime Minister whose real agenda is to promote and stop pipelines from being built? Mr. Speaker, in 1993, they freed Willie. In 2016, I say, free Ralph. Free
The member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. He has a sense of humor, but he's an experienced member, and he well knows we don't use members' names here. We use, of course, their riding name or their department if it's a minister. So I know I can count on him to not do that anymore. Oral questions orales. The Honourable, I'm sorry, no. We're still on member statements, excuse me. The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, February 1st, in recognition of the beginning of Black History Month.
Canadians across the country will have opportunities to recognize and commemorate many and varied contributions and experiences of Black Canadians. Too often we regard history as ancient, with little to no connection to our current lives. I strongly urge each member of this House to reflect on their own personal story and how it is impacted by Black history. My own parents, Ray and Odessa Caesar, came to this country from Grenada with $100 in their pockets. I have heard about the racism they endured and overcame. It is important to recognize at this time how far we have come as a country and how far we still have to go. It is also an opportunity to recommit ourselves to ensuring equity and justice are a reality for all Canadians, regardless of the color of their skin. Merci.
Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, workers and families in the resource sector in Canada do not trust this Prime Minister. Thousands of smart Canadians work hard, but people in the resource sector have no jobs. The Prime Minister has a chance to offer them hope by supporting Energy East. Will he do the right thing and show his support to the oil sector workers?
Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, every member of this House knows that there are Canadians who are suffering from job losses because of low commodity prices. They're suffering in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Newfoundland and Labrador, in New Brunswick. We need to establish a credible process that will have the confidence of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the previous government from 2011 built no pipelines because the process was not credible. We are in a better position today, Mr. Speaker, than we were a week ago.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Well,
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's concerning is the Prime Minister's track record so far on these issues. Northern Gateway, of course, was approved with over 200 conditions, and the proponent was working to meet those conditions. But the Prime Minister killed it by unilaterally announcing a transportation ban off the West Coast. Why? Because he doesn't actually value these jobs. If Energy East and other projects do manage to get approved through this new process, how can he be trusted he won't politically interfere again and unilaterally kill more jobs?
I'm the Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the honourable member brought up the matter of trust. And it was a lack of trust in the regulatory process under their regime that resulted in no pipelines built to Tidewater from 2011. We have consulted widely across the country and across sectors and across regions, and we believe that today we have a better chance of instilling confidence among Canadians than we had when they were running the show.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Families in Canada's resource sector are feeling completely abandoned by this minister and by the Prime Minister. Tens of thousands of smart, hardworking, and yes, resourceful Canadians are out of work. The Prime Minister has a chance to offer those people some hope tonight. He can vote in favour of our motion to support Energy East. Will he do the right thing and show these people that he has their back?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, there will be hope when Canadians are faced with a regulatory regime that has their confidence. And that will only be done if we meaningfully consult with Indigenous communities, with industry, with environmental groups across regions of the country. With good process and with good regulatory controls, we have a much better chance of being where all of members of this House want to be, moving our resources to Tidewater sustainably.
Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it is now clear that the Minister of Finance is living in a dream world because he believes that by spending more, people get richer, and yet Canadians know that that's not the case, and that a balanced budget is required. Will the Minister of Finance get hold of himself and convince his Prime Minister to change course and to adopt a rigorous budgetary policy instead of relying on structural deficits? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to Canadians that we would put in place an approach to fiscal management that would be prudent and that would be responsible. We've told Canadians that we will reduce the net debt to GDP over the course of our mandate. We've told them that we will work towards a balanced budget during the course of our mandate. What we will do is we will make investments that will enhance the long-term productivity of our country to enhance Canada for all Canadians.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that it is only businessmen who create wealth by investing, and that the government is spending money that we don't have. That's what the Minister of Finance is doing. Will the Minister of Finance stop having Canadians believe that he inherited a deficit? Because on Friday, his public servants told him clearly that he inherited a surplus of over $400 million in November 2015. Will he be frank with Canadians once and for all and confirm with them that he did receive a budget surplus? Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we released an economic and fiscal update in December which gave Canadians a transparent and clear understanding of where we stand. It showed that the 2015-2016 budget year looks to have about a $3 billion deficit, as opposed to the surplus that our predecessor government claimed might be in existence.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, in an interview disseminated yesterday, the Prime Minister was asked by an employee who had lost his job what his plan was for the manufacturing sector. But the Prime Minister didn't give a clear response at all. For the past 10 years, over 400,000 good jobs have been lost in the manufacturing sector in this country. That's workers, families, and communities who are hard hit by this government's recklessness. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he has a plan to support the manufacturing sector? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the member opposite that we will never, ever turn our back on the manufacturing sector. It represents 1.7 million jobs. It represents 10% of our economy, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to be putting forward a comprehensive innovation agenda that will really look to help create jobs in the manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, because it's an important part of our economy. It's an important part of our growth agenda, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, workers like Neil in the interview yesterday want concrete action. They want a plan. They want to know where we're headed. How can the Prime Minister have nothing tangible to say? The manufacturing sector is a pillar of our economy, and other sectors are also being hard hit. For example, last week, Transcontinental, Jean Coutu, these all had job losses. It's high time that the Prime Minister listen to workers and do something for them. Where's the government's plan for good jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite that we do have a plan. It's a plan that's focused on growth, Mr. Speaker. It's a plan that had the opportunity, for example, when it came to the automotive sector, to speak to the global heads in the OEM in Detroit. When we talked about how great this country is, the workforce that we have, the diversity that we have, the investments that we're making, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan on infrastructure, on helping the middle class, on innovation. These are important investments that will help grow the economy and create jobs from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Neil from London asked the Prime Minister what he planned to do to bring back good jobs to our city. Like far too many, Neil lost his manufacturing job when his plant closed. It was a serious and important question. People are looking for help. But the Prime Minister had nothing but empty platitudes and no real plan to revive manufacturing jobs. That's simply not good enough. What will the government do to rebuild manufacturing jobs and help people like Neil?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the plight and the challenges and the concerns Canadians are facing. That is why I'm very, very fortunate to work with great organizations like FedDev that have made commitments and investments in Southern Ontario, investments that will help create jobs, Mr. Speaker. I made an announcement with the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to show us leadership in clean technology. When it comes to healthcare, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to make these investments that will create good, meaningful jobs here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, for today and for tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
But, Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Prime Minister told Londoners to give up on manufacturing. It seems he's learned very little since. Neil had a good job and a pension before his plant closed. But as he nears 65, he has no savings and he's worried he will lose his home. And he's not alone. Millions of Canadians don't have enough to retire in dignity. While the Liberals are rushing to give billions in tax cuts to the wealthy, why are they delaying help for workers like Neil who need it the most?
The Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member opposite should know that we made very important investments through the regional development agencies to create jobs today and for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. These investments will help people like Neil and others who are transitioning, Mr. Speaker. But more importantly, we have a plan to grow the economy. We did not run on austerity, Mr. Speaker. We ran on growth. And that's very, very important. The infrastructure investment that we're making, the Canada Child Benefit investment that we're making, the tax cut for the middle class, Mr. Speaker, all these are important measures to help grow the middle class and those that wanted to join it.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, here's a quote. Let me be very clear on Energy East. I am pro-pipeline. I am pro-Energy East. I'm going to be an advocate for St. John. I'm going to move forward whatever is best for our riding. Who said that? Well, it wasn't the Prime Minister. In fact, it was the Liberal member for St. John Rothsay. If the Liberal government will not support our motion tonight and stand up for jobs in the economy, will they at least allow their members to have a free vote like the member from New Brunswick and stand up and keep his word to his constituents?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that there is no one in this House who speaks more clearly, more loudly, more passionately for the people from St. John as the member does, and we hear it all the time. There is no political party in this House that has a monopoly on compassion. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the member, that there are members of this caucus who understand that the best way that we will deliver to market is...
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
I'll take that as a no, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, in addition, this new government is putting roadblocks in the way of an already rigorous process under the National Energy Board. In fact, we've learned it's the Minister's office themselves that will be creating this new report. Decisions on pipelines will be based on who makes the most noise and who has the most influence in this cabinet. How can Canadians have any faith in this new process when the biggest consideration will be political influence with the Liberals?
Now the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are determined to modernize the National Energy Board, and we will be asking Canadians from coast to coast to offer constructive opinions about how that can best be done. Those Canadians include members opposite, who you would think would have more of an interest than anybody else in a credible regulatory process.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
This government is all about political interference on pipelines. Canadians need a real leader and a government that represents all of us. Creating jobs and growth is not the priority when they fail to support Energy East and Canada's world-leading energy development. It's certainly not the priority of their Alberta MPs. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals stop undermining the energy sector and start supporting Canadian oil and Canadian jobs?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, 20% of the national economy is dependent on natural resources. This is the way it's been in Canada for a very long time, and it will continue to be. And it is the aim of this government, and I'm sure every member of the House, to move our resources to market sustainably. We need a process to do it. We've announced that process. We believe that we have a better chance of achieving that common goal today than we did last week.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, as members of this House, our chief responsibility is to represent our constituents first and foremost. Yet, as Alberta loses tens of thousands of jobs, Liberal Alberta MPs remain silent on a shovel-ready, job-creating infrastructure project. The regulatory changes the government plans will only add red tape, time and cost, and delay critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, will at least one Alberta Liberal MP join me today and vote for Energy East?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the delay under the former Conservative government was a permanent delay because there were no pipelines built between 2011 and October the 19th. And the reason is because the process was not credible. We know that these projects will not go forward unless it is. We're doing what we think is responsible by talking to Canadians about the ways in which they will have more public confidence in a system that didn't work under the former government.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are becoming very frustrated as they wait for this government to tell them what its climate change plan looks like and how much it will cost Canadian consumers and taxpayers. Last Friday, the minister met with her provincial and territorial counterparts in secret and then announced nothing, simply that they had all met. No plan, no strategy, no economic assessment, not even a substantive progress report. To the minister, where's the plan and what happened to transparency?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I was very proud to meet with the Ministers of Environment from the provinces and territories. In fact, this was the first time in over a decade that we've had a meeting between them. Time in over a decade that we'd actually met to talk about the challenges of climate change. And in fact, in showing transparency, we put out where our emission profiles are. We are now working very hard to develop a pan-Canadian plan so that we can tackle climate change and grow our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Abbotsford.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the minister is quite incorrect. The ministers actually met last June 2015. And Mr. Speaker, in the lead up to the Paris Climate Change Conference, the Prime Minister dropped a bombshell on Canadians. He announced without warning and without a climate change plan that he will spend almost $3 billion of taxpayers' money on his own vanity projects, not here at home, but in foreign countries. In fact, last week in this House, the minister had the gall to crow about that. Why isn't that money being invested in Canada, and where is the promised accountability?
Member Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for our shared concern about this global issue of climate change. And as such a global issue, it is important that Canada plays a leadership role so that we can invest in developing countries who share this problem, and we can work together so that we all have a better future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Trade Minister plans to sign on to the job-killing TPP trade deal, even though the government has admitted it has no economic impact study. Would the minister sign a mortgage without knowing the interest rate? There are jobs on the line here, and Canadians will pay the price. My former co-workers in the auto industry and tens of thousands of others stand to lose their livelihoods under this Conservative negotiated deal. Will the government produce an economic impact study before signing any deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable member for her question. The TPP was negotiated in secret by the previous government. The NDP criticised that treaty without even having read it. We promised during the course of the election campaign that we would study it. We are signing the agreement precisely to study it. We have consulted Canadians already. We are going to continue to consult through parliamentary processes, Mr. Speaker, and that's precisely the point of consulting Canadians.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the economy is struggling, and close to 60,000 jobs are at stake with the signing of the TPP. Our dairy producers are already living in uncertainty, and the government has not acted to protect our supply management system. Even after having promised to act within their first 100 days, they still have not done anything about the milk proteins problem about crossing our borders. So why is the government signing an agreement that's going to jeopardize thousands of jobs and our family farms in Canada? The Honourable Minister.
The Government of Canada fully supports supply management, and the government is engaged with the stakeholders on the outcome of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We will undergo the importance of compensation to the supply management sector. This government supports supply management, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, Monsieur le Président, on sait que la semaine dernière, le gouvernement, dans la fameuse histoire du financement illégal par les syndicats, le gouvernement a dit que lorsqu'ils l'avaient su, ils avaient suivi la loi. Le problème, Monsieur le Président, c'est qu'ils oublient un détail. Et le détail...
The interpretation was not working. We will take a moment to ensure that it is working. So we'll try again.
C'est pas parce qu'on rit que c'est drôle, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, last week, the government said that as soon as they had found out about the illegal funding of unions, they immediately obeyed the law. But the problem is that the government has forgotten a detail. In an internal email from the union, we learned that it was the Liberal Party that had asked to hold the event, and that 23 people were paid to stand behind the Prime Minister during that event. So that's a big part of the story. Will the Prime Minister finally recognize that Bill C-4 is a way to help those to do illegal funding?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-4 is going to reset labour-industrial relations to a fair balance, one that did not require an attack from the previous government to make it imbalanced. So what we're going to do is reset a fair, balanced network. After that, our economy should see significant improvements.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly eager to see that, because in reality is that that illegal event was not the only one. There were two other ones. The Liberal Party organized events with the unions on August 27th in Oakville and September 8th in Vaughan. So can the government reassure us that in both of these cases there was no illegal funding like there was for the other event?
I want to thank the member for the question. I want to thank the member for the question. I want to point out that the case that I'm familiar with was immediately addressed, and we worked with Elections Canada to remedy it. In terms of C4, it's to reestablish fairness and balance, as the members across the way understand.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, it was immediately addressed because they got caught. Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader said last week when these illegal donations from big unions first came to light, the Liberals followed the letter of the law. That is simply not the case. We have a document from the union itself that states the Prime Minister's own campaign team asked specifically for union members to be props in this Liberal campaign event. Can the Jobs Minister finally admit that her bill to gut transparency and accountability in a union bill is simply repayment for these illegal campaign contributions?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as a number of ministers have said, when we became aware of this problem, we immediately contacted Elections Canada. The money was remitted to the Receiver General, which is required under law, and the union involved signed a compliance agreement. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, you might agree with me that it's somewhat ironic for the Conservative Party to be talking about election law compliance. At the end of this event, Mr. Speaker, nobody left in leg irons.
Colleagues. We're going to hear things that are provocative. Sometimes it's hard to respond, not react, but I know that we can do it. Let's restrain ourselves. The member for Foothills has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, they may have paid back the one, but did they pay back the other two? Mr. Speaker, the Liberals didn't just hold one campaign event, they held maybe at least three. On August 27th, the Prime Minister held an event with the International Union of Operating Engineers in Oakville. On October 8th, he held an event with the Carpenters District Council in Vaughan. In return for bringing forward a bill that is going to cut accountability and transparency in unions, can the Jobs Minister just say that this is repayment for these illegal campaign contributions?
Honourable Member, Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to inform the House I want to thank you for the question and inform the House that this was a campaign promise that we were going to look to retract the two punitive political bills that were made to specifically attack trade unions. That's the purpose of the bills, and that's what we're following up on. Thank you.
Now the member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of resource workers have been laid off. The latest Statistics Canada report indicates that the monthly percentage jump in employment insurance claims was far higher in Saskatchewan than other provinces. Resource workers and their families need real assistance now. But after years of Conservative attacks, our employment insurance system is broken. What concrete changes will the Minister of Employment make to improve the accessibility, level, and duration of employment insurance benefits?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt in this House that the employment insurance system needs modernizing. This was a commitment of our election promise. We are in the process of doing so. We will soon see immediate changes to parts of the EA system and longer-term systemic changes in the years coming up.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling, and just telling unemployed workers to hang in there is not going to cut it. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, people who are losing their jobs need help now, not in 2017. But according to the Minister of Social Development, some things have to wait, and that is an unacceptable answer. Can the minister confirm that the EI eligibility threshold of 360 hours will be restored? Yes or no?
Of employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. There were some measures put in that are extremely punitive, including an enormous amount of hours that are directed for new entrants, like young people, or immigrants that can find it very hard to meet those thresholds. It's our intention to move on those provisions extremely quickly.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, one of this government's stated priorities is to bring greater openness and transparency to government. An important area in need of review and reform is the supply process, by which the members are able to scrutinize and review government expenditures and hold the government to account. Yet the present process has some important shortcomings. Can the President of the Treasury Board please inform the House of his plans to address this problem?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank the honourable member for the question. To make Parliament and government more open, transparent and accountable, it's critically important that we reform and realign the estimates and budget process. We want to empower parliamentarians to once again be able to scrutinize spending and to hold government to account. And that's why tonight we invite MPs and senators from all parties to join us for a briefing on the estimates process. We need to have a common understanding of the estimates process today and what it's going to take to fix it and to actually make Parliament work.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, it was bad enough last week when Canada was not invited to the anti-ISIS meeting in Paris. The Liberal government was snubbed because they expect other nations to fight terrorism while they cut and run, taking out our CF-18s without a plan. Then, late last week, the rookie Minister of Defence blamed our allies for the spread of terrorism. Instead of condescendingly lecturing our allies, why doesn't the Defence Minister finally tell us how he will use our military in the fight against ISIS?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I learned my lessons working with our allies. And what I said at the speech at the Canada 2020 is when I was actually working with them and learning about the issues that allows radical organizations to take advantage of certain issues and then having to form coalitions after the fact. And what I want to be able to ask the member opposite is, where was their government in looking at those issues? Why did they allow such an issue to get so big and to not attack ISIL when it was a small organization? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we had a plan that was respected by our allies. Last week resembled a blast from the past, a time a former Trudeau government would cozy up to communist regimes and chastise our allies. Last week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated that Canada was going to normalize relations with totalitarian regimes like Iran and Russia. And then on Friday, our rookie Minister of Defence suggested our allies were to blame for all that's wrong in the Middle East and the spread of terrorism. Why are the Liberals lecturing our allies on how to fight terrorism while at the same time befriending Putin and Iran?
Now the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, it's about consulting our allies and having a dialogue. These lessons, as I stated, was learned while working with our coalition partners, and that's the plan that we'll be putting forward, making sure that we get this right so we don't make the mistakes of the previous 10 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Autinchard. Mr. Speaker, I've just come back from a meeting of the NATO Parliamentary Association in Washington, and in contrast to what the government is saying, the Congress and State Department representatives told me that they were very unhappy about Canada's planned withdrawal of the fighter jets in Iraq and Syria. So why is the government alienating our allies and determined to make bad decisions?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as we stated, we are committed to ending the airstrikes. However, we have taken the time to making sure that we check the entire situation out. I've visited the region twice. I've spoken with our allies. I've spoken with my counterparts. And when we come out with our plan, it's going to be making sure that we actually have not only a positive impact, but making sure that this is one that's going to impact our allies and have a contribution for years to come. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, 45 people were killed and 110 others wounded in an explosion in Damascus that was claimed by the Islamic State. The government is dragging its feet on a new plan, though, to fight the Islamic State. The government seems incapable of coming up with a plan. Can it at least explain to Canadians what its intentions are?
Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that we take our time with this. To making sure that we consult our allies, making sure that we assess what the enemy situation is, and I want to make sure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past, because every single time we make those mistakes as political leaders, we send our men and women into harm's way for no reason, and I will not repeat those mistakes again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, millions of Canadians voted to say no to the planned demolition of the CBC under the Conservatives. For 10 years, the CBC was attacked and needs some oxygen. The government made promises. It has to keep them now. The Minister of Heritage has not confirmed anything, yet there was a clear election commitment. So my question is simple. Will the government invest $150 million a year in the CBC like it promised? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. We were elected on a platform that is ambitious in the area of arts and culture. We want to deliver that platform.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, that's not an answer. A promise isn't something you can just say to get yourself elected. Canadians expect this Liberal government to keep its promises. Page 56 of the Liberal platform promises to, quote, reverse Stephen Harper's cuts and invest $150 million in new annual funding. CBC is the cultural spine of this nation, the very essence of Canadian identity. Will the Canadian government keep its promise on CBC? Just one word, yes or no.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we strongly believe in the importance of a public broadcaster and a public content creator in this 21st century, and this is why we will reinvest in CBC Radio-Canada, and that's a platform commitment, and we will abide by it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
The Minister of Democratic Institutions seems to be confused about the meaning of the word public. While she claims the new Senate Advisory Board appointment process is available online, the entire process is conducted entirely behind closed doors, keeping Canadians completely in the dark. The Advisory Board will meet in secret, provide a non-binding list in secret, and then the Prime Minister may or may not choose a senator from that list, again, in secret. So I ask the Minister, why the secrecy?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, an independent, non-partisan advisory board has been established to assess Canadians against a list of public criteria that will allow us to enhance the overall functioning of the Senate. I invite the honourable member to review our website for upcoming details and news.
Yes. Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The minister is quoted today in the media as saying that
holding a referendum to change the voting system would be doing, and I quote, a disservice to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, the Government of Ontario held a referendum on whether to change its voting system to mixed member proportional. So my question to the minister, who like me is from Ontario, is simple. In 2007, did she vote in that referendum, or did she regard the referendum as being such a disservice to Ontarians like herself and myself that she withheld her vote as a protest against that entire illegitimate process?
I'm not sure that how someone voted previously is a matter of the responsibility of the government. I think we're going to have to go to the next question from the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I don't know how fair that was to the minister, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ontario in 2007, PEI in 2005, BC in 2005 and 2009, the UK in 2011, New Zealand in 92 and 93, when that country voted to adopt mixed member proportional, and then in 2011 when they voted to keep it. Citizens of all these jurisdictions on all these dates were given a referendum on whether to change their voting system. Sometimes they voted yes, sometimes they voted no. How would it be a disservice to Canadians to treat us like adults too and submit any new voting system for direct citizen approval and referendum?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the member opposite would work on his attention to detail when reviewing articles with the minister. Last week, we acknowledged that it wasn't until 100 years ago that some women in Manitoba got the right to vote, a right that would only be extended to Indigenous peoples in 1960. It is in that spirit of evolution and inclusion that we will undertake a process to consult with Canadians in a meaningful and thorough discussion about ways to modernize our democratic institutions.
I know we want to have more and more women parliamentarians in the House of Commons, and it's important that we have a workplace that is civilized. So let's ensure it's not like a 1950s old boys club in here. Not there anymore. Thanks. I appreciate it, but no thanks.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, falling prices for natural resources have had an important negative impact on the Canadian economy. At times such as this, we understand the importance of having a more diversified economy. Can the Minister of Industry tell us about any initiatives that are being undertaken to promote new industries and help diversify the Canadian economy?
Ministre de l'Innovation.
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for the question and his hard work on this file. The government understands the importance of economic diversification, and we have a plan to make it happen, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to a very comprehensive innovation agenda that's focused on startups, scale-ups, and making sure we focus on commercialization. Nowhere is this issue more important in those single resource-based communities that are affected by a changing economy, Mr. Speaker. That is why this government is focused on a growth agenda. That is why this government is focused on an innovation agenda that will create jobs from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend over 80 people were killed by Boko Haram in Nigeria, including a number of children who were burned alive. Canada's Office of Religious Freedom is part of a project in rural Nigeria that created a network of Muslim and Christian leaders who have been working together to reduce this type of violence. These projects are needed now more than ever. So why are the Liberals shutting down the Office of Religious Freedom and once again running away from the fight against radicalization and terrorism?
Now, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Canada deplores Boko Haram's latest atrocities against Nigerians, including innocent and defenseless children. To move to the matter of the Office of Religious Freedom, it's important to understand that the decision has not yet been made. The promotion and protection of human rights, including freedom of religion, of belief, and of conscience, is an integral part of Canada's history and constructive leadership in the world. We are currently examining our options on how best to build on the good work that has been done so far. and enhance our efforts to champion peaceful pluralism, respect for diversity, and human rights.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the Conservative government ended Canada's assistance to the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees. This agency, as we know, provides humanitarian assistance to the most vulnerable people in the world, and it also helps keep thousands of young Palestinians in school. My question is simple. Will the minister restore Canadian assistance to the agency? Yes or no? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Institutions. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for the question.
Shares the plight of many people around the world who are suffering, and humanitarian crises have increased dramatically over the past decade. Our minister is currently in the region at the moment to look at how we can better assist those that need it, particularly when we're talking about refugees in Syria and Jordan, and are committed to re-engaging with the region. And as our Prime Minister said, we're back. And we're here to help, and we're looking for new opportunities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I had the opportunity to visit the company headquarters of Novabus in Saint-Eustache. This company builds transit vehicles and is currently developing a 100% electric bus. I got to see the benefits and effectiveness and efficiency of these buses. At a time when Canada is showing its environmental leadership, what is the government's plan regarding the electrification of transit? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, for her excellent question. The government recognizes that the use of alternative fuels is going to be very important in our transition toward a greener economy. And certainly this involves transit vehicles and also recharging station for electric vehicles. This will help our economy and our environment. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, with the criteria of Canadian heritage programs, Canada will be dictating the identity of public affairs programs in Quebec like Bazo TV. This program will disappear under the new interpretation of the criteria for the federal tax credit. So this program, which hasn't changed for 10 years, is expected to adapt to the criteria, not the other way around. We shouldn't have to do that. So will the government commit to restoring the tax credit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for his question. I want to say that the criteria was withdrawn in June 2015, and I was informed that the current and future productions will not have this apply.
Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, 18 months ago, a trade agreement was signed with the European Union. Our cheese producers haven't seen any sign of compensation. The Minister of International Trade is now getting ready to sign the TPP. Before signing the agreement, will the minister agree to compensate our supply-managed producers?
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. The fact is we certainly support supply management, and we are consulting. Well, we are consulting with the sector. That's what we should do, and that's what we are doing. And we're signing the deal so we can continue to consult with the sector. And we do understand the importance of compensation. Thank you for your question.
The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by commending the Honourable Minister of Immigration for, I think, quite heroic efforts to put in place a system to welcome Syrian refugees. But that system remains imperfect. That system is at this point not responsive to specific situations such as those who are political dissidents within Syria, who are personally at risk, and who may need fast tracking to get to safety. I want to ask the Minister if his department and if he will personally consider amending the situation, changing departmental policies so that specific dissidents can get to Canada to safety more quickly.
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her strong support on the issue in general, and I would remind her that we have recently launched a Family Link program which seeks to match Canadians wanting to sponsor refugees with Syrian Canadian families whose relatives need help. We're also working on a family unification program for those still in Syria, but I will look into her specific question of today regarding those who are being threatened and what we can do for them.
This will conclude question period. I have 2 points of order. The first from the honourable member from Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is customary when a minister of the Crown makes comments in the House that are actually incorrect, that there's an opportunity for the minister to correct the record. Now, if I can just quote the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, it was the first time in over a decade that WEED actually met to talk about the challenges of climate change. In fact, that is patently false. As I mentioned during question period, that meeting took place, there was a meeting that took place last...
My honourable colleagues know that we have lots of points on here on which we disagree what the facts are sometimes, and the House has not given the power to the Speaker to decide which are which, and that's probably a good thing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order in what I believe is an inappropriate comment that was made from across the way. The Minister of Defence was providing an answer which is quite legible. Individuals heard the question, and yet the member from Calgary-Minipore stated from across his seat that we need to have English-to-English translation. I'm wondering if the member would do the proper thing and apologize, or at the very least explain his comments.
Member for Calgary-Minipore, stand.
The minister's answer totally incoherent, and so there's nothing to apologize for. I'd encourage the minister to explain why the government refuses.
We've gotten into debate again, and now I trust the member for, I'm sure the member for Red Deer-Lacombe has a real point of order.
Surely I do, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'll ask for unanimous consent of the House to table the following document written from the Assistant Training Coordinator for UA Local 527, and it goes on to say, we've just been notified by the Prime Minister's name, election team that Prime Minister's name will be at UA Local 527 Tuesday morning, September 15, 2015, for a big announcement regarding skilled trades.
Wow.
His team has also asked us for approximately 25 people to participate in performing various skills that we do as pipe trade workers. This will be for the national news. Is it possible to...
I think we've identified I think the member has identified the document, and now we'll see whether there's unanimous consent to table it. Is there consent to table the document? No, there's no consent. We don't get to read the whole thing when we're referring to a document. As the member knows, routine proceedings. Routine proceedings, tabling of documents. I encourage members to take their conversations behind the curtains or into the lobbies. Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers,
reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe that you're going to find unanimous consent for the following motion, and I move that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows: that Mr. Schmale, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, for Mr. Hoback, Prince Albert.
There you are. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. Carried. Yes. Okay. Any other motions? Presenting petitions. David Tilson is what? Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from a number of residents from my riding who are concerned with the arbitrary process of resettling refugees, and they're also concerned with the security of the resettling of refugees.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from residents from throughout the Gulf Islands: Salt Springs, Saturna, Galiano, Main Island, all calling on the House to take action to put forward legislation that would respect the will of Canadians to choose physician-assisted death. The petitioners wrote the petition before the Carter decision, and I hope that we'll be moving on in this House to do just that. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for a national AIDS strategy, again from members of my constituency. They particularly want to recommend to this place the use of a system called treatment as prevention as a very important progressive system to deal with the AIDS crisis.
Petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to introduce today. The first is a petition signed by hundreds of residents of Vancouver to adopt the New Democrat plan to help live-in caregivers in this country. This petition calls on the government to permit live-in caregivers to receive permanent residency immediately upon landing or within 24 months, to bring their spouses and children with them at the time of entry, to live outside the employer's home, and to pass only one medical examination for the entire family. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is a petition signed by many people across the country to stand up for stable, guaranteed, adequate funding for Canada's national broadcaster, the CBC, to make sure that we have strong public broadcasting in Canada for the years ahead. And finally, the third petition is calling on this government to adopt a national child care strategy in line with the New Democrats' proposal to make sure that every Canadian has the right to access quality, accessible, universal, affordable $15 a day child care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, more than 25,000 households lost their subsidies in Quebec alone. We're talking about 620,000 households that will lose that subsidy in the next 2 decades. So that's why I'm presenting a petition of Quebecers, Ontarians, and people from BC who are asking the government to respect these social housing agreements so that they won't have to make a choice between eating and having a place to sleep.
For London Fanshawe.
I have two petitions. The first is from a number of Canadians who recognize the fact that the work done by the Native Women's Association of Canada as part of the Sisters in Spirit campaign identified 520 missing and murdered Aboriginal women. Some cases went back as far as 1970. This research has compelled Canadians to understand and petition the House of Commons to make efforts to end violence against Aboriginal women by ensuring that NWAC receives sufficient funding to continue important work protecting women through its Sisters in Spirit initiative. My second petition is from a number of Londoners who, because of a very terrible tragedy in London, Ontario some time ago, want to draw the attention of this House to the fact that for many new Canadians, for people seeking to immigrate to Canada, there are delays and it's very difficult. It puts stress on the family. And so they call on the government to ensure that citizenship and immigration is properly staffed in order to make decisions quickly and fairly, and that all officials consider the factors regarding an individual's application for status, including humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Thank you, Speaker.
Any petitions? Questions in the order of paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government bills. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte has 3 minutes left from he started earlier, and so the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I had finished my comments. We were into the questions towards the comments. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for that correction. Yes, it does tell me that in fact we're on questions and comments, so there's 3 minutes left for questions and comments. On questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate individuals that take the time to present on important pieces of legislation. I do believe this is a very important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, as it helps put into place a major part of the Prime Minister's election platform, what the Liberal Party campaigned very heavily on, and that was to put in place a tax on those that make in excess of $200,000 and to support the middle class by giving them a tax break. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is really important for Canada's middle class, and my question to the member is that would he not acknowledge that there is inequality that's there in terms of income distribution, and that this bill in itself will go a ways in encouraging more equality in terms of income from a government taxation perspective. Therefore, it's a good thing for the middle class in Canada.
For Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary trying to put words into our mouths over here, but with all due respect, what this bill does is it exacerbates the issues. It gives tax breaks to those who are earning $190,000 a year. I would actually say to the member through yourself, Mr. Speaker, that what this is the Liberal government walking away from their promise during the election to help the middle class, because those who get the most out of this are well above. They're in the top 10 percentile of income earners in this country. So the question is, why didn't the government help those in the middle class? Why isn't the government focusing on those who earn less than $45,000? And why is the government removing room in the TFSA for Canadian seniors and for young people to be able to purchase their first homes?
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague quickly. Most income earners, and they're starting out in their lives, are at their lowest point of income earning in their lives, under $40,000, for example. They're single. They might be able to save amounts of money, and it doesn't make financial sense for them at that particular time to take the tax deferral on an RRSP. So I'm going to ask my colleague, doesn't the tax-free savings account allow younger people or people starting out in their careers an opportunity to put money in a tax-free savings account where it's tax-sheltered until they actually get into a high-income earning position where contributing to an RRSP actually makes more sense because they get a bigger tax break at that particular tax bracket? I'm wondering if my honourable colleague with his financial experience could enlighten the Liberal Party across the way about how if we empower people to look after themselves, that means less people that the government have to look after?
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. Absolutely correct. And not just the flexibility that is given through the tax-free savings account for younger Canadians, but it's ideal to be taken advantage of because of the older that one gets, usually there's an increase in salary, an increase in revenue earned, and at that point in their lives, it is the best opportunity to take care or to take advantage of the RSP. So certainly 100% correct. I'm not sure why our colleagues across the aisle don't realize this, but certainly if they don't realize it, I can see where the coffers of the government are going in the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to share my time with the member from Malpeque. It's with great pleasure that I rise in this House today to talk about real change for Canadians. The middle class have gone too long without a raise, and in challenging economic times, we've taken action to help them. In the next budget and over the next decade, our government will be making historic investments in infrastructure and supporting families through the Canada Child Benefit, which will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty and benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Bill C-2 is just one of many concrete actions that our government is undertaking in order to help the middle class. We were elected on a plan to grow the economy and help the middle class, and that's exactly what we have done in December when the Minister of Finance introduced Bill C-2 in this place. We're looking at initiatives to help the largest number of Canadians succeed, and we have already begun by cutting taxes for the middle class. Families work hard to make ends meet, and they need a government who understands the reality. The tax cut for the middle class will benefit many in my riding. This is not only true for my riding, but for all Canadians. About 9 million Canadians will benefit from this measure in 2016. Single individuals who will benefit will see an average of tax reduction of $330 every year, and couples who will benefit will see an average tax reduction of $500 every year. The maximum tax reduction will be $679 per individual and $1,358 per couple. Now that's real change, Mr. Speaker, putting more money in the pockets of the families who need it most. When the middle class is strong and prosperous, we create jobs, spur investments, and create a country that works for all Canadians. Ce n'est pas tout, Monsieur le Président.
And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. We are asking Canadians who have been fortunate enough to succeed to pay a bit more. That is why we are going to create a new tax rate for those who earn over $200,000 per year. This rate will rise from 29% to 33% and will have an impact on 1% of all Canadians, but will benefit the majority of Canadians. Bill C-2 also provides for the lowering of the annual contribution to the TFSA. The maximum will drop from $10,000 to $5,500, and the cap will be indexed once again for tax years 2016 and going forward. My colleagues in the opposition say that this measure will prevent Canadians from saving money, but that's false. Only 6.7% of Canadians eligible for the TFSA maxed out on their contributions. So doubling the maximum annual contribution would have done nothing for the 93.3% of Canadians who could not max out their contributions to the TFSA to the tune of $5,500. So it is clear that the majority of Canadians don't have the means to max out on their TFSA. In fact, in 2013, $592 billion of contributions went unused. Mr. Speaker, it takes a long-term vision to govern this country. I remember in April 2015, even though I did not sit in this House, I still followed with great interest the actions of the former government. I remember when the former Minister of Finance said that the loss of revenue represented by the increase in the maximum of the TFSA was a problem for the Prime Minister's grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, that's not the right way to act, and that's why we brought the TFSA limit back down to $5,500 per year. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker, and I am proud to be part of a government that is here to serve all Canadians. That is why we are focusing on implementing concrete measures that will benefit all Canadians. That is why we want to implement measures that will grow the economy. And that is why, when we do spend money, we will ensure that every dollar is well invested. For example, in the 2016 budget, we will instate a Canada Child benefit that will help 9 out of 10 Canadian families. This means that a typical family of 4 people will receive additional support of $2,500 non-taxable every year. This new CCB will be tax-free and indexed to income. It will offer more generous assistance to those who need it most, such as lone parent families and single-income families. Thanks to our plan, 315,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. The Canada Child benefit will mean that checks will no longer go to people who don't need them. That's a measure that indicates real change, Mr. Speaker. In closing, the adoption of Bill C-2 is an important step in strengthening the middle class by offering a tax cut that will benefit millions of Canadians each year. We are calling on those who have had the fortune to succeed to pay just a bit more. We are reducing the maximum on the TFSA because it's the right thing to do, especially for the next generation. Obviously, we believe in this savings vehicle. However, raising the cap would have done nothing for 93.3% of Canadians. I am very proud to support this bill because I know that the people in my riding will benefit greatly. My riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell. And I urge my colleagues on the other side of the House to think of the 9 million Canadians who will benefit from this tax cut. We are not turning our backs on people who hold TFSAs. We have simply established a reasonable contribution limit to ensure that their children and their children's children will be able to benefit from TFSA accounts as well. Mr. Speaker, in life, there are always certain limits, and that is what we have done with the TFSA account, established reasonable limits.
Overall picture of what it is we are trying to accomplish and take a look beyond Bill C-2. We will reduce income taxes for the middle class, and we will ask those who make $200,000 and more to contribute a little more. We will introduce a new Canada Child benefit, which 9 out of 10 families will benefit. And Mr. Speaker, recognizing that we are in challenging economic time, we will invest in infrastructure. All the mayors that I speak to in Glengarry Prescott Russell, not one of them has told me that they have sufficient financial capacity to fulfill their infrastructure needs over the next 10 years. Not one of them. I know other mayors across Canada feel the same way. Now, with the tax measures announced in Bill C-2 and the infrastructure plan that we will be announcing in the next budget, the overall plan to grow the economy makes sense for the middle class. The vision makes sense for our towns and for our families. C-2 is a pillar of that vision, and that is why I'm supporting it. I look forward to discussing any issues that I've raised in my speech with my colleagues in the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome my colleague and my neighbour from Prescott Russell to the House, and I'm not sure if this is his maiden speech, but it certainly was a good speech, and I appreciate that. Welcome. I'm sure that we'll be doing much business together. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've been debating this Bill C-2 all day, and we on this side have been looking for the definition of middle class. Now, we've asked this question. It seems like a rather simple question, and we've asked it a number of times to some of my colleagues on that side, and we haven't really gotten an answer. Now, as a good neighbor and as a hopefully will become a friend, maybe my colleague opposite could tell me exactly what his party means by middle class.
Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want want to thank the member from Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry. He is a good neighbor, and it seems like today is a day of neighbors. The member from Malpeque is also my neighbor here in Ottawa, or my office. I want to thank the member for the middle class question, and as he understands, it varies from city to city. The cost of living varies, so the impact is different from cities to cities. But I know what's important in my riding is the fact that 9 out of 10 families will benefit from this Canada Child benefit, and a lot of families in my riding will benefit from the middle income tax cut. And I urge the member and all of the members across the aisle to support these measures of C2. And for the life of me, I cannot understand how a Conservative member of Parliament can be against a tax cut.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skinna-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my new colleague from Glengarry, Prescott Russell. My question is similar to the previous question. The definition of the middle class is very important if that's the focus of the new government, so I would like to know, some who earns between $48,000 and $62,000 per year, is that someone who is considered part of the middle class? I would say yes, because in this Liberal plan, such a person would only receive $50, but someone who earns more than $200,000 per year, that person gets back over $800. Is that someone who belongs to the middle class? I don't think so. Perhaps in the liberal world, but in the rest of the world, the middle class is someone more like the first example I gave. So the question is simple. There is no liberal definition of the middle class. It's just a lot of spin that we're hearing. So is this example fair for someone who earns that much?
The
Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He mentioned the middle class, and I often hear the NDP talk about the middle class, but I haven't heard the NDP definition of the middle class either. And as he knows, cost of living varies greatly from city to city. For example, in Vancouver, it's much more expensive to buy a home than it is here in Ottawa. So I hope he understands that reality. Thank you.
From Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the government is changing the tax-free savings account. And my question to the member is, this is discouraging residents of Canada from saving. Isn't that a problem when we're discouraging residents from saving by changing the tax-free savings account?
Now, member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Well, from what I recall, and I want to thank the member for his question, but from what I recall is we didn't cancel the TFSA accounts. We just put a reasonable limit so that the children of our children can benefit from this tax-free savings account. He would understand that the last Minister of Finance said that because that limit was increased, it was the Prime Minister's grandchildren who would be responsible for the lack of revenues to the federal coffers. So I would caution the member that does he not want his children or his grandchildren to participate in the TFSA accounts?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
It does give me great pleasure to share my time with the member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell, who is my new neighbour in her offices in the Valor Building. But it's really great to be able to speak on Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, which is really the first plank as we move to implement the commitments that we were elected on. That plank was outlined in our platform, Growth for the Middle Class, and specifically stating, and you'd remember this, Mr. Speaker, our key message was real change, a new plan for a strong middle class. And that platform specifically stated, as it relates to Bill C2, we'll give middle-class Canadians a tax break by making taxes more fair. When middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets to save, to invest, and grow the economy, we all benefit. And Bill C-2 follows through on that commitment. But I will say this, having listened to the discussion thus far today, it is only one plank among many. It's the first plank in terms of a package that will, I think, assist the middle class and assist prosperity in this country. As stated, Mr. Speaker, in the summary of the bill, this enactment, quote, this enactment amends the Income Tax Act to reduce the second personal income tax rate from 22% to 20.5% and to introduce a new personal marginal tax rate of 33% for taxable incomes in excess of $200,000. It also amends other provisions of the Act to reflect the new 33% rate, end of quote, or end of the quote from the summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker. What does this specifically mean? What it really means is those with a taxable income between $45,282 and $90,563 will see their current rate of taxation of 22% drop to 20.5%. That is a considerable savings for those individuals. And we're targeting that group because they're not all, they're a part of the middle class. Those, on the other hand, those with taxable income over $200,000 will increase from the current rate of 29%, and that'll be increased to 33%. So what it really, in essence, does, Mr. Speaker, is bring better fairness to the taxation system. It tries and, I guess, lessen the income disparity and the tax advantages and disadvantages throughout the income tax system to bring better balance and ensure that those that are in the wealthiest sector of our society who have the means can contribute more to the fiscal coffers in a way that those monies can bring better balance to Canadians throughout society. The second major part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, from the summary, and I again quote the summary of the bill, in addition, it amends that Act to reduce the annual contribution limit for tax-free savings accounts from $10,000 to its previous level with indexation, $5,500 in 2016, starting January 1st, 2016. This is important, extremely important, Mr. Speaker, as it brings greater tax fairness to our taxation system and ensures greater effort is made by those with the economic means to support our economic and social programs as a whole. I'll speak a little bit more on that aspect of the bill if I have time later. But I do think it's important to note that members have already voted in support of a Ways and Means motion which allowed these changes to come into effect on January 1st, 2016. Bill C-2, now before the House, formalizes that motion, and it gives members and the public the opportunity to both criticize or praise the bill, and we've seen some of that here today, and maybe even find ways to further improve the bill, whether either through this act or through future legislation. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, that there will be more legislation coming forward, as others have said before me, through this session that will continue to build on our commitment to income security for the middle class. The government, beyond these measures today, will introduce proposals in the budget to create a new Canada Child benefit payment system under the new Canada Child Benefit, which would begin in July 2016. The proposed Canada Child Benefit will simplify and consolidate existing child benefits while ensuring that help is better targeted to those who need it most. And I think it's important because one of the difficulties in this place is you debate one bill at a time. And in order to look at our package as a whole, this is just one plank in that package, and the Canada Child Benefit is an extremely important part of our ability to ensure fairness in the system and ensure those that need the help the most and those with families that they get the benefits that we have said we would provide during the election. Let me come back, Mr. Speaker, to the tax-free savings account, because there has been considerable discussion in the House here on that point. There's no question that the previous government's plan to nearly double the contribution limit to the TFSA would have helped Canada's wealthiest save more. However, we committed to a fairer tax system. We know that only 6.7% of Canadians eligible for the TFSAs contributed the maximum in 2013. The numbers show that a better policy would be to reduce those tax benefits to the wealthy. They really only benefit the wealthy, and use that extra monies for other programs to bring greater fairness throughout the system, whether it's with the new child benefit or other measures that we laid out in our platform. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that we have to look at that 6.7% of Canadians eligible for TFSA that contributed only the maximum. The fact of the matter is most Canadians can't even contribute the $5,500, but those with the means can contribute the $10,000, and they're using it more as a tax dodge than anything else. And those monies would be better spent, I believe, in other ways and bring greater fairness. So there's better ways, Mr. Speaker, than the current system of providing income equality for Canadians, and that's what our platform was all about, is to change that system. This bill gets into two particular areas. It was moved as a Ways and Means motion in December, so that the tax changes are in effect starting this year. That was the intent that we talked about during the election, and that is following through on that commitment. But again, I emphasize it's one part of our platform among many to make the package complete. So I would encourage members in this House to support this bill, to see it for what it is. It's a system of tax fairness, and it's targeting the programs to those that need it most in a way that I think will strive and will help Canada and Canadians gain greater prosperity. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech and comments. I do want to make note that the C2 does provide maximum benefits to those wealthier Canadians, those earning between $89,000 and $200,000. 6 out of 10 Canadians will receive nothing, and although I appreciate that this is just one plank within a larger platform or a first step, I do feel it's a first step in the wrong direction, and I would ask the member to comment on why not look at reducing the lowest tax rate so that you would help much more Canadians rather than having a tax rate that helps wealthier Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And always love to get questions from Saskatoon because I probably shouldn't say that in this place, but it is one of my favorite cities. I had an office there for some 11 years, and it is a great community. But when it comes to fairness in the taxation system, that's what we're all about. Those in terms of the low-income bracket that the member mentioned, that will be handled in other ways. I think, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister mentioned earlier, through housing programs and other means within our total package, that will target those people in the less than $45,000 tax bracket. The fact of the matter is, let's go through the tax brackets. Those in $90,563 to $140,388 stay at the rate of 26%. Those at $140,388 to $200,000 stay at the tax rate of 29%, no change. And then those over 200, as we've said, as it's proposed in the bill, that rate will change from 29% to 33%. So what we're doing is bringing better balance to the tax regime within Canada.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Markham Unionville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the same question earlier today. I hope I can get the answer this time. I heard the word middle class 10,000 times in the last 4 weeks. Middle class, middle class, middle class. What is the definition of middle class? Are they $40,000 a year? Is it $50,000 a year? Is it $60,000 a year? What is the definition? Simple definition of middle class. Who you consider middle class?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the level in terms of the middle class varies across the country. There's no question about that in terms of their income level, whether you're in my province of Prince Edward Island or whether you're in the province of BC. But I think what the member from the Conservative Party should understand, and actually should support, that this is a party that's supporting the average Canadians in the middle class, where the party that the members a part of in the last 4 years, all they did was support the wealthy in this country, and they put a burden on our children and grandchildren going forward into the future. I've heard some of the questions coming from the Conservative Party earlier, talking about them ending up with a surplus, which is just a fictional surplus. All they had was deficits. They had the worst economic record in 80 years since R.B. Bennett. The Conservative Party in the last 4 years added $150 billion to Canada's debt. And you, sir, should be standing up and supporting this government and getting this country back on track.
Thank you. With another question, I just want to remind the members that it is not the Speaker, so when you're talking, you talk about the honourable member, not your. The honourable member from Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague very much. He has had a long and distinguished career here in the House. I have a great deal of respect and admiration for him.
Middle class tax cut as one plank in an ambitious agenda that will provide economic and social support to Canada's middle class and those from more vulnerable situations struggling to join the middle class. I ask him how this lays the groundwork for the ambitious agenda of this government and how some of those other pieces will fit together to help strengthen Canada right clear from his home province of Prince Edward Island to the other end of this country. Merci beaucoup.
Member for Malpeque, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It'd actually take about 30 minutes to answer that question, but it's all good, and it's all leading to this country being more prosperous and with greater benefits going to the middle class. As was said in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, this is just the first plank. And deals with some of the tax changes necessary. It had to be done in a way that it would come into effect early this year. Following on that will be the new Canada Child Benefit, which will bring greater benefits to all families in this country, regardless of income, that are raising children. From there, we'll go to housing programs, and on we'll go the list. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Resuming debate. Before we proceed, I want to remind the members of the House that we're going from 20-minute debate to 10-minute, with still followed by a 5-minute question period. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to get up after my friend, the long-serving MP from Malpeque, who never lets the facts interrupt his rhetorical flights in this place. I enjoyed the fact that he said, mere days after the Revenue Department confirmed a $1 billion surplus for November, he still thinks that is a fiction, Mr. Speaker, even though the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that the previous government certainly left a surplus. It was so good, Mr. Speaker, in a tight global economy that even despite their best efforts, they're still accruing the surpluses in their first few months of government, Mr. Speaker, and the facts state that quite clearly. But I'm very pleased to rise here today, Mr. Speaker, in relation to Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. And it's C-2 for a reason, Mr. Speaker, and we've got many members of this House, probably the majority of members of this House, are new members of Parliament, and they may now know that the first bill, an act respecting oaths and the administration of oaths of office, is a formulaic standard bill that starts off a session. So C-2 represents the top priority of a new government coming to office, Mr. Speaker. That's what C-2 is. And C-2 actually codifies what they brought Parliament together for 6 days after they won the election in October of last year, Mr. Speaker, to do. And that was to raise taxes on Canadians. So nothing suggests the priority of this government better than C-2. And that's why I thought I would rise in this House, Mr. Speaker. And what I find most ironic about C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, an act to raise taxes, Mr. Speaker, is it kind of confirms the age-old nickname for the Liberal Party in this place, Mr. Speaker. And a nickname is a term of endearment. I respect anyone who comes to Canada's Parliament doing their best for the country. But Conservatives for generations, Mr. Speaker, long before I've been here or my colleagues have been here, have accused the Liberal Party of being the tax and spend party, Mr. Speaker. And what happens is their early record in their first few months of government confirm that, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Malpeque tried to suggest that it was a fiction that the last government, the Conservative government, left Canada in a surplus position, but that's exactly what the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed last fall, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Finance Department confirmed the numbers from November of another surplus month, Mr. Speaker. So the country was left with a modestly growing economy and a surplus. And the two things the government did in the short period of time they governed in 2015 were two things, Mr. Speaker. Make massive commitments for deficits, well above what they spoke to Canadians about during the election, and they raised taxes. So this is one of these occasions where the pundits who often say, why do the Conservatives call the Liberal Party the tax and spend party? Because in their first 3 months of government, they're raising taxes and they're spending out of control, Mr. Speaker. That is just the record that we're debating here today with their first piece of legislation or their first bill coming to the House of Commons. And why I think this is important is because it is setting a tone, Mr. Speaker. This is not a bill that debates assistance or investments in a resource sector that needs some help, and the families affected by the downturn in resource prices who desperately need help and see mortgage payments on the horizon that scare them. It's not a bill about that. It's actually a bill about taking more from Canadians, Mr. Speaker, both in the form of creating a new tax bracket in an already fairly complex tax code, of taxing Canadians in the highest bracket more for income over $200,000. And it's also a procedure to lower the amount that Canadians can actually shield from tax through the tax-free savings account, Mr. Speaker, by reducing the amount that people can contribute to that very popular device brought in by our previous government and my friend, the late Jim Flaherty, Mr. Speaker, as Finance Minister. This vehicle not only allows families of all income levels to save free of tax, it was very, very helpful for people approaching retirement, Mr. Speaker, and I heard that and still hear that daily. So these are the two measures that are before us in C2. And I think nothing illustrates the concern I have, not just as a Conservative, but as a Member of Parliament who came out of the business community before I was elected to office. Nothing concerns me more than the apparent lack of direction that this new government has for our economy, even in their first few months, Mr. Speaker. And I'll remind this House, because many of the members that were elected in October did not get the chance to see their Prime Minister when he was a third-party leader, Mr. Speaker. And when, over a year ago, not long, but about a year ago, he refused to ever commit to running deficits, Mr. Speaker. In fact, he took a position that was somewhat similar to what the government had adopted, because we worked hard over the course of many years following the global recession to balance Canada's books. And to do that requires decisions of government. Government is not intended to just say yes to everything, increase every budget line, hire more people to every department. You have to set priorities and make decisions on spending and look at whether a tax base and Canadians can afford higher taxes in order to pay for more people in a certain department. These are the decisions of government, Mr. Speaker. And a year ago, the Prime Minister, then third-party leader, was committed to running a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker, as was, of course, the Conservative government at the time. And it wasn't until an election campaign that changed. So for a few years, the fundamental economic position of the Liberal Party was one of fiscal prudence. In the middle of an election, Mr. Speaker, there was a change in direction, a considerable change, perhaps for election advantage, perhaps because of a philosophical change. But it changed to running a $10 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker. And that was the commitment that was talked about with Canadians, and it was a temporary deficit, Mr. Speaker, of only $10 billion so that they could fill some commitments and add some additional infrastructure money on top of the already substantial Building Canada plan that the previous government had put into place. Within the first few weeks of government, Mr. Speaker, before this House was even called back into session, before you had the honour of occupying that chair, Mr. Speaker, that $10 billion commitment was already 20. And if you read the papers, as many members of this House did a week or so ago, you now see the Finance Minister hedging perhaps 2 years of $25 billion deficits, Mr. Speaker. Did Canadians vote for that? Did Canadians vote for the first two moves of this new government to go from a probably improper $20 billion deficit commitment to a $50 billion deficit commitment, Mr. Speaker? And their first act before this place to raise taxes on Canadians. And a tax increase that they said to Canadians would be revenue neutral, Mr. Speaker. Yet another promise that I think sounded and appeased people during the election campaign, but was not met and has already been abandoned. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, it was the C.D. Howe Institute, a think tank that the Finance Minister once chaired, that had said they would not be able to be revenue neutral on these tax increases. And that's for a variety of reasons, Mr. Speaker. From a public policy standpoint, the higher tax brackets are more mobile, so you could actually have the risk of driving more people out of Canada, out of our system of taxation. I was reading just this morning, Mr. Speaker, in the Globe and Mail, the great column by Konrad Jakubuski, who also identifies not just this tax increase as a risk to a lot of the tech entrepreneurs and new growing sectors, Mr. Speaker, but the fact that they're going to treat stock options as income, Mr. Speaker, is another thing, compounded with the fact that our dollar is going down, that this government seems to be set at driving talent out of this country, Mr. Speaker, at a time when a lot of people are looking for an economic plan that is far more than a Keynesian tax and spend approach with no strategic direction, and at a time when they're actually hampering increased revenues that are possible if we can get our resources to Tidewater with Energy East, Mr. Speaker. So we had a debate in the House last week where the Prime Minister seems to be putting in place a system and a series of consultations and reviews that will essentially mean capital leaves Canada because of the uncertainty of our business climate, Mr. Speaker. So it's with sadness that I rise today to say that C2 confirms the nickname of the Liberals as the tax and spenders of Canada, Mr. Speaker. I certainly hope subsequent bills start showing some real direction for the Canada of the future.
L'honorable député de Scarborough.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
From Durham, for his comments in respect of the legislation that is before this House. And while I take his comments to heart, I do not necessarily agree with his characterization that that this particular side of the House is one that is tax and spend, to use his nomenclature. I wanted instead perhaps ask, as he was giving a history lesson to this side of the House, and I know he might not have been here earlier since he also joined the 41st Parliament like I did in a by-election, how would he characterize, for example, the $160 billion in debt that was incurred under his previous government that was added to the deficit over the course of that previous government, in terms of how, when that was used at that time and justified by that particular government to deal with the difficult economy in 2008 and 2009.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to answer that question from someone who indeed is a friend, and we were all very happy to see him get through a very personal, difficult personal challenge with his health and return to the last Parliament and then get re-elected, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of time for this member, and as I said, nicknames are often terms of endearment. It's because we like you at the end of the day. And you, Mr. Speaker, of course, that through you to my friend, that the tax and spend nickname is a nickname, but C2, my goodness, they're confirming tax and spend as their strategy. And when it comes to the global recession of 08-09, which Canada led the G7 in job growth and recovery from, Mr. Speaker, certainly we did run deficits. No one's hidden that at all, Mr. Speaker. But we set a course to balance the books by the fiscal year 14-15, which takes decisions. As I said, leadership is not about always saying yes. Tony Blair was famous for saying leadership is at times about saying no. My father, who was a provincial member at Queen's Park, coined that term long before Tony Blair did, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes it means saying no and saying why by setting priorities. So I hope with subsequent bills before this place, Mr. Speaker, that my friend and my friends will bring forward a plan that is more than just taxing Canadians, more than just reducing their ability to save for retirement. We need a vision that includes resources, that includes new Canadians, that includes a diverse economy, Mr. Speaker, to make sure Canada stays on top.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malhat, Langford.
And I certainly appreciated listening to my honourable colleague's speech. Now, I think I would just like to point to the record that all governments tax and spend. I've always hated that term. That's the whole purpose of government. We take resources, we pool them, and we spend them for the greater good. Now, my specific question to the honourable member is that we have figures from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it's with respect to the tax-free savings account. Now, we have evidence on hand that the increase in TFSA contribution limits would have put a glaring hole in future government's revenues. And I know my colleagues across the way, they do like to support our military, which is one of the biggest consumers of the federal budget. So my question is if we are looking at, with the increase in the TFSA at a $132 billion hole in combined federal and provincial coffers, how does he purport to balance the books when we're going to lose that much revenue? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Durham.
Honourable member for Durham.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank, through you, another new friend to this place for his question. And certainly, I think his question, as a member of the New Democratic Party, now that we're talking about the tax and spend concept, nothing underscores the difference between the three parties in this place better than this question. He looks at the TFSA changes and our increase causing a hole in revenues. Well, on this side, in this party, we don't see that as the government's money, Mr. Speaker. Tax and spending to us should be decisions about, let's take the minimal amount possible from Canadians to give us the opportunity and the great services and quality of life we have here, but recognize that we're held in a trust to spend that wisely and only take it if we need it, Mr. Speaker. This is not a hole in our revenues. This is Canadians' money. TFSAs is an example where we're actually saying, you know, you've made this money. You can save with it and earn some income from investments without us taxing it again. Or the RSP option, we defer that taxation, Mr. Speaker. So that's what was so exciting about the TFSA. And I think nothing underscores the fact that we have Bill C-2 here, the fact that I got this question about holes in revenue, shows that only the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, really looks at this as Canadians' money that we were entrusted to spend on priorities and make decisions to make sure we don't take too much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As this is my first opportunity to rise in this House, I'd like to thank the good people of Kelowna Lake Country, British Columbia, for the opportunity to speak on their behalf. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the large group of volunteers that worked tirelessly to make this possible. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me begin to get today's debate by quoting the Minister of Finance directly when he announced the middle-class tax cut earlier. On October 19th, Canadians gave us a strong mandate to take a new approach. We promised to strengthen the middle class, put more money in their pockets, and to save, invest, and grow the economy. Fundamental to the plan was greater tax fairness for the people who need it the most, the middle class. I couldn't agree more. One of the most important components of this tax cut is restoring middle-class economic progress, the backbone of our economy. That is why the government tabled a notice of the Ways and Means motion to cut taxes for the middle class in December. This was the right thing to do and a smart thing for our economy. The proposed middle tax cut and accompanying proposals will help the middle tax, or help make the tax system fair so all Canadians can have an opportunity to succeed and prosper. Specifically, the bill proposes to reduce the second personal income tax rate from 20.5% from 22%, introduce a 33% personal income tax rate on individual income tax that exceed $200,000, and return the tax-free savings account annual contribution of $5,500 from $10,000, and to reinstate an indexation of the TFSA annual contribution limit. Let me quickly expand on these 3 points. First, the personal income tax rate change. These changes are proposed to take effect January 1st, and it is expected that 9 million Canadians will benefit from them in 2016. Single individuals will see an average tax reduction of $330 per year, and couples will see an average reduction of $540 per year. Second, the government is introducing a new personal income tax rate of 33% that will apply to individual taxable income rates in excess of $200,000. This means that only Canada's top income earners are expected to pay more as a result of the government's proposed changes to personal income tax rates. As with other bracketed thresholds, $200,000 threshold will be indexed to inflation. Finally, the government is returning the tax-free savings account, the TFSA, annual contribution limit to $5,500 from its $10,000 effective January 1st, 2016. Let me reassure this House that the change is not retroactive. The TFSA annual contribution limit for 2015 will remain at $10,000. Returning the TFSA annual contribution limit to $5,500 is consistent with the government's objective of making the tax system fair and helping those who need it the most. When we combine the other registered savings plans, $5,500 TFSA annual contribution limit will permit most individuals to meet their ongoing savings needs in a tax-efficient manner. Indexing of the TFSA annual contribution limit will reinstate that annual limit maintains real and a value over time. The previous government's plan to nearly double the contribution limit to the TFSA could have helped Canada's wealthiest save more, while costing the federal treasury hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 5 years and some tens of billions of dollars over the long term. We know that only 6.7% Canadians eligible for the TSFA contributed the maximum in 2013. Doubling the annual maximum does nothing for the 93.3% of Canadians who do not max out their TFSA contributions existing the current limit of $5,500. That's the real point here, and we've talked about this almost exhaustively all day. Very few Canadians take advantage of this, so raising it makes no sense. I repeat, our government is committed to making the tax system fair and finding ways to support those who need it the most. Finally, I would like to highlight some of our measures that are included, other measures that are included in today's legislation. Today's bill proposes a change to the current flat top rate taxation rules applicable to trusts to use the new rate of 33%. The bill proposes to set the tax on split incomes to the new rate of 33%. It would also amend the charitable donation tax credit to allow higher income donors to claim 33% tax credit on the portion of donations made from income that's subject to the 33% marginal tax rate. And it would also increase the special refundable tax and related fund rate imposed on investment income of private corporations to reflect a proposed new 33% personal income tax rate. Going forward, the government will introduce proposals in the new budget to create a new Canada Child Benefit. Payments under the new Canada Child Benefit will begin in July of 2016. In addition to replacing the universal child care benefit under the previous government, which is not tied to income, the proposed Canada Child Benefit would simplify and consolidate existing child benefits while ensuring that help is better targeted at those who need it the most. Hundreds of thousands of children will be lifted out of poverty, and nearly 9 out of 10 Canadian families will be better off than they were before. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to very quickly highlight the government's pre-budget consultations, which recently and are still taking place. When we set out to do consultations, we wanted to do a couple of things. The government wanted to involve as many Canadians as possible, and we wanted to do things differently. I think the numbers really do tell the story. To date, the combined total number of Canadians reached through channels up to tens of thousands of people, the highest turnout ever for pre-budget consultations on record. For example, we opened up the online consultation on January 6th. We've already received over 67,000 web views and over 3,500 separate submissions from Canadians and individuals and groups. The Minister of Finance had 3 separate live chats with university students, which gave the government valuable insight into the concerns of young Canadians from across Canada. Apparently, the Dalhousie University Facebook Live event alone, the number of people who logged in reached almost 8,000, and since then many more have replayed it online. At the second Facebook Live event in Calgary, the government had over 70,000 people tuning in live. The pre-budget consultation hashtag PBC16 is being used widely by Canadians who have great ideas on how to implement our plan to grow the economy, and by commentators and MPs from across the political spectrum. I want to take this opportunity as a member of the government to express many thanks to everyone who has taken the time out of their day to meet with the Minister of Finance and his Parliamentary Secretary and to share their ideas. It has been a privilege of the government to hear from Canadians directly, and I can assure you it has had a very profound effect. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I believe our program of tax cuts for the middle class is an investment that will lead to a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable economic future. Economic growth requires giving everyone a real and fair chance to succeed. We will continue to work with Canadians to implement our platform for real change, which includes investing in our economy, our communities, Canadians themselves. That means transformative investment in infrastructure and a plan for a strong middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Speaker, one of the most important responsibilities we have here is a responsibility to our constituents. And my colleague opposite spoke about helping the middle class. I'm wondering if he can tell me exactly how, in financial terms, his government defines what middle class means, so be it income bracket, and how many of his constituents fall into that bracket, and how many of them are actually adversely affected by the tax changes that are contained in this bill.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much for the question. I think, as been explained several times today, this tax change is a result of a platitude of different initiatives, and I just want to name some of them. Obviously, the tax cut that I just discussed, a more generous tax-free child benefit, which is also mentioned, an increase to GIS for single seniors, a substantial investment on social infrastructure, And we're going to work with the provinces to ensure that CPP becomes more meaningful in the future. It's a combination of these things that's going to kickstart our economy and help those that need it the most. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Saskatoon West.
Kootenay, Columbia.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kootenay, Columbia. My mistake.
Thank you. And thank the honourable member for a very clear explanation of what the bill includes. As part of your speech, though, the honourable member did talk about consulting with students, many of whom make less than $45,000 a year. So I would ask the honourable member, how does this bill benefit those students who are in the lowest income bracket?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, the financial packages on a whole will benefit students. These people have a lot of time ahead of them. Obviously, they're going to get to a point in their lives where they're going to need CPP. If we start working on it now, CPP will be more meaningful for them in the future. It's going to take some time, and once we get this going, it's the people at the back end of the income earning that are going to benefit the most. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the honourable member talk about his own riding and how the bill will help people who need it the most?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I have a wide range of financial situations in my riding, from people that struggle with homelessness to people that are fairly well off. The tax break will obviously help a lot of folks that need the help. Again, combined with the Canadian Child benefits, it's more generous and tax-free. It's a combination of those things that will help people immediately. And then in the long term, looking at things like revamping CPP, which is incredibly important. We know that there's not enough money, meaningful money, to get people where they need to go when they get older. I think it's a combination of all those things that will help. And my riding is no different than any of the other ridings that are struggling right now with homelessness and mental health issues and a wide variety of things. So this money helps us today, and it also helps us in the future, the plan that is. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
For Moose Jaw Lake Centre, logging.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a couple of comments and then ask a direct question. And I think it's important for the comments I'm going to make because we have approximately 200 new members in this place. And it seems, Mr. Speaker, that there has to be a bit of a primer given to these new members on what actually occurred in years past, since I've heard a little bit of revisionist history being bandied about here today. I know the member opposite is new to this place. I also want to make comment based on an exchange between the honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt and my colleague from Durham. And that exchange was based on what happened in the global recession back in 2008. It seemed to be some criticism from the member opposite that we're running deficits. I would point out to all new members in this place, during the time we were engaged in the debate on whether or not our government at the time should be running deficits, both the Liberals and the NDP's main complaint was that the deficits were not large enough. So, Mr. Speaker, for any member of the opposition, NDP, and any member of the new Liberal government to complain that our deficit was some of the cause of our financial difficulties today is absolutely ludicrous. So my question is, why is it that the Liberals always seem to be wanting higher and higher deficits when the Conservatives are the ones trying to get back to balance?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deficit spending can make sense in certain situations when we have economic problems, and we've seen it done in the past, and sometimes it's successful and sometimes it's not. I think it's more of the situation coming out of 2008 was a function of how we applied that stimulus and the policies that fell out of it. We didn't diversify our economy and really pin the tail on the donkey to the energy sector, leaving us open to a lack of diversification. So when the dollar's down and manufacturing has been ignored and oil's down, we suffer across the board as opposed to those other things coming up when the other commodity comes down. So deficit spending can be helpful in certain situations. We understand that. It's the plan that they...
Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of talk today in the House on this bill with regard to helping middle class, and I want to talk about middle class and the overall economy in my riding, specifically in Alberta. It's grim right now. I want everyone in this House to understand what it is like in Alberta right now. You cannot walk down a street, you can't go anywhere without talking to somebody who has been directly impacted by, I think, what is a significant economic issue in this country. And I want you all in this House to realize what's going on right now. It's a really, really serious thing. I get so many calls in my office from people who just don't know what to do. You know, this isn't just oil sector workers. This is the service industry. This is everything. You all have to realize here that people's severances are running out in the next few months. This is a major issue. And so when we're sitting here talking academically about the middle class and about what's happening, this is where the rubber hits the road. And I implore all of you, when we're thinking about this type of policy, this type of economic policy, to understand what it means to somebody who does not have a job and does not have any sort of prospect of a job. I've heard in this place, you know, what's happening in Alberta is simply explained away as, oh, it's just low commodity prices, or it's a lack of trust in this, or it's a lack of trust in that. The bottom line is that the energy sector, Canada's energy sector, whether you subscribe to it in your political philosophy or not, provides jobs to hundreds of thousands of people in this country. And it's particularly emotive for me because it is my riding. My riding's in the heart of this. And, you know, there was an article in the Globe and Mail this week talking specifically about this and how this downturn affects blue-collar and lower-income workers in Alberta more than anything. And so what blows my mind is that we're standing here talking about, you know, these policies in a way that they materially impact hundreds of thousands of people in this country, and we're not talking about exactly what it means. And this is where I really hope that the government, you know, we're probably not going to agree on a lot of things, but I really hope that in their cabinet meetings, in their caucus meetings, they talk about the impact of what some of these things mean to people who are without a job in Calgary. When the finance minister comes out and talks about raising taxes on stock options, there was a January 10th Globe and Mail article that said small oil and gas firms also say that they also want the government to reconsider its pledge to cap the amount employees can claim through their stock option income deductions. They say the change, if implemented, will be another blow to an industry already downtrodden by depressed crude oil and natural gas prices. You know, to stand up here, you know, my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country said, well, people don't take advantage of the tax-free savings accounts. 60% of Canadians who maxed out their TFSAs in 2013 had less than $60,000 in income. And we're taking that increase away from them at a time when we should be, you know, promoting their investment in this. During the campaign, the Liberals said that they wanted to increase the CPP contributions. So if you're out of a job, you don't have a prospect of a job, or you're a small business income earner, the economy is having a major significant issue, and then you're hearing a signal from the federal government, well, wait, we're going to increase those premiums. What do you think happens? What do you think happens? Less people get hired. That's more money off of people's paychecks. The same thing goes for EI premiums. You know, we can discuss in here, you know, I hear the rhetoric over and over again around income splitting. It only affects the wealthy. Well, I ask you what your definition is on wealthy. I ask you that. How do you define wealthy? Look into your ridings and tell me that the people who benefit from income splitting are wealthy. I think you're going to have a hard time doing that. The same thing goes for the UCCB. When we cancel what our government when the Liberals cancel what our government put in place, it will cost $1,920 per child under 6 and $720 for another amount. Students that and parents who have been paying for students in certain situations, the textbook tax credit, that is a huge amount to somebody who is depending on that, a low-income earner student on an annual basis. They're signaling, again, that perhaps we shouldn't be, students should be thinking about, you know, the fact that their taxes are going to go up because they're going to school. The other thing is about the energy sector. If this was a manufacturing plant in Ontario, there would be national outcry about this. There would be all sorts of investment programs. There would be, you know, let's help this sector. And it just goes without notice. In fact, there's even more punitive things that they're talking about eliminating the mineral exploration tax credit, which is further going to depress the industry in Alberta. The other thing that blows my mind at this point in time is in a time where we need to be telling workers in the energy sector that we want to promote growth in the sector, we are telling them that we are going to make the regulatory environment more uncertain. And you'll hear the rhetoric on the other side that, oh, well, there's a lack of trust. Well, you know what? They've never quantified that. Our government put in place a responsible resource development package which invested in things like we've got the Pipeline Safety Act, which had another $1 billion to respond to incidents, enshrined the polluter pay principle. The main thing that bill did was put certainty on how long a process was going to take. It wasn't about getting to a yes. It was about getting to a yes or a no in a certain period of time, because that is actually a determinant in investment in the natural resource sector. I come out of, my background is in intellectual property management and research administration. To talk about, economic diversification and sort of dismiss the problems that are happening in Canada's energy sector is simply to do with commodity prices or that somehow the government can diversify the economy itself is so short-sighted. When you have a thriving industry, you use the receptor capacity that's created in that industry to see technologies be adopted, tested, venture capital pools be created, all of those sorts of intellectual capital to stay in the country. And what you do when you increase taxes on small businesses, when you raise, taxes on stock options, those sort of incentives that help people to invest and innovate, it says, it says to people, why would we bother investing here? And it's just a very short-sighted philosophy to think that somehow by increasing taxes over and over again and by increasing the deficit of our country, that this is going to miraculously result in an economic turnaround. And I want people to understand at home, anybody who's listening to in Alberta today, if you hear the Liberals over and over and over and over and over again say, well, it's just low commodity prices, or it's just this, or it's this, that, it shows a complete lack of understanding on how the sector works. Everyone in Alberta knows that you need to have regulatory certainty in order to move forward on major projects. We also need to ensure that we retain skilled labor, so when the prices do rebound or we see that change, that all the skilled labor hasn't left. You haven't heard once from the government during this how they're going to keep the remarkable set of talent that we've built in Canada's energy infrastructure, how they're going to help them through this. All we hear is we're going to increase your taxes because you're wealthy. The thing that I think bothers me the most about this is that there is a lack of a plan. I mean, we heard in the campaign that they were going to have a $10 billion deficit. There's different, schools of thought on whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. But I think what is very negative, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the government here now, they don't even know what that end number is going to be. It's going to be $50 billion, $100 billion, who knows? We don't know what that's going to do for the Canadian economy. And for anybody who is in my riding, who is listening to this, anybody across the country who has a concern about where Canada's economy is going, write to your Liberal MP and ask them why they're raising your taxes, Mr. Speaker. I implore my colleagues opposite to really have a think about this, and when you're in your caucus meetings, ask how these tax increases will affect your constituents. And ask what that huge increase in deficit means, not just for your constituents, but their children and their children's children. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we can see something good come out of this.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. One unemployed person in Canada is one employed person too many. Obviously, we are experiencing something in the energy sector today that Quebec went through with forestry, New Brunswick went through with the mining sector, and the manufacturing sector in Ontario and in Quebec as well over the past decade.
lost is one job too many. The member opposite watched as oil prices went from 110 to 90 to 70 to $50 under the previous government, and yet we did not hear the kind of speech that she gave to this chamber today. The member opposite was the Minister of Western Economic Diversification, and my question is, what measures did she put in place in the last 10 years that would gird Alberta and our energy sector, which is living through a crisis, through the kind of situation that they're going through now?
That's a good question. Before we go to the honourable member, I want to remind the members in the House and the member who's about to speak that they're speaking through the chair and not to the other side. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, during my tenure as Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification, I completely remodeled the department on 5 key theme areas. Skilled labour training, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that there was a better pathway for commercialization of research and development happening in Western Canada, including a $100 million fund to see process developments, prototypes commercialized and put into markets. I worked with First Nations communities to ensure that First Nations and Aboriginal communities in Western Canada had equal access to economic opportunities created in Western Canada. I worked to ensure that trade and investment opportunities with new markets were opened up to Western Canadian trade groups and producers. And I also worked with the Western Canadian aerospace sector to ensure that small, medium-sized enterprise had access into our supply chain. But I also stood up for my constituents day in and day out and said that the argument around Canada's energy sector is not a good versus evil debate, but that one that it's a sector that we should embrace throughout the country because it creates jobs. And we also saw the lowest federal tax burden in over 50 years, which increased investment. I think that's a pretty good record and one that I'm more than happy to stand upon.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Cowick, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her speech. She's obviously a passionate person standing up for her riding, and I think I would just like to make all members of this House know that we all are feeling the pain that Alberta is going through. On a personal note, I have a brother who resides in the city of Calgary. He lost his job. You know, I'm a resident of British Columbia, and many people who live in my riding depended on the oil boom of Alberta for long-term prosperous work. So we all feel the pain that Alberta is going through. It affects not just locals in Alberta, but many people from across the country who got jobs there. So my question to the member is that in this time of economic uncertainty and the hurt that Alberta is going through, does she not think that the government would have been better suited in introducing in its first bill some honest measures to help the people who are going through a tough time by reforming our Employment Insurance Act? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I'm happy to again speak on the comment of employment insurance as a whole. My concern is with the government signaling to employers, especially small businesses, that they are going to increase EI premiums at a time when clearly we need to be looking at ways to promote economic growth. That is going to have a huge impact not only on small business growth, but specifically on employees. For somebody who may have taken a pay cut or be laid off, this means additional money right off of their paycheck. It's not something that I support, and I strongly feel that it is going to be detrimental to the economy and that the Liberals will have to answer for this if they should pass it.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today. And first, I would like to commend my honourable colleague on the other side.
I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the government has a plan. We first reduce taxes, and I cannot believe the honourable member would be against that. 9 million people are going to benefit. Although she's leaving the room, I'm sure she'll understand that. And that after that,
I just want to remind the members that we don't refer to the presence of other members, whether they're leaving, whether they're here.
I'm sure that the colleagues on the other side will appreciate that we do have a plan. We started by reducing taxes in December. We're going to put the Canadian Child Benefit Program in place in the next budget, and we're going to make historical investment in our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. That's the plan we have. I crisscross this country I'm sure the honourable members will know that. We went from mountain to Yellowknife to listen to people. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that's what Canadians expect from us, is to invest in our economy. Monsieur le Président, il s'agit...
Mr. Speaker, this is a very turbulent period for the global economy, where the Japan Bank has put in place negative interest rates. China is dealing with an economic slowdown, and the collapse of commodity prices is more than ephemeral, and mediocre growth is the new norm. Mr. Speaker, that is what Ms. Lagarde, the director of the IMF, referred to when she was talking. She talked about mediocre growth. And Mr. Speaker, this is a period during which Canada needs decisive measures and a firm hand. It calls for leadership and with smart investments, and where tax measures are taken to ensure that our economy gets back on track. That's what Canadians want. Mr. Speaker, our government is ready to take up this challenge. After 10 years of weak economic growth, our government was elected to implement an ambitious economic plan that, Mr. Speaker, will kickstart our economy. We are taking concrete measures to manage our economy. We are putting in place stronger economic foundations thanks to tax relief for middle-class Canadians and investments in key sectors of the economy, Mr. Speaker. While I was crisscrossing the country during our pre-budget consultations, that's what people were asking me for, Mr. Speaker. They wanted us to invest in innovation, in productivity, and to diversify our economy, to invest to foster our exports, and to invest in our infrastructure. For example, Mr. Speaker, our government understands that infrastructure can contribute significantly to solving our short-term problems and contribute to long-term prosperity. More specifically, we understand that investment in public infrastructure is the right thing to do, the smart thing to do. In the fall, we completed a very long election campaign during which Canadians voted for real change here in Ottawa. They voted based on a clear promise to help the middle class and to invest in our country in order to create economic growth and good jobs. Canadians spoke loud and clear. They said that it is time for a new direction for our economy, and they said that it is time to invest in people and in our communities across the country. It is high time to invest in things that count for their daily lives. For example, public transit, roads, clean energy, housing, and childcare. The structure of our economy must grow, and that will help us make progress and prosper. Like many of you know, infrastructure is much more than structures themselves. It is more than concrete and pipes and roads. It is more than railways and buses. As my colleague, the member for Edmonton Millwards, infrastructure really concerns people. And that is what allows Canadians to create links between their communities. And it also allows them to participate actively, socially, and economically. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when we held our pre-budget consultations across the country, people talked to us about infrastructure, but also about digital infrastructure. They talked about connectivity, internet, telephone, cell phones, because people who live in the regions, the people on the other side of the house talk about Alberta, but I come Shawinigan, and yes, people in our region as well have lost their many jobs, and they want us to make smart investments in infrastructure that will help them to participate fully in the economy. Everyone in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, knows about the major economic advantages that can be obtained by investing in public infrastructure, both in the long and short term. But we're also aware of the power that infrastructure has to forge communities and to offer places where we want to live, work, and prosper. During the election campaign, Mr. Speaker, we presented an ambitious platform, and that is the one that Canadians chose. We promised to double the federal investment in infrastructure over the next decade. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we wagered that investing in Canada and Canadians was the right thing to do in order to kickstart the economy and to diversify it. We pledged to invest new funding in 3 sectors, Mr. Speaker: public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. We know all the economic challenges that we must address, and investment in infrastructure in a strategic fashion can stimulate the economy, Mr. Speaker, and allow us to build strong, durable, and prosperous communities. Mr. Speaker, that is why our government pledged to cooperate with our local partners, and we trust their expertise in terms of establishing priorities in their own communities. In order to build the infrastructure required for this country, Mr. Speaker, the cooperation will be essential to our success. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that we took the time to meet with Canadians all across the country. We went from east to west. I even went all the way up to Yellowknife, Mr. Speaker, to hear the voices of all Canadians. We visited over 20 cities across the countries to ensure that the programs we put in place are the right ones for Canadians. This cooperative effort was clear in the way the Minister of Finance and myself held pre-budget consultations. They were the most comprehensive consultations in the history of the country. Over many hundreds of thousands of Canadians were involved, and that is because we also did it online.
On April 11th, we're going to go around the country. Rather, we've already done this. We had 6 round tables. We heard from Canadians across the country. And in addition to these meetings, the minister spoke to the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, spoke in Montreal and in Surrey. So in total, we had over 1,500 people at those meetings. Some people weren't able to attend with us, but they can continue to be consulted by giving their ideas on the departmental website. And we have heard from thousands of Canadians that way. Here in Ottawa Centre, there's going to be a meeting with the Minister of the Environment. We are discussing all the ideas with Canadians to come up with the best ideas so that the government can meet the needs of Canadians for infrastructure. We can protect our environment, promote our economy, and make sure that the most vulnerable in our society will receive help. This is an ambitious list, but it is in line with Canadians' values for transparency, generosity, and economic growth. Canadians will be able to see that their contributions have counted when the budget comes down. We are listening to Canadians, and their ideas will help us make Canada better for families and all communities. I wouldn't surprise anyone by saying that we are in a difficult economic situation. We have a real challenge, but a real opportunity to put in place the conditions we need for long-term sustainable growth. Canadians want us to make smart choices, and we will do so. We want to promote growth that will result in good jobs and a better economy. We have a plan to grow the economy, and we have already started to implement it. By concentrating on our investments that will promote economic growth, we will be determined to act responsibly. We will be increasing our economic opportunities for the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci à vous. Reprise.
Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Or Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague on his election to this House. When he was running for office, I'm sure that he went to many doors and he talked in many community forums where he indicated some of the key platform commitments. One was there might be a deficit, but it wasn't going to be any more than $10 billion. And they were going to do this, rich pay more, but the middle class are going to benefit. But it was going to be revenue neutral. We now know the deficit is going to be higher than $10 billion. And we know that this revenue neutral tax thing, it was really poor math, and that it's actually going to be $1.4 billion. So I guess I want to hear from my colleague, first of all, how he can explain that to the residents of his riding, and who's going to pay for that debt, because they are creating a structural deficit. Who will pay for that in the future?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
From my honourable colleague, Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker, that when interests are low, you invest in the economy to grow the economy. So my answer to my constituent is simple. We told you what we're going to do with the economy. We're exactly doing that. We have a plan. We started in December by reducing tax for the middle class. We're going to have the Canadian Child Benefit Program, which is going to be put in place in the next budget, which is going to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. It's going to help 9 families out of 10, probably 9.9 in my riding, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to invest in an historical fashion in our infrastructure. That's what we said, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing.
Questions and comments?
Bertie.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance for his speech. Before I get started, I actually want to quickly wish my oldest daughter happy 16th birthday today. Thank you. Thank you. In your speech, I didn't hear a lot about Bill C-2. And, you know, when you talked about consultation with Canadians and going around the country, we know that this bill benefits 40% of Canadians. Those that earn over $45,000. Those that don't earn $45,000, which is 60% of Canadians. Were they consulted about this tax? Because if they were, I have a hard time believing that they would support this tax break. The government has talked about setting its priorities and pushing those forward in the first 100 days. When are the 60% of taxpayers going to become a priority of this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased. So happy birthday to your daughter. This is a place for serious discussion, but also we have families, and I'm very pleased that he acknowledged his daughter. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. Our tax plan reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians. So I can assure you, as I went across the country and spoke with people from all walks of life, Mr. Speaker, we had small business owners, we had people from non-profit sector, we had people from universities. We consulted in a way which is unprecedented in this country as many Canadians as we could. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that people understood that cutting tax for the middle class, investing in our children, investing in an historical way in our infrastructure is the way to kickstart this economy and provide long-term prosperity to all Canadians.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap. Very briefly, because we're kind of pressed for time, we'll make it short on both sides.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell earlier today spoke of the differences in home prices in different parts of the country. Some of those places it's very expensive and hard to get into the market. Since TFSAs are a very effective saving vehicle for people trying to build their savings and get into the down payment that they can get into those markets, especially in those high-cost areas where it may be difficult for young Canadians to get into the market, I ask the member, does it make sense to restrict one of the most effective savings methods ever introduced, or would it not make sense to allow Canadians to save for themselves for the future?
Very briefly, and 30 seconds are left, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the answer is very simple. We have chosen to invest in the middle class. As you know, only 6.7% of eligible Canadians have put in the maximum amount into their TFSA. So 93.3% of Canadians have not been able to do so. What we are doing and what we said we would do in the election campaign is to help most Canadians, the middle class. We are helping 9 million taxpayers in Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today here in the House on behalf of the people of Sherbrooke who have re-elected me for the second time. This is my first official speech in 2016 in this term, and I want to thank my constituents for this opportunity to represent them. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-2 as the critic for national revenue. The NDP is the progressive voice here in the House, and I want to explain why we are taking this stand that we are and are against some of the measures here. The bill, which amends the National Revenue Act, the Income Tax Act, rather, is an important one. We heard a speech from the government side that unfortunately spoke to a number of other issues, but I'm going to be speaking about the bill. We will be supporting the bill, Bill C-2. There are good things in it. There are some measures that are less good in our opinion, and I will have to spend some time on those, even though the government doesn't necessarily want to hear those criticisms. The two main measures in the bill that I want to focus on are the income tax changes that will be brought in by this bill, and also the change to the tax-free savings account, the TFSA as we call it. There are changes to the contribution limits that are contained here in the bill. So this is a change to what the Conservatives brought in last year. The first aspect is the tax rate that will be changed. We had considerable expectations with respect to the help that the government would give to the middle class, but in fact, the benefits really go to the most well-off in Canada, and 60% of Canadians, unfortunately, won't be helped at all by these measures. Canadian voters have high expectations of this government, as I did as well. And this is the first bill. The government said this is the first thing it was going to do. That was to reduce taxes for the middle class. I think that their definition of the middle class is very different from ours. Canadians were very hopeful that their trust in the Liberals would be borne out, but in fact, this is not the case. Their expectations have been disappointed. I have to say, too, that, and not just in this debate, and this bill, but since the government has come in, they talk a lot about the future, the things that they're going to do. They're going to deal with certain issues, this issue, that issue, soon. They're going to come up with plans. But we need action right now. I would like to hear what the government is doing now, what they are bringing in now. But once again, we have heard in the previous speeches about what the government intends to do down the road. People can't wait until March or later to see these changes that they have been waiting impatiently for. Why do we think, then, that the way the government has proceeded with these tax changes is not the ideal way? It's because the Liberals play fast and loose with the figures like the Conservatives did. They say that $9 million are going to benefit from this tax change. That's a high number. So people at home think that must be meaningful. 9 million people are going to benefit. But when you look at the details, those who earn over $45,000 will benefit. But at $45,000, people will only get $50 back. So that isn't 9 million people. And it does include the people that only get a small amount like this $50. So a lot of people are disappointed today. The people who get the most back are those who earn more and therefore are stand to gain more. In Quebec, there's a commentator that talks about a lot of the issues that we're dealing with here and has said that the richest people in Canada will benefit the most. He pointed out that a couple earning $250,000 will get back over $1,000, but a couple earning $75,000, between the two of them, will get between $0 and $4 back. So we can see what this really means. Now, with respect to the TFSA, this is one of the measures that we support and one of the reasons why we are supporting the bill. The tax-free savings account allows people to save tax-free. The contribution limits are being changed here. This is a bit controversial. That is the way people use these accounts because some people use them to dodge tax. But increasingly, studies have shown that this isn't necessarily new savings. People aren't necessarily putting new money into these accounts, but rather are shifting assets that they already have into these accounts to be able to avoid paying tax. It's unfortunate that some people are using the accounts that way. Canadians who invest the most in these accounts and reach the maximum contribution, in fact, are few in number. It's really those with the most money that are able to do so. The Conservatives announced that they were going to raise the contribution limit to $10,000, and it was a bad idea to do that. There will be a reduction in the cost for future generations because the measure in the bill reduces the contribution limit to $5,500, which is where it was before. The parliamentary budget officer indicated that the potential costs would be billions of dollars down the road. And in 2080, I expect to still be alive. And so if we left that contribution limit where the Conservatives put it, then there would be a huge amount of money spent by the government for it. We'll have to see what happens with the TFSAs down the road because it's quite a new innovation. Jonathan Kesselman, who was the one who came up with the idea of the TFSA in the early 2000s, he carried out a study with a colleague whose name I can't remember, but he raised the idea of creating a tax-free savings account. And Mr. Kesselman talks about the TFSAs in an article in 2015 called Expanding, Restricting the TFSA, and he lays out the effects that the contribution levels can have. We need to make sure that this is a sustainable program for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. In his comments, he indicated that he would be supporting the budget or supporting this particular bill, Bill C-2, and I'm encouraged to hear that. One of the things that I would look to him to at the very least acknowledge is the fact that within this piece of legislation, what we're really seeing in good part is addressing the issue of income inequality. That is there, that's very real, and many Canadians want us to be able to address. And by doing that, what we're directly doing is affecting the middle class in Canada. The middle class will, in fact, benefit by the passage of this legislation. Would he not agree with that?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased that my colleague mentioned income inequality. It's an extremely important issue for me and my colleagues. It is not being addressed sufficiently in this bill, in my opinion. And that's why when C1 was tabled, we proposed a technical amendment, which would have been very simple, which unfortunately was rejected. And that would have been to drop the income tax rate from 15% to 14% for the first tax bracket. Everyone can interpret what the term middle class means, but that reduction for the first bracket of taxable income would have truly benefited the middle class, in our opinion. People who managed to save the most tax at the end of the year would have been people who earned $45,000. So I'm disappointed because C2 is not what's going to really help the middle class. This helps the upper middle class, if you will. Questions and comments.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague for his speech and ask, I would tend to agree that, my own conception of the middle class probably falls somewhat lower than transferring money from the high six-figure earners to the low six-figure earners, which unfortunately is what C2 seems to really do. I'm wondering, given the fact that there are many people now who would have been in the middle class, however you define it, a year ago and have lost their jobs. We've seen a lot of urgency put on C2, but not the same urgency put on reforms to the employment insurance program. Just wondering if you could speak to how much that might have helped people who are no longer in the middle class because they don't have employment, but a year or two ago would have found themselves there.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Elmwood's Transcona for his question. It is true. Many people had some expectations about this government. They thought they'd get a tax cut that was significant and quickly as well. What we're seeing now is that the tax cut in C2 is for people who maybe don't need it as much as others. People were expecting to see something that would be better than this. And many Canadian voters today are probably disillusioned by what this government is proposing today. They're talking in the future tense only. I think it's important to talk about those who are excluded here, who may not have the income to pay income tax. And I think we don't talk about those people often enough in this House. I hope that those questions will be addressed in the future at least. I'm asking them not to talk in the future tense all the time, but at least I'd like them to think about these people who've lost their jobs, who are on EI, who don't have the same opportunities and luck, and who simply don't pay income tax because they don't have sufficient income. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I actually rise to address what I think is a very important piece of legislation that we're actually have been debating for the last little while. It's important in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that what we're witnessing is the implementation of what I believe is a very significant
aspect of an election platform that the Prime Minister of Canada campaigned on, not only for a relatively short period of our summer and leading into October the 19th, but something in which the Liberal Party had talked about while in opposition for many months, Mr. Speaker. We acknowledge and recognize the importance of Canada's middle class. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that when the Prime Minister was first elected leader of the Liberal Party, that the term middle class started to get talked about and mentioned a whole lot more inside the House of Commons, because that's an issue since his capturing of the leadership of the Liberal Party that he brought to the House and time again has reinforced, and with great success. Through that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen members from all political parties talking more about Canada's middle class. Let's get back to the election platform. The election platform was very clear that we were going to be changing the tax rates, that those that make in excess of $200,000 a year will be expected to pay a little more. And, Mr. Speaker, if you talk to those individuals, I'm sure you will find a good-sized majority of those people understanding the need to pay a little more. After all, it's all about fairness, Mr. Speaker. Then you have those in the tax bracket in which we have focused a great deal of attention on here in the House for well over a year now, that was incorporated into an election platform where there was going to be a tax break to the middle class. And that's what this bill is actually doing, Mr. Speaker. It is delivering on an election promise that was made and will be kept, Mr. Speaker. And that's why you see when members of the Liberal caucus stand and speak and address this particular piece of legislation, there's a sense of pride because we are keeping a commitment. Mr. Speaker, it's even going a little further than that tax break. We talked about the importance. Again, in the last budget, you had a budget that doubled the tax account, the TFSA account, and there was roundly criticized when the then government, the Conservative majority government, brought in and made the proposal to double the cost. By doubling the cost, Mr. Speaker, one would argue, and I argued at that point, that it was not the appropriate tax break to be giving to Canadians. Very few, in terms of percentages, actually take advantage by contributing the maximum of that time, just over $5,000 to it, Mr. Speaker. You know, I represent a working-class riding in a very real way. And I can tell you, my constituents don't have $10,000 just sitting around that they could invest into a tax savings plan. They're trying to cope with the economic demands that are facing us today, Mr. Speaker. So we made the commitment, again, back then, that we would not be supporting the increase that the Conservative government was giving, and there was wide support for not supporting it. Like, the government of Canada did not have support from the different stakeholders when they implemented that particular tax break, Mr. Speaker. There was no real support. It came all from the Prime Minister's office back then. So the Liberal Party is correcting a wrong, Mr. Speaker. It should never have been increased. And this is something that's also incorporated into the legislation that we have before us. I know a lot of them talk about, well, it's about what we want to do. What sort of tax breaks do we want to provide to Canadians? Let's recall the debate of the income split. That was another Conservative idea that did not have the support of Jim Flaherty, you'll recall. Remember the income split? A couple $1 billion annually to Canada's wealthiest? Who was going to foot the bill? Canada's middle class was going to foot that particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Even Jim Flaherty, the former Conservative minister, recognized the flaw of that Conservative policy, Mr. Speaker. That is something that we recognized, again, back then, that this isn't the type of Canada that we want to see, that there was a need to reinforce the positives. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that I believe is a step in the right direction. I hear a lot of the Conservatives talk about deficits. And this is really something to hear now being on the government side. When I was in opposition and we would raise the issue of deficits, I raised the issue on numerous occasions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when they brought in the budget saying that they had a balanced budget, I made it very clear that it was a bogus balanced budget, that they were fudging the numbers. They can check Hansard, Mr. Speaker, and they'll see it right there in black and white. But I wasn't alone. They don't have to believe me. Even the governor of the Bank of Canada indicated that this is going to be a deficit budget, Mr. Speaker, and that was done in the month of July. There was no surplus budget handed over to the Liberal government on October the 19th, Mr. Speaker. That's a deception. We inherited a deficit. Much like, Mr. Speaker, Jean Chrétien inherited a deficit. And he turned that deficit into a multi-billion-dollar surplus. And then what happened? Then the Conservatives got their hands on the purse again, and they turned that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit within 2 years. And that was even prior to Canada getting into the recession, Mr. Speaker. And ever since they achieved that deficit, every year since then, they have had a deficit, including the 2015 and 2016 budget, Mr. Speaker. So the opposition will have to excuse me, as I suspect most Canadians realize that the Conservatives do not know how to balance the books, Mr. Speaker. The only party that has balanced the books here in Ottawa has been the Liberal Party, and they have demonstrated that time and time again. Now, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we listen to what the Prime Minister has very eloquently told Canadians. That at the end of the day, today is now the time for us to invest in Canadians, to invest in our economy. And we are seeing that. So when you take a look at this bill and you say, wow, this is doing a lot for the middle class, well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that's coming down the pipe. You know, we can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program that's going to be lifting literally tens of thousands of children out of poverty. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is a very strong positive. Imagine a government now that's going to take a proactive approach at dealing with some of those important social issues that is going to, again, help Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of the middle class. Programs such as housing, Mr. Speaker, and the impact that housing takes across all regions of our country, coast to coast to coast, not to mention the hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be spent on our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this expenditure on infrastructure is going to create jobs, real jobs. You know, the infrastructure program that the Conservatives had was nothing more than an empty shell. They would say, we're going to spend this kind of money on infrastructure, but it was years down the line, not when the economy needed it. Not when the municipalities were calling for it, Mr. Speaker. They had their own political agenda in terms of the expenditure of public dollars dealing with infrastructure when the needs are today. That's what they should have been doing, Mr. Speaker. But they didn't recognize that. Well, this government does recognize that. We are seeing more money invested in infrastructure at a time in which Canada needs that money to be spent, Mr. Speaker, than the history of our country, or at least in most modern history in the last 40, 50 years. And it's because we believe in building Canada's infrastructure. By building our infrastructure, we're helping the local economies throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, in many different ways, not only from a social perspective, but also from an economic perspective, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to conclude, because I see I only have a minute left. There's a lot of discussion about oil prices. And it's interesting watching the Conservatives yap across the aisle here, Mr. Speaker, on that particular issue. We should remind them, what was the price of oil when they were in office? $110? And now, when they left before October the 19th, it was at, what, $30? That might be a little bit off, Mr. Speaker. Where were all those Alberta members of Parliament? They were nowhere to be seen. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Alberta members of the Liberal caucus are very vocal, as they understand, as all the Liberal caucus understands, the importance of what's taking place in Alberta. And we are going to do for Alberta what we do for other provinces, Mr. Speaker. Demonstrate not only that we care, but we're going to invest, and we're going to make sure by strengthening Canada's middle class, we are strengthening the economy, and all of us will benefit by it, Mr. Speaker, despite what the Conservative opposition might have to say.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member has never let facts get in the way of his speeches in the House. And I'll say facts from the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the financial officials' own report as of November, facts from the Auditor General in terms of the rollout of the stimulus plan. But having said that, he did start off his speech earlier talking about a promise that he made to his constituents, a commitment they were keeping, a promise they were keeping. Did he also promise them that it was only going to be a $10 billion deficit? Because that was a promise. Is he going to break that promise? And second of all, this so-called tax swap, I'm going to say, raise the taxes on the rich and give the middle class, and they haven't been able to define middle class yet, give the middle class a break. Did he tell his constituents at the time it was going to cost a $1.4 billion and add to the structural deficit of his government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the member is that I did tell my constituents the truth. The truth being that the Conservative government actually had a deficit, a significant deficit for 2015-2016 year. And, Mr. Speaker, I also let them know that it wasn't just me saying it, that, for example, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, which is an apolitical individual, made it very clear. And we're not talking about thousands of dollars, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars when he made the statement that back in July that there is actually a deficit situation. I like to think, Mr. Speaker, that there's a lot to be learned. And I would suggest to the Conservative Party that they take a look at it and reflect in terms of their past behavior in regards to balancing the book. You really never achieved a balanced book, unless, of course, you take into consideration the very first budget when you first took office, and that was immediately following Paul Martin's defeat, who handed you a multi-billion-dollar surplus. That's the only time you actually had a surplus. Outside of that, it's deficit after deficit. So we don't have to take any lectures or any advice from the Conservatives in regards to financial management. And I can tell you that under this government, we will achieve a balanced budget at some point.
I want to remind the honourable member that all the members here, that they do speak through the Speaker and not directly across the floor. Yes, I realize that. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member mentioned that many people in his riding don't have $10,000 a year to contribute to a TFSA, and I'm sure he's right about that. He's right about that in part because so many people in his riding don't make the $45,000 a year that they would need in order to qualify for the Liberal tax cut in C2. So I'm wondering if he could get up and explain to the House why it is that he's not supporting the NDP proposal to give tax breaks to people who make under $45,000 a year, and admit that he would be doing more for more people in his constituency if he supported our plan over what's presented in C2.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, I acknowledge and I appreciate what appears to be the NDP supporting this particular piece of legislation. I think it's a smart thing to do. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I find it difficult. You got to, as the member comes from Manitoba, as I do, and I can tell you I've been watching the NDP provincial government for over 15 years now. And when I look at taxation policies and I listen to some of the points that they have raised and some of the social conditions in the province of Manitoba, whether it's child poverty, trying to assist people out of child poverty, and it's not a pride, a position of pride, but we literally have the worst positioning than any other province in Canada. Mr. Speaker, on a per capita basis. So that's one of the things that I would caution the member on. In terms of taxation policy, policy, when the NDP here talk about corporate tax breaks, they might want to reflect in terms of what the NDP in power over 15 years has done in the province of Manitoba by reducing corporate tax rates. I think that in part you have, NDP in opposition versus NDP in government in certain taxation policies. I would like to think that a responsible approach that I've seen at times from the Democrats is what we're seeing in particular on the debate on this bill, in the sense that they're supporting what I believe is a good piece of legislation, and I'm glad to see that.
Reprise du débat, resuming
debate.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thank you for this opportunity again to speak on behalf of my constituents. And like I did last time when I spoke on Energy East, I'm going to use a Yiddish proverb again, and it's the heaviest burden is an empty pocket. And lowering a tax in the middle bracket and hiking taxes on savings will empty the pockets of my constituents. By this bill, the government is also deferring taxation to another generation, because by their own admission, they will run deficits, big deficits, well into the future. Why are we punishing savers? The tax cut has the biggest impact on the highest of income earners. They get full advantage, whereas others will get pennies on the dollar. Most importantly, the government's economic plan seems to involve sacrificing energy and resource jobs to satisfy and mollify opponents of major energy infrastructure projects. And a Canadian without a job pays no income tax. And that's the truth for many of my constituents right now who are out of work. They can't contribute to the national coffers, but more importantly, they can't do anything for their families, their loved ones, to earn that income, to pay for their daily expenses. Albertans understand the value of thrift and frugality. I don't see those values on that side of the House. I see an insatiable appetite for deficit spending and debt binging. The C2 tax plan further offends the principle of equal pay for equal work. Now let me explain. Let's take two of my constituents. Both of them are welders. Many of my constituents happen to work in the trades. One of them works a standard 40-hour week and opts to forego overtime, to stay home with his family and take up coaching on the weekend. The other welder decides to work 7 days a week, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and spends 14 or 16 hours per day working. This welder gives up time with his family, his kids don't see him, and it strains his marriage. Now why does he do it? Because he believes it's worth the sacrifice for the reward. And that's not an exception in Alberta. Many families over the past decade have struggled with this choice between a higher income and the quality of life that it brings and family time at home. There exists no practical scheme of averaging incomes that can do justice to the author or inventor, artist or actor, or the tradesman, who either sacrifices a few years with their family or reaps the reward of their craft after decades of effort in a few short years. Their extra effort is taxed more in those years. The income after tax does not purchase as many goods and services for their effort. The purchasing power of these two welders varies significantly, and the effort they each expend for their work should be fairly addressed by our income tax system. The tax scheme proposed in C2 punishes them all. Now, why are we punishing professionals and tradesmen who work extra hours, sacrifice their weekends with their families, and contribute more to our common prosperity? How fair is this? C2 punishes success, it punishes hard work. It says no to extra effort and to greater endurance at work. Like other speakers have said, we know from the Parliamentary Budget Office that the tax plan partially set out in C2 is not revenue neutral. The Budget Office confirmed what we Conservatives have always been saying and have been repeatedly saying today, which is that in this tax plan, if we can call it a tax plan, it creates an $8.9 billion budget hole by fiscal year 2020-2021. The deficit spending of today is simply the deferred taxation of tomorrow. It is the tax hikes of tomorrow on our children's future. In January 2009, a Conservative government announced a $63 billion economic stimulus. The opposition then crowed that it was not enough. It took many years of stewarding the economy and careful spending reductions to wrestle that deficit to zero. In fact, the Fiscal Monitor, published by the Department of Finance, showed that the outgoing Conservatives left the Liberals a $400 million surplus. That was in November. You're welcome. Now I see that that side of the House accused us of running deficits for the stimulus that they were demanding in 2008-2009. The stimulus they threatened to bring down the government over. They wanted more spending and a bigger deficit and more debt. And now they are about to embark on a spending spree with a taxpayer's credit card totaling $125 billion over 10 years. And this excludes, of course, all the other ill-thought-out promises they made in their platforms. It also excludes any potential emergencies, new policy initiatives, new operating costs associated with this new public infrastructure that they'll be building, and on and on. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned that this government plans to run massive, long-term structural deficits, which will increase the tax burden on future Canadians and leave Canada more vulnerable to economic headwinds or economic shocks. Their answer seems to be on that side of the House, that the next generation can pay. Now, I believe the worst part of this bill, the really truly worst part, is the slashing of the TFSA in half. We know that 75% of tax-free savings account holders earned less than $70,000 in 2013. Nearly 700,000 seniors have a tax-free savings account. It was the #1 issue brought up to me while I was enjoying the Calgary Stampede, serving my constituents in New Brighton, in Cranston, in Auburn Bay. This was the #1 issue, Mr. Speaker, that they brought to my attention, is how much they enjoyed using the TFSA to plan for their future. Now, past Liberal members of this House in 2008, 2009 criticized the TFSA when we introduced it for the first time as only for the 1%, and that Canadians have proved them wrong. They were wrong then, and they're wrong now. In fact, 11 million Canadians took advantage of the TFSA and said the Liberals were wrong. But it's not just for retirement. It's also an excellent saving tool in general, because when done right, it allows Canadians to save tax-free. Now, the TFSA can be used to save for a post-secondary education, for a new car, or to start a small business, or even for a down payment for a home. And here, I think we can extend the analogy a little bit to buying a house. Your investment in it is like a TFSA. You can pay for your house out of after-tax income, but any gains on the sale of a principal residence are tax-free. If you can't afford a house as an investment vehicle, the TFSA serves that role admirably. It's that intermediary role between owning a house and something else as a savings tool. Some Canadians use the TFSA to save for emergencies, and we in Calgary have experience with that. A BMO survey in September 2015 found that 56% of respondents had less than $10,000 available in an emergency. Now, it's not about maximizing the use of the tax-free savings account. I understand many Canadians can't reach the maximum, but it's about choice. It's about freedom of choice. It's about flexibility. It's about humility from that government to admit it doesn't have all the answers, and Canadians know best how to save for themselves. So Canadians understand their own personal needs much better than we do in this House. And some Canadians have chosen the RRSP. On average, 30% set aside monies in an RRSP every single year. But 11 million Canadians have chosen the TFSA as their retirement product, their retirement service of choice. Comme plusieurs parents, je prends beaucoup de temps.
Like many parents, I take the time to teach the basis of the economy to my family so they're in a position to understand the importance of saving money, which is their income.
Rewarding good behavior and reminding them why it matters. We spend a lifetime teaching this to our children, but this government sends the opposite message when it slashes the TFSA. We have spent years promoting financial literacy at the federal level, and we prize financial literacy in our students. Yet, when it comes to creating and preserving efficient savings vehicles that facilitate savings, we slash them in half. Now, I wholeheartedly reject the notion that the TFSA has a public cost associated with it. That's a cost to the Treasury. You are taxing the savings of Canadians. It's not a cost to government. It's an unfair tax on those Canadians who want to save. It's taxing thrift and frugality. It's taxing those who plan for themselves and make choices for their own future. By slashing the TFSA in half, the government is simply moving the cost to private households, and that is wrong. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, today I heard that this bill was an election promise and it was designed to put into place this ill-advised plan. However, one of the aspects of leadership is the ability to adjust to changing conditions, and the conditions have clearly changed, not just in Alberta. Contributions to TFSA changes to that are not a change in leadership, but a problem. The Liberal government, the previous Liberal government, under his father, in fact, national debt went up to significantly from 24 to 48% of GDP. I would invite and urge all people to vote against this bill. Canadians do not want anything to do with this outrageous plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear all the concern about future generations. When Joe Oliver was the finance minister and he was challenged on the increase in the TSFA limit and how that would defund government in the future, he said, well, that's up to Stephen Harper's grandkids to worry about. So much for that. Financial literacy, he says. Well, remember the tax splitting, the income splitting? 65% of that money, $3 to $4 billion a year, would have gone to Canada's wealthiest people. Well, at least some know how to read it. Defunding government over 10 years and yet spending us into the ground. That's the legacy that these guys did. The deficit that they claimed to have eliminated, as close as they got, and they didn't get all the way, was done on the backs of veterans, done on the basis of a fire sale of GM stock, a one-time only thing, at a loss. Financial literacy, I don't think so. Now, with things going down the tube in Alberta, in Nova Scotia, in Saskatchewan, now they want the government to help after they've done all they can to weaken the government over the past 10 years. So, which is it? Allow the private people to look after themselves and deprive the government an opportunity to help them when they need it, or...
Yes, well, we just have the 5 minutes for questions and comments, and so we'll interrupt the honourable member there. I think we got the question and the comment out. I would remind honourable members the right honourable member for Calgary Heritage remains a member in this House, and remind honourable members not to use the given or family names of other honourable members, but to use either their title in the case of parliamentary secretaries or ministers, or the riding names in the case of all other members. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. So I'd like to reacquaint him just with the facts, because you may want to talk to the Minister of Finance about this. The fiscal monitor published by the Department of Finance shows that there is indeed a surplus that was left to this government. So let's start with that. And we have no excuses to make on this side of the House, because we have a very good record. We've left Canadians with the lowest tax burden in 60 years. 11 million Canadians take advantage of TFSA. What actually my constituents really want is for this government to get out of the way of private business, of workers, of the energy workers, which are good at their job. They're proud of the craftsmanship in their trades. They know how to build pipelines. They know how to work on energy projects all across Canada. And they don't need the government putting in more red tape that's completely unnecessary at a time like this. So I'd also mention that according to the OECD, Canada actually has a lower than average tax burden than other OECD countries. Now, you don't achieve that without practicing financial literacy in government, and we did just that.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to salute the member for Calgary Shepherd and congratulate him on his excellent speech. 2 comments from his speech, and my question is simple. The current government is increasing the debt, penalizing families who have lower incomes with an increase that will result in deficits. Now, he talked about $8.9 billion that would be used to give a tax cut to middle-class people, or for richer people, rather. In the long term, we've seen that by reducing people's ability to save, we would deprive them of that tool in the future to meet their needs. So my question is it not worrisome to see this Liberal government massively in debt to future generations with these poor decisions today, and to deprive them of tools for saving that would be jeopardizing their future as well?
Shepherd.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. There is a small paragraph that I didn't read through in my speech because I didn't have time, but I'd also like to clarify that my constituents, people in my riding, work hard to earn their money, and being able to put it into a tax-free savings account is important. If that's eliminated, well, it's a lack of respect to them. For some people, they're paying 50% in taxes. For doctors and dentists, for example, many of them.
Mr. Speaker, and they earn a very strong income because they work extremely long hours on very long shifts. And they do this, and they sacrifice the time with their families, knowing that at the end of the day, they can better the quality of life of their families, and they can grow the prosperity of their families. So I think it's important to remember that this has a real impact 10, 20, 30 years down the line when they'll be thinking about, do we have enough to retire with? And do we have enough to share with our children to ensure they can have an education? Do you buy that car so you can get to school, to university? I mean, it has a real impact on them, and that's what I'm thinking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to have this opportunity to rise to speak to Bill C2, which is a government piece of tax legislation. And I will point out from the outset we will be voting in favour of this bill. Not because it's excellent, it's not, but it's quite insignificant. But its current proposal is better than the status quo. The status quo being put forth by the Conservative Party during the last election and the NDP. This bill will put into place the measures put forth in the Ways and Means motion introduced before Christmas to give Canadians a tax break. It's not the best approach. Objectively speaking, there is nothing that would justify separating out this tax measure from other ones that will be coming down in the budget, and to simply rush forward to put it before Parliament before Christmas, except partisan imperatives. The government had to do something, anything, just something, in order to give the impression that it was honouring its election promises. And it had to do something because the name Liberal has a long past associated with it. We'll all recall that the previous government had promised to abolish the GST, but it didn't do it. It promised as well to be the government that would be the government of transparency, and they ended up with Alfonso Gagliano as a minister in charge of government operations and the sponsorship scandal. They promised to be the government of growth, and it cut so much to transportation to the provinces that Quebec almost went into bankruptcy. The government had to do something, just anything, something. And what they decided to go ahead with was the measures behind Bill C2 that we're currently discussing today. Now, these tax issues are a comprehensive whole. We need to look at exemptions, benefits, taxes, all of the measures together to measure the impact of government action. For example, the impact on the middle class, families, wealth, on people who are having trouble making ends meet and pay their bills at the end of the month. But here we have an aspect that will affect only a minority of people. This bill, what it proposes to do is to increase taxes for some people who have a BMW to help out others who still own a BMW. The taxable income and the marginal tax rate is at 38%. It will affect 1.4% for the richest taxpayers, and we can't oppose that. The 1% of the richest are earning a larger portion of the wealth in our society, and this is a problem. It's as if they were having a larger and larger portion of the pie, and the middle class and others are worse off. On the other hand, this bill makes changes to the income tax for $48,000 to some $90,000, and that amount will drop. So what the government is putting forth is a reform that is supposed to assist the middle class. However, it's not really the middle class that will be receiving benefit, and that's where the problem is. 74% of taxpayers in Quebec earn under $50,000 a year. They are the ones that that this bill should help, but they are the one who are suffering. It doesn't concern the majority of people who are represented here. It helps out to people who are richer. All of us sitting in this chamber will benefit from this change. Only 5.2% of Quebec taxpayers are earning over $100,000. I have the impression that the government has a very curious notion as to what makes up the middle class. What's more, the parliamentary budget officer states that people affected by this tax increase will avoid it because they will declare their income differently. So at the end of the day, the government will be in a losing position. Given the lack of measures to deal with tax havens, we know that Bill C-2 will be inoperable. As I said, its adoption will make the situation a bit better than the status quo, but it's not anything more than a public relations officer approach, and it is not helping people with a modest income. We'll be able to make that judgment when we see in the next budget if they're going to support families with their new benefit, if they are accurately taxing people who are earning over $120,000, like members of this House, by making some changes, if they're going to help seniors by indexing pension or increasing the GIS, if they're going to make changes to the EI fund by stopping to apply it over the way it has been and use it the way that it has been in the past 20 years. There's another problem with the tax system, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think the government can deal with it, will deal with it either, nor would other parties if they formed government, and I'm talking about the fiscal imbalance. The federal government has some 50% of tax revenues in this country, 50%, but doesn't provide any services for that. So as a result, there's more money coming in than it requires for its responsibilities. And there are two consequences of that. On the one hand, Ottawa can manage this tax money and manage the services like EI, for example. They cost 150% for them to manage it out of Ottawa than it would in Quebec for social assistance.
For a patient in a veterans hospital, for example, it costs 100% more to treat a patient in one of those hospitals than in a hospital in Quebec. So if Ottawa was in charge of healthcare, well, it would collapse. The second consequence is that the provinces have a hard time taking on their responsibilities. While Ottawa spends $50 billion on some ships and some F-35s, universities in Quebec are having to stop their subscription to certain scientific reviews to make ends meet. So if you ask the people of Quebec, would you prefer a quality education or an F-35? Well, I think the answer is pretty clear. The way that tax revenues are shared in Canada is dysfunctional because Ottawa has enough revenue to badly manage what it is supposed to manage. And so because Ottawa is in charge of the shared account, if you will, it can decide how the provinces and Quebec do manage their own affairs. And this is just getting worse and worse. As Quebec will have to deal with the costs of an aging population, the government of Quebec, like the government of all other provinces, risks collapsing under the weight of the healthcare costs that they're going to have to assume unless things change. Now, Ottawa won't be affected and will eventually come up with surpluses. The PBO and the Council of the Federation have indicated that in 20 years, Ottawa will finish paying off its 150 years of debt while the provinces are bankrupt. So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is completely dysfunctional when it comes to the tax system. This creates unnecessary fights. What the people of Quebec need is the freedom to develop their own affairs. So there is one too many governments here. And from our point of view, this government that we don't need is the federal government. This problem, well, is going to have to be dealt with at some time, and the sooner the better. This rendezvous with history has been pushed back, but it's enough is enough. And we will continue towards that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, It's a pleasure for me to listen to my honorable colleague. We have to go back to the facts.
Straight. Monsieur le Président, d'abord, je salue l'intervention.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for indicating that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. But I'm surprised that he would say that it's insignificant. This is a bill that reduces taxes for 9.5 million Canadians. Calling that insignificant, well, that seems insulting to me, to the people of the middle class, people that I represent in my riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, for example, which has one of the lowest average incomes in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. This government is reducing taxes for 9.5 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that's not insignificant. A second point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to my honourable colleague that Bill C-2 contains, in part, tax cuts, yes. In the coming budget, there will be the Canada Child Benefit, which will benefit Canadian families. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague his point of view on the fact that the federal government is working for the middle class. I'd like to hear what he and his party are proposing to help the middle class. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his comments and maybe for his question, which was a little bit hard to find the point of it. But there's a couple of points to note here. The first point is that this is a first step towards the budget. And I mentioned in my speech that this first step towards the next budget, well, we don't understand why 2 months before the budget, this couldn't have simply been included in the budget. Why are they playing with smoke and mirrors, giving these presents just before Christmas when they could simply have included these measures in the upcoming budget? So this is simply a marketing exercise, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the child benefit that'll be included in the budget, well, what we find unfortunate, what we think should have been done by the government, is the child benefit that was put in place by the Conservatives. We feel that it's important that that be made tax-free so that that money isn't clawed back. That doesn't make sense. That's what should have been done. Instead of creating a new benefit, we feel that the former benefit should have been kept, but it should have been made non-taxable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable... Yes, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd also like to thank him for indicating that he'll be voting in favor of C2. I do have a question for him. I understand that the political party of which he is a member believes that Quebec should be an independent country. But in your speech, you indicated that we don't need a federal government and that your people is stuck in a federation. But in 2 separate referendums, our people voted to stay in Canada. So I would like to ask you, after 2 referendums, after a number of provincial and federal elections, where our people has decided to stay in Canada, why do you still believe that the desire and the will of Quebec has not been respected? I would like to remind honourable members to direct their comments to the Speaker, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague from across the way that in terms of the question of Quebec's independence, what's important to know is that there's not one single premier of Quebec who has signed the Constitution since it was imposed on Quebecers in 1982, which means that there's still nobody who has accepted the current situation in which Quebec finds it right now, a sort of no man's land where things are imposed on us by Ottawa, things that we've never consented to. The best example right now is the pipeline that they're trying to ram through Quebec. And in terms of the referenda of 1980 and 1995, it's been showed by a number of studies that the federal government has spent much more than it had the right to do. It cheated and it didn't respect the rules of the game.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. As stated on January 29th by my honourable colleague, the member for Toronto Centre, Bill C-2 will help strengthen and grow the middle class as promised in the government's election platform. Bill C-2 delivers on that promise. All honourable members of the House have heard about the widening income inequality. On January 1st, 2016, Canada's highest paid CEOs had already earned what most Canadians earn in an entire year. With this growing number of extreme ends of income scale, the people who are squeezed the most are the people in the middle income group. They are Canadians whose real take-home pay package has been declining. And these are the Canadians who contribute to the economy, and they pay their taxes, and they spend money so that the economy can keep on growing. And that is the group, Mr. Speaker, that we would like to address in our tax cuts. Mr. Speaker, I, with my other colleagues, have been conducting town hall meetings for this pre-budget consultation. We have engaged thousands of people and continue to do so. Resoundingly, the people who have attended the town halls have been telling us that the tax cuts that we are proposing is a good move. It is the first move towards prosperity for all. The constituents also know that the rhetoric by the Conservatives is just that. It is filled with fallacy. So they want me to get some facts right. The Conservatives had the worst job creation record since 1946. Worst economic growth in G7. Worst budget deficits, Mr. Speaker. 8 deficits in a row. According to Mr. Jim Sanford and Jordan Brennan, I quote, "It turns out that the economic record of the Harper government is actually the worst of any government since World War II, and by a wide margin." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the first order of business, therefore, that this government undertook, and as promised in our election platform, we cut taxes for majority of Canadians. We made the province a promise of investment in infrastructure, the physical and social infrastructure, as well as green technology. Throughout the debate today, the Conservatives have been talking about job losses and want the Liberal government to clear up the mess they created over 10 years. We are not magicians. In 10 weeks, we cannot do that. But there is something that we all can do together. For a person like me who works in the financial field, I always advise my clients to diversify and not to put their eggs in one basket. This is common sense. Unfortunately, the previous Conservative government did not believe in a wider diversification. The resource industry is an important industry, but it also needs investment in research and development to help them diversify. If the previous government had diversified the creation of in the energy sector, the people who are the creative people who are intelligent would have been able to move to different areas of work, like in the clean technology environment. And we would have maintained our market share of the clean energy, which was at 74%, but we have lost it. Canadians are intelligent and smart, and they are resilient. And therefore, we would like to improve the economic growth for everyone by working with everyone. And I hope my honourable members opposite will support this, because this is the move in the right direction. We said we would cut taxes to 90% of the people, invest in infrastructure, create good jobs, and invest in children. Bill C-2 helps these Canadians directly by lowering the income tax rate they pay. The passage of Bill C-2 will reduce the income tax rate from 22% to 20%, and this change alone will benefit approximately 9 million Canadians whose taxable income is between $45,000 to $90,000. I personally know many people in my riding of Don Valley East who will benefit from this well-deserved tax cuts. In my riding, majority of people do not earn more than $50,000. Mr. Speaker, that is what we call the middle income. They need the help. And with our tax cuts plus the investment in the Canada Child Benefit Program, people will move out of poverty and into an economic prosperity, which will help them pay taxes and make the economy grow. Mr. Speaker, several international organizations such as the World Bank, the IMF, and the OECD have concluded that growing income inequality is a hindrance to economic growth. In its report entitled Alternative Federal Budget 2015, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives found that the top 1% of the income earners in Canada pay less in income tax than the poorest 10%. That is unfair. And that is why we have created a new category for those 1% earning $200,000 and more. Our government has taken the bold step of bringing about a progressive taxation system. I have been to many think tanks, and people have been telling me, and as a tax consultant myself, that the boutique tax cuts that the previous government did deprived the Treasury and benefited only a handful of people. And that is totally unfair. And that is why we see ourselves in the situation we are in, because the previous government, lacked common sense or economic sense. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect of Bill C-2 that I'd like to address is on income splitting. There has been much misunderstanding of this, so please allow me to set the record straight. Bill C-2 does not apply to pension income splitting for our senior citizens. The repeal of income splitting will only apply to those families that are in a small group. According to the commentary on CD Howe, only 15% of the population benefits from this, and that is why the late Jim Flaherty, the Minister of Finance for the Conservatives, did not believe in it. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I have not got too much time. I think Bill C-2 contains critical building blocks necessary to restore fairness and progressiveness in our income tax system, and it will provide our government with revenues that would otherwise have been hidden from taxes to invest in people and make the economy grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young families across my riding are waiting for help. The reality is childcare in my area is well over $700 per child a month, and the lack of spaces leave families struggling. During my time knocking on doors, I met several women who quit their jobs because they couldn't find daycare or because they were simply working to pay for the daycare. They shared their concerns with me about saving for a home or saving for their child's education, and their feeling that they would never get out of poverty. This bill does not help families with concrete childcare seats, and that is real help. Will you please share the Liberal plan for real childcare seats for Canadian families?
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I believe she has not been in Parliament long enough to remember that in our budget in 2004-2005, we brought in the child care spaces, which was defeated by the NDP. And this would have been progressive. We wouldn't be facing the problems we are today. So we have now tried to make it more equitable by giving the Canada Child Benefit to those families that deserve it rather than to millionaires who don't deserve it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. I was not going to stand and ask a question today, but her last comment troubled me when she said we're going to give it to the poor or middle class who deserve it and not to the wealthier Canadians who do not deserve it. Mr. Speaker, that seems to be the Liberal philosophy, that if you've worked hard, if you've succeeded, if you've played by the rules, you don't deserve a tax break. Mr. Speaker, right now, if you were to take all of workers in Canada and take the top 50% of workers and the bottom 50% of wage earners in this country, the top 50% of earners pay 96% of all federal, provincial, and territorial taxes. They're working hard, they're succeeding, and I would just like her to comment on why they don't deserve it.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the member for his passion. But let's get this, continuously we'll be hearing fallacy from that side. And the fallacy is that, if you look at the income tax return, the 1% that is the top earning does not pay its fair share of taxes. And they do not need a handout from government. And that's exactly what the economic policy of the previous government was. Give handout to your friends and let the poor get poorer. And Mr. Speaker, we want to reverse that situation.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. She speaks very passionately about the issue of income inequality. And I guess that's what my question would be on, Mr. Speaker, is that can the member maybe provide her thoughts in regards to how important it is that we get this right? The issue of income inequality is addressed inside this legislation by ensuring that there's a better redistribution of Canada's taxation policy, and the middle class will, in fact, be the benefactor by this. And by supporting this, whether you're in the government benches or in the opposition benches, what you're really saying to Canadians by voting in favour of this legislation is that you support tax reform that enhances, that gives strength to Canada's middle class.
Member for Don Valley East.
The honourable member for his question and his impassioned speech when he made. The thing with our tax system at the moment is a confusing one. If you're not a tax expert, you have no idea what's going on. So I think it is important that what we are proposing is a progressive tax system, not a regressive system that benefits only a few. Progressive means on a gradation that we work with people so that those who earn the least pay the least in taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Milton for leading Canada's official opposition on this file as our finance critic. I can say without hesitation that this bill, as it stands now, C2, will have a significant effect on the lives of Canadians. While the Liberal members opposite would argue that this bill will benefit Canadians by lessening the taxes on the middle class and increasing taxes on the wealthy Canadians, this bill will, in fact, hurt Canadians more than it will help. Now, Mr. Speaker, do not misunderstand me. As a Conservative, I am very much in support of keeping Canadians' hard-earned dollars in their pockets. Our Conservative government endeavoured to do just that. They let Canadians keep more of their hard-earned money. We have a proud legacy of tax fairness and cutting taxes. While in office, our Conservative government reduced taxes more than 140 times. We did so through targeted measures that were responsible and consistent. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a significant difference. This bill will end up costing $8.9 billion over the next 6 years. But do not just take my word for it. In the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, the fiscal and distributional impact of changes to the federal personal income tax regime says the exact same thing. They made it clear that this amendment will lower taxes for a significant number of Canadians and will increase it for just 1.5% of the population, which will result in a cost of $8.9 billion to Canadians over 6 years. The PBO estimates that this amendment will cost $400 million this year and $1.7 billion in the subsequent years. Since this government inherited a $400 million surplus, they have squandered the surplus already. And I hear jokes already, but it's in the PBO report. And that happened in only 4 short months. Now, how can this government claim that it is a good idea to commit more money to programs and tax breaks when it is not fiscally responsible to do so? Mr. Speaker, we all know that eventually the money does run out. There is only one taxpayer. And I'm interested to know what the Liberals have planned at that point. Will they increase taxes on Canadians? Or will they cut service levels? Maybe cut some programs altogether. Perhaps they could leave this mess for our next generation to deal with. But I tell you, the next time I speak with my students in my riding, whether it be from Lindsay, Cannington, Haliburton, or Millbrook, I guess I should warn them to start saving now, since they will not only be paying their bills, but ours as well. Many of my colleagues have gone through the amendments in this act thoroughly, so I will not rehash all of them, except to say that an extra $6.34 a week for those individuals who qualify is not enough income to grow this economy. Nor does throwing money at the middle class stimulate growth and innovation. I'm suggesting this government should be less worried about the income tax rate and focusing more on creating jobs so more people will be paying in. This modification to the income tax rate hardly qualifies as significant tax release for Canadians and comes with a much larger price tag. The Liberals promised their tax plan would be revenue neutral, and it is not. This is yet another example of Liberal broken promises. A tax hike for the wealthy, they say. The new Liberal plan raises taxes on higher income earners, those who traditionally create jobs and grow our overall economy. By increasing taxes on these job creators, we are discouraging success while doing nothing for those making less than $45,000 a year, and many in my riding are in that category. Mr. Speaker, let me touch now on how the changes to the tax-free savings accounts, or TFSAs, come into play. Tax-free savings accounts allow Canadians to set money aside in eligible investments and watch them grow tax-free. While meeting with my constituents, many of them spoke to me about the value of their tax-free savings account. Whether it was used for saving for a child's tuition fees, a home renovation, opening a small business, or saving for a family vacation, all of these constituents were able to use their tax-free savings account to save their money, and their savings will in turn stimulate the economy. Whether it's paying costs associated with university or college, paying a contractor for home renovations, or buying supplies to open up a business. In my riding, the towns and communities are mainly driven by not only agriculture, but also tourism. Places like Sir Sam's Ski Hill near Eagle Lake, Happy Days houseboat rentals in Bobcaygeon, or even Emily Provincial Park near Omemee. These and many other small businesses across my ridings and across the country could benefit from an increase in tourism. Giving Canadians a mechanism in which to save money can and will stimulate the economy. I would be remiss not to mention that this bill still leaves $5,500 in contribution room, but why put such a low cap on a program that not only helps Canadians and their families, but also benefits the wider community? The members opposite have argued that TFSAs only benefit the wealthy, but, Mr. Speaker, we all know this is not true. The majority of tax-free savings accounts belong to low and middle income earners. In fact, 2/3 of tax-free savings accounts are held by people with incomes less than $60,000. Why does this government, why is it trying to limit Canadians' choice on how they choose to save their money? Canadians are taking a significant amount of debt lately, and instead of trying to help, the government is taking away one of those methods in which they can save. Bill C-2 will increase the national debt, penalize those who have worked hard and prospered, while also limiting the amount Canadians can save while doing nothing for those earning less than $45,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited a $400 million surplus, and we, as the official opposition, will continue to protect Canadians' hard-earned money from the high-tax, high-spend agenda of the government. We all know you can't spend your way to growth, and of course you can't tax your way to prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I'm confused, though, by the zeal with which he's talking about never running a deficit, given that the government immediately past ran so many deficits, including a deficit to run their so-called economic action plan, the efficacy of which could be challenged. And I would ask the member, in reviewing the history of where we've come, in 1993, the Wall Street Journal called Canada an honorary member of the Third World. They said that our economy was a basket case. We had the worst debt-to-GDP ratio of any country. We had a job creation record that was worst in the G8. In fact, across almost every economic indicator, we were at the bottom. When the Liberal government left in 2004, the party opposite inherited a state that was completely the opposite, the envy of the world, and was called the Canadian miracle, where we ran consecutive surplus, paying down the deficit. And then his party ran almost entirely deficits in its time. Would the member not agree, or if he doesn't, was he against the economic action plan that his own government ran? Was he opposed to the deficits that his own government ran to try to stimulate the economy? I'm confused by his contradiction.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Ajax for his question. As you know, my riding does include the township of Brock, so that is part of Durham region, and I look forward to working with him on the issues facing the region of Durham. Mr. Speaker, we went through some of the most troubled economic times in a lifetime. You remember the economic stimulus package. $200 million in infrastructure improvements went into Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock in that period. Since 2008, $200 million. Created jobs, stimulated the economy, built libraries, renovated arenas. Now, if you remember, that was a decision made by all of the industrialized countries to stimulate the economy at once. They knew the economy was in trouble, and they knew this is the way to do it, and that's the plan they chose. All of the industrialized countries did it. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite and the NDP as well were calling for even more spending. They weren't calling for less. That's right. They were calling for more and more and more. And I think although we had the Building Canada plan, the stimulus package came into effect, I think the key here is when the economy started to improve, you turn off the taps and bring things down to the normal infrastructure level, which was the Building Canada Fund. So I think that was the key. You have to have the ability to say and know when you bring things down so you're not running that credit card even further. And I think I'm proud of our government's record. I think we had the...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious as to my friend's source of pride, only because his government also left more than $150 billion in debt for those future generations that he now concerns himself with. And you'd think that if having borrowed that much money over the course of the last government, that we'd be left with a robust, strong, diversified economy. Lord knows they spent enough to maybe get us there, but it was so misspent that so much of it, $750 million on ads, somehow the Conservatives said that was a good use of the public expenditure. That money was all borrowed to all those students, I hope he also reminds them that the money that they'll be paying back will also be for his government's choices when they were in office. My question is this, though. I represent northwestern British Columbia and primarily resource communities of varied incomes, but a lot of people that we would call working class people, middle class people, earning somewhere around $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year. Under this current Liberal tax plan, those people would receive an average of $50 in benefits, whereas somebody making $200,000 would receive more than $800 in benefits. I'm wondering which kind of middle class my friend acknowledges, as opposed to the ones the Liberals have actually written into this legislation.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member from Northern British Columbia on his election. Before I get to his question, I did want to thank him publicly. I know I did at the election of our Speaker for his very eloquent speech to the newly elected MPs, and I just wanted to congratulate him for that very good speech. I think it was very inspiring. I think, again, as I go back to my point and my answer before, Mr. Speaker, they were the party who was advocating for even more spending. And again, the key, again, was when to know when to turn off the taps and kind of go back to the normal. And that's what we did. We recognized that we were slowly coming out of the economic downturn. We were on our way up. We were starting to have some of the best job creation records in the G7. Most were full-time and private sector growth in high-wage industries. And we were on the way up. We had a surplus in the last fiscal year. We had one up to this quarter in November. And I think, we're watching how we're deficit spending this middle-class income tax cut. And it just only means further spending cuts down the road. It means higher taxes, and it means future generations are going to start paying for this. So I think the key is when to know enough is enough.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would surprise no one to state that the country is going through difficult economic times. But faced with this real challenge, there is real opportunity as well. That is to put in place the conditions needed to have long-term growth that will create good jobs and help our middle class prosper, because those are the lungs of our economy.
Economic agenda that sets Canada on the path for economic growth. Our government believes that all Canadians should have a real and fair chance to succeed. Central to that success is a strong and growing middle class. But in the face of this real challenge, there's a real opportunity to put in place the conditions to create long-term growth. We were elected on a plan to grow the economy, and we've already started by introducing this tax cut in December. From infrastructure investment to responsible environmental stewardship, we're providing needed leadership. Our priority is to strike a balance between fiscal responsibility and delivering on our commitments to Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we fully intend that our plan for economic growth will benefit all Canadians through targeted investments. Let me reassure you that the government is not daunted by the challenges before us. We're cognizant of our fiscal realities. Before turning to the contents of Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention that the government's plan will include introducing proposals to create a new Canada Child Benefit. This new, tax-free, income-tested benefit will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. In fact, 9 out of 10 Canadian families will be better off under this plan. And we aim to have payments under the new Canada Child Benefit begin in July 2016. The proposed Canada Child Benefit would simplify and consolidate existing child benefits. It would replace the universal child care benefit, which is not income tested. As we've committed, this new Canada Child Benefit will be better targeted for those who need it most. We also recognize that public investment is needed to create and support economic growth, as well as job creation and economic prosperity, which is why we'll make significant new investments in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. We'll work together with both the private sector and our provincial and municipal counterparts to advance our shared priorities across a range of fronts. Some of these areas include making targeted investments in public infrastructure that will grow the economy, get Canadians moving, and open up more cost-efficient trade options for our exporters with a focus on public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. Working together with all of the provinces and territories for a cleaner environment and to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a plan to invest historic amounts each year in green technology producers so they can tackle Canada's most pressing environmental challenges and create more opportunities for Canadian workers. The government will also invest to support innovation and the use of clean technologies in forestry, fisheries, mining, energy, and the agricultural sectors. We'll support our communities and our economy by making significant new investments in green infrastructure and clean technologies. Not only will these strategic investments help us tackle climate change, they'll create jobs. Canadian businesses now have an incredible opportunity to be a part of the solution and to help build a low-carbon economy. The government will prove to Canadians and to the world that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. In fact, we cannot have one without the other. Protecting the environment and growing the economy are not incompatible goals, and in fact, our future success demands that we do both. We're committed to a strong and growing middle class, Mr. Speaker, and we want to ensure that all Canadians have a fair and real chance to succeed. This is why our government has enacted legislation to deliver a tax cut for the middle class. This is the fair thing to do and the smart thing to do for Canada's economy.
And that's why Bill C-2 is so important for all Canadians. Allow me to discuss specific items in Bill C-2 now. Our tax cut for the middle class and its proposals will contribute to making the tax system fairer through the following means: reducing the second tax bracket for personal income tax, which will go from 22% to 20.5%, establishing a tax rate of 33% on taxable income for individuals who earn over $200,000, and reducing the maximum contribution to TFSAs to its previous ceiling. That is, it would be lowered from $10,000 to $5,500, and it would be reindexed.
Finance, his parliamentary secretary, and MPs across the country fanned out, asking Canadians directly what our government can do to better support them. They met with Indigenous leaders, business leaders, cultural leaders, and all with the intent of listening to Canadians and engaging in discussions to find practical solutions to the difficulties we know they're facing. These pre-budget consultations continue online, Mr. Speaker. The response rate and comments received have been absolutely tremendous. With over 146,000 Canadians reached to date, this has been the largest pre-budget consultation on record. Through these consultations, Canadians confirmed that they want a government that delivers on strengthening the middle class and on helping those working hard to join it. And this bill will help do just that. And that's why it's a priority for the Government of Canada. During the pre-budget consultations, it also became increasingly clear that Canada's economic outlook has changed since the election. This only reaffirmed the government's commitment to the path we were elected to follow. But more importantly, by engaging with Canadians, we have been able to consider new perspectives and refine our plans that will be included in the federal budget. The government's approach to consultation recognizes that collaboration is essential to delivering real change. The government has committed to and already demonstrated its willingness to listen, engage, and collaborate with members from all parties to identify ways to find solutions and avoid escalating conflicts unnecessarily. Given that we have already heard from Canadians and many members of the other parties, I look forward to discussing and debating how best to serve Canadians. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, there has never been a better time to achieve and implement these targeted investments in the economy of this country. We trust our plan will achieve the desired outcome, and that is the main reason why I'm optimistic with respect to our opportunities in the future. I therefore encourage all members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his remarks. But I just have a hard time squaring the circle in terms of the rhetoric that the government talks about in terms of helping the middle class and the reality of how their tax plan actually works. Absolutely no benefit for people making less than $45,000 a year. And doing away with the $10,000 limit for tax-free savings accounts, when in reality, more than half of those who max out their tax-free savings accounts are making less than $60,000 a year. So how does the member compare those realities in terms of how their tax plan affects ordinary Canadians with some of the high-minded rhetoric?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way who must have missed in my speech when I mentioned how we're going to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty with the new Canada Child Benefit that will support 9 out of 10 Canadian families, giving them more each month than what they currently receive under the former Conservative government's scheme. Also, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite will know that we've taken action to provide opportunities for students and graduates to secure employment by doubling the allotment in the Canada Summer Jobs program. This is going to help students with their debt load and help graduates move into the workforce, something that we sorely need in this country. Certainly where I'm from in New Brunswick, this is a need of students graduating with crushing debt loads from the University of New Brunswick, St. Thomas University, and our New Brunswick Community College. And also, I believe that by helping hardworking teachers, nurses, soldiers, public servants who contribute so much to our community through this tax break, Mr. Speaker, is a worthy endeavour and is just one of the many things we'll do to deliver real change right across this country.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for his speech and welcome to the House. I guess one of the tenets of government, good government at least, is to never overcommit and underdeliver. We looked through this piece of legislation because it was lauded and repeated ad nauseum in the campaign about the upcoming help for the middle class. And while middle class was never defined and remains undefined by my Liberal colleagues today, definitions matter when it comes to things like the tax code. We find that, and I'd like my friend to comment on this, that under this plan, 18 million Canadians who file taxes will see no benefit whatsoever. And further to that, of those that do fall into what I think a lot of Canadians watching or listening to us would see as middle class, so let's take people earning between $48,000 and $62,000 a year. Sounds kind of middle class to me. Up where I live in northern BC, that would be solidly in the middle class. Well, those folks do get a benefit of $50. And well, you now skew up to the higher ends of the tax spectrum, and this may include liberal middle class people, I'm not sure. Again, they remain unwilling or unable to define it, but people who earn $200,000 receive 16 times more benefit than somebody earning 50 grand. So if you're earning 200 grand, this is the middle class that this Prime Minister and the Liberals were talking about. But I'm wondering if he doesn't run the risk of raising up those expectations and hopes only to dash them upon the rocks of those tax returns that are coming for all those middle-class Canadians who are wondering, where's the help for them when somebody making $200,000 is getting upwards of $800, 16 times more than the average middle-class Canadian will receive?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Monsieur le Président, je veux remercier
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley.
Okay, that expectations are high. After 10 deplorable years, certainly in my region of the country, people made a decision on October 19th that they had had enough. And I think the member would agree that he had had enough of those 10 years as well. What I will say to him is what really matters is action. And this side of the floor is ready to deliver upon the ambitious agenda to which we put forward in the campaign, which Canadians put their trust in us to deliver. And I look forward to working with everybody here, and in fact all parliamentarians, to help provide more opportunity for those working hard across Canada and those from more vulnerable situations who need a little bit more help and attention from their government. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard the Parliamentary Budget Office referred to many times in this House today, and I'd like to note, with respect to the TFSA, the PBO reviewed the previous government's doubling of this savings vehicle and noted the following. It primarily benefits well-off Canadians and made the tax break much more regressive. By 2060, gains for high-wealth households project to be twice the median and 10 times that of low-wealth households. And I'd like to ask my friend how this measure plays a role in bringing fairness to our tax system and how this measure can, in fact, help the middle class.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the words just delivered from my friend on this side of the floor speak volumes enough. I will say that providing the space, $5,500, is adequate to ensure that average Canadians can save, while also ensuring that we provide support where it's needed most. Many of the people graduating from university in the next number of years, again from those fine institutions in my riding, will be looking to secure employment and pay down debt, and that's what we need to focus while also helping vulnerable Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Camille 18h30.
It being 6:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Bergen relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Question is as follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Bernier, moved that given this time of economic uncertainty, the House A recognize the importance of the energy sector to the Canadian economy and support its development in an environmentally sustainable way. B, agree that pipelines are the safest way to transport oil. C, acknowledge the desire for the Energy East pipeline expressed by the provincial governments of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and New Brunswick. And D, express its support for the Energy East pipeline currently under consideration. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Ms. Watts. Ms. Watts. Mr. Kenny. Mr. Kenny. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Van Loon. Mr. Van Loon. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Reid. Mr. Reid. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abul Taif. Mr. Abul Taif. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Ms. Gledoux. Ms. Gledoux. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Madame Boucher. Madame Boucher. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kester. Mr. Van Kester. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Law. Mr. Law. Mr. McColman. Mr. McColman. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Hillier. Mr. Hillier. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Falk. Mr. Falk. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Bertog. Mr. Bertog. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Qualter. Ms. Qualter. Mr. Sadler. Mr. Sadler. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McCallum. Mrs. Philpott. Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Elleslev.
Ms. Elleslev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chavez.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMont.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Yolfson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mrs. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanghi.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dad.
Mr. Van Dad.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 92, 92. Nays contre 222, 222.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:57, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.